Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 5 Kilo Siemens. Open black lens bracket 121 close black lens bracket good things. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After identifying the target, Hazuki recollected the blood. This time he is going to play a big one. Use a lot of shadow clone to make them in a small world, endless experiments. Mainly, this experiment takes more time than expected, and there are many research topics. Like blood research, yin and yang escape, truth-seeking ball, the development of various blood follower boundaries, and the learning of ninjutsu, it will consume a lot of time. In order to save time and complete the task as soon as possible, Hazuki finally started to decentralize and divided a large number of shadow clone 24 hours of crazy research. And he is incarnated at home in the salted fish mode, but his mind is receiving information from time to time, receiving the knowledge and experience fed back by shadow clone, and thoroughly assimilating them. This time there are a lot of shadow clones. Fortunately, I arranged for shadow clone to dissipate every once in a while. Otherwise, if I cancel all shadow clone at the same time, the side effects will still be very troublesome. 547. Hazuki said secretly, sitting on the big sofa in a daze. Brother Hazuki, for you. Kushina's voice came from the side, and the voice was crisp and sweet, which made people feel comfortable after hearing it. Hazuki looked sideways and saw that Kushina was holding up a small white hand and handing over a piece of orange. The skin of the snow-white hand was as delicate as suet jade. However, Hazuki didn't pay attention to the little hand, instead he dazedly dropped the orange in the little hand, and then continued in a daze, absorbing the knowledge in his mind. Kushina stared at Hazuki in a daze, a gleam of light in her big eyes. You know, before she gave Hazuki oranges, it was followed by Hazuki's hands, and she has never been so close to her now. The sudden change now surprises her, but she also feels joy in her heart. With surprise and small surprise, Kushina hurriedly approached Hazuki and sat down next to him. Then, she picked up the orange and broke it off one by one, and handed it to Hazuki. Advertisement. Brother Hazuki gave you oranges, so sweet. Kushina said happily. She did not taste the sweet oranges, but her heart was sweeter than eating oranges. Because in the next time, every time she handed the orange to Hazuki, he would eat it in one bite, not as far away as before. With brilliance in her beautiful eyes, Kushina turned into a little orange breaker, and broke all 3 oranges and fed them to Hazuki. When it came to the 4th orange, she also tasted a piece of orange, and was tangled by her sour face. Brother Hazuki, I'll go get you some water. Kushina put down the oranges, tapped on her small slippers, and hurried to the kitchen to pour warm water for Hazuki. There's Makoto cooking over there, and there must be warm water. In the kitchen, the steam is steaming, and the fragrance fills the house. Uchiha Makoto was busy in the kitchen, wearing a cartoon apron, when he saw Kushina running in. What's wrong, Kushina? I poured some warm water. By the way, Sister Makoto, are the oranges on the coffee table sour? Kushina asked cautiously. Yes, the one I bought last time was very sour. I put it on the coffee table to entertain guests. There are sweet oranges here. If Brother Hazuki wants to eat oranges, he must take these. Makoto said while busy, not noticing Kushina's cute expression. Oh, fine. After Kushina recovered, he hurriedly poured out the warm water and ran out, then timidly handed it to Hazuki. Hazuki brother, drink some water, the orange is a little sour. Kushina said while blinking her big cute eyes, secretly looking at Hazuki's expression. Number 7. Advertisement. Gumbling. Hazuki took the warm water and drank it quickly, then continued in a daze. He didn't notice Kushina's cautious gesture, still in a dazed state. And for the next time, he has been in such a posture, even if he drank a few glasses of water. After a while, Hazuki, who was sitting on the sofa, suddenly lit up and stood up from the sofa. What's wrong, Brother Hazuki? Kushina next to him hurriedly asked, her beautiful eyes blinking. I think of a new purification method, and I will try it immediately. 1. Hazuki replied and walked quickly towards the laboratory, muttering as he walked, why is your mouth sour? Gah. Kushina froze slightly when she heard this, and looked at Hazuki secretly with a little worry, until Hazuki stepped into the laboratory. She was relieved. I'm so stupid. Kushina patted his little head, buried his head in the sofa cushion, and pretended to be an ostrich. The other side. Hazuki was thoroughly immersed in research, obtained a new purification method according to Shadow Clone, and purified the blood potion again, and the experiment lasted for several days. A lot of things have happened in the ninja world these days, especially the appearance of the lightsaber, which has caused a huge shocking effect. Countless ninjas came to the Konoha jungle, came to the lake where the lightsaber first appeared, and saw the destroyed hills and the devastated land. The appearance of this unknown force made the entire ninja world uneasy, even Konoha was suspicious. Therefore, after the lightsaber incident, the major ninja villages withdrew their troops and decided to strike, and made a decision after clarifying the situation. In the end, the Second Ninja World War was rushed because of this incident, and only Hanzo of the Salamander in the Land of Rain was still not reconciled. Advertisement. But he was also worried about the lightsaber caster, so he challenged Tsunade, Jiraiya, Orochimaru in his own name, and announced that no matter the outcome, the feud between Rain and Konoha was over. On the front line of the Land of Rain, Konoha is the only remaining small unit stationed. Tsunade held a slightly cold body to warm the rainy day. Tsunade, I have a delicate cup here, why don't I use a new one? Jiraiya said as she took a brand new delicate cup. No, this wooden cup was given to me by Satsuki. Tsunade smiled and continued drinking the warm tea. Well, Orochimaru should be coming soon, what are you going to do? If you win, you can get a lot of land. Jiraiya said, with a hint of war in his eyes. The challenge of the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander. Tsunade's small white hands were holding the wooden cup, and there was a hint of seriousness in her beautiful eyes. The last time she was attacked, 3.7 she discovered the horror of Hanzo of the Salamander. If it wasn't for Hazuki's detonating charm, they might have explained it there. Now, although Hanzo of the Salamander challenged the three of them, the odds of winning were still low, so she was always hesitant. Whoosh! A figure flashed by, and Orochimaru slowly appeared. If we bring these, our win rate will greatly increase. Orochimaru walked over with a smile and took out a few talismans from the ninja bag. What is this? Tsunade asked suspiciously. This is a good thing. It was researched by some hateful kid. This guy is a genius. Orochimaru took out the talisman and said with admiration. Huh, this turned out to be a new type of structure system, so delicate, I seem to see the shadow of healing. Wait, is this a healing talisman developed by my Xiaoyuyu? Tsunade asked hurriedly, her beautiful eyes sparkling with search and surprise. Single G. Open black lens bracket 122 close black lens bracket advanced sage body. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Yes, it's the healing talisman. This healing talisman is very good. Except for the cumbersome production and the difficulty of preservation, it has almost no shortcomings. Orochimaru explained that even if he is good at research, he has to admit that Chiba is really good at research. With this healing talisman, we definitely have hope of defeating Hanzo of the Salamander. It is better to have this healing talisman, but the strength of Hanzo of the Salamander is still not to be underestimated. Tsunade hesitated, the last battle was still vivid in her mind, and she couldn't care less. We can choose the battle location at the border, and at the same time lead a large number of ninjas as protection backers, and if we encounter danger, we can get support as soon as possible. Jiraiya came up with an idea and opened her mouth to propose. This method is quite good, okay, just do it like this. After the decision was made, the three began to deploy combat strategies and analyze which location is more suitable for combat. On the other side, Hanzo of the Salamander, who also received a message shortly after, left with a cold intention towards the battle site. The resident of the Hyuga family, a quiet courtyard. Hazuki rested on Uchiha Makoto's Mizuki back and lay lazily on the sofa, squinting leisurely like a salted fish. At the same time, he also felt the frantically surging warm current in his body, and received all kinds of information from Shadow Clone. This time, the new purification method was used, and the bloodline medicine obtained was significantly better, and its appearance was completely optimized. Don't look at him like salted fish every day. In fact, during this period of time, thousands of Shadow Clone are divided, and crazy experiments are carried out 24 hours a day. With so many shadow clones, the combined time can take decades. So, the problem of blood medicine has finally been optimized, and even after learning all kinds of ninjutsu, the blood continuum limit has finally been thoroughly studied, which can be said to be a great harvest. But in the process, Hazuki discovered a very interesting thing. That is, every time after Shadow Clone is cancelled, when those knowledge and experience even return from fatigue, it will have an impact on his mental power. Advertisement. Although this kind of impact has obvious side effects, it also tempered his mental power. This kind of tempering effect is actually very weak, but if it is continuously tempered for 24 hours, the effect will appear. Originally, his mental power was not terrifying, but during this period of constant tempering, his mental power has improved a lot. Such a good thing surprised him, and at the same time divided more Shadow Clone, and tempered his spiritual power more wanton. The final effect was that he became more salty, and he didn't even bother to move. The shock in his mind was too strong, and he had to temper his mental power every moment, and the whole person became groggy. Brother Hazuki, come to eat. Makoto still cares about him so much, still like a little wife, taking care of everything about him, even feeding him with meals. But when Hazuki heard this, he didn't move, but continued in a daze. Makoto was helpless, so he carefully helped Hazuki up and hugged him to feed him. I'm here to help. Kushina rolled her eyes and quickly came to the other side to help. You come and support Hazuki, brother, I'll feed him. Makoto thought for a while and said. She is mainly worried that Kushina is clumsy, and if Hazuki gets too hot, she will feed Hazuki herself. The two little girls flanked Hazuki, taking care of him to eat, looking warm and happy. But they didn't notice that Hazuki's breath was stronger. Even the vitality is increasing rapidly, and in a short period of time, it has been increased by leaps and bounds. The reason for such a change is that the warm current in his body has finally reached the limit of transformation, reaching a certain critical point, and there is a new change. The sound of bees flapping their wings sounded, and Hazuki, who was eating in a daze, froze in place. Ding. Detected the master's physical transformation and reanalyzed. Advertisement. Ding. Congratulations to the master for upgrading the intermediate sage body to the advanced sage body by relying on his own means, and rewarding 1% of the tornado template. Ding. Hyuga Hazuki. Advanced sage body. Templates. 40% Saitama template, 51% tornado template. Blood followers. Ice escape, wood style, Tenseigen, Mangekyo Sharingan. There is a windfall. Not bad. Hazuki was surprised. Hazuki's physique is from intermediate sage body to advanced sage body, but Hazuki still has some guesses, and it is relatively rare to get system rewards. But if there is a benefit, Hazuki will not refuse anyone who comes, anyway, he will not think that he is strong enough. Ding. Please choose. 1. Successfully developed a new bloodline boundary, reward, 1% tornado template. 2. Successfully developed 3 more bloodline boundaries, reward, 3% tornado template. 3. Successfully developed 5 bloodline boundaries, reward, 5% tornado template. The mechanical system sounded, still so emotionless, but Hazuki smiled. Relying on Shadow Clone, he has already clearly understood how to develop the boundaries of blood, like explosion style, boil style, lava style, magnet style, land done, even if it is Chen done, he is clear. So for him, this task is just a small dish, and it only takes a few hours to complete it. By the way, the wind style spiral shuriken, I also analyzed it through Shadow Clone, as long as it is cast, it can be master. If I don't cast it, maybe I can continue to trigger the task. Hazuki thought that he was going to rely on this loophole to get more rewards. Of course, he needed to take the task first, so he chose the third option with confidence. Ding. After the selection is complete, come on, master. Hazuki ignored the sound of the system, but mobilized the chakra mix of fire wind nature transformation, ready to try to develop scorch style. Considering that it will be successfully developed in a few hours, Hazuki intends to go outside and test the power of this bloodline limit by the way. Makoto, I'll go to the number 3 training ground to experiment with scorch style after dinner later. Hazuki said while picking up an orange on the coffee table. Okay. Is this a newly developed ability? It feels very powerful. Makoto said softly. Advertisement. This is the limit of blood. I just tried to develop it, and it is estimated that it will be successfully developed in a few hours. Hazuki said lightly, with confidence in his voice. Really? It is said that the Shueiji limit is very rare, and very few people can successfully develop it. Brother Hazuki is really amazing. Yeah, the development of the Shueiji limit is extremely difficult. Countless geniuses can't develop it successfully in their entire lives. Brother Hazuki can develop it successfully in a few hours, which is much better than those geniuses. 1 inch. Makoto blinked at Hazuki, making no secret of his admiration for Hazuki. No way. Hazuki is really good, she has never seen someone better than Hazuki. Let alone Konoha. There are only a handful of ninjas in the entire ninja world, let alone a few hours of successful development. And Hazuki has always said one thing. Since Hazuki dares to say so, it proves that he has absolute confidence. So although they were surprised, they believed it without hesitation, even if it subverted their cognition, they still believed it. And more worship Hazuki. Clatter. The orange suddenly fell from Hazuki's hand, and he froze in place. What's the matter, Hazuki bro? Makoto was slightly taken aback when he saw such a scene, and hurriedly asked. No need to go out. Hazuki whispered. Why? Hazuki-san, are you feeling unwell? Makoto continued to ask, with worry in his big eyes. Kushina next to him also looked the same, looking at Hazuki's face with concern. I'm fine, it's just that scorch style was developed. After the words fell, 4 fiery fireballs floated near Hazuki's palm, with the aura of destroying everything, and also reflected the entire living room in red and white. When Makoto and Kushina saw this scene, they were dumbfounded, motionless like little dumb cats. The whole living room was eerily silent, except for the burning sound of fireballs. 123, Fairy Talisman. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Crackle. The sound of the flames woke them up from their shock, and they turned their heads to look up at Hazuki, seeing his still indifferent expression, and deep admiration welled up in their hearts. That kind of worship has even come to the bones, completely transformed into Hazuki's little fangirl. Brother Hazuki is the best. Makoto's 2 small tender hands took Hazuki's big hand and placed it on his small face, feeling Hazuki's body temperature and smiling at him. Kushina on the other side also secretly grabbed the corner of Hazuki's shirt and pulled it reluctantly. I heard that many old ninjas have worked hard all their lives, but have not succeeded in developing the hemorrhagic limit. How did you do it, Hazuki brother? Kushina was a little curious, and opened her eyes wide to explore, to strive for her own boundaries, and to help Hazuki when needed. It's actually very simple. You just need to check your own attributes to see if you have the necessary conditions for the bloodline limit, and then master chakra's precise control. Then carry out chakra's nature transformation, and use 2 different types of chakra at the same time, so there is a 1 in 10,000 chance to develop the hemorrhagic limit. Of course, there are a lot of development experience and tricks that can speed up the synthesis process. This is very similar to the development of blood vessels. It belongs to fusion and activation, such as. Hazuki spoke eloquently, trying to make the development process as straightforward as possible so that the 2 little girls could understand. However, Makoto and Kushina were stunned when they heard it, and fell into a daze. Makoto was okay. Some words were barely understood, but Kushina was different. She blinked, her big eyes flickering, her little face full of doubts. She knew every word Hazuki said, but she couldn't understand it after putting it together. What activation? What nature transformation? What necessary conditions? She heard mucus in her little head. Forget it. This bloodline limit is too esoteric for you. You should continue to study 100 Healings Mark hard. This ability is simple. Do you want to learn it as soon as possible? Hazuki said, mixing the little heads of the 2 girls. Advertisement. Well, I've already started 100 Healings Mark, and it won't take long for me to learn it. Kushina said with a little arrogance. Kushina is very good at seal art, and has learned several seal art now, and now he is proud of it. But Makoto is different. Although she has good control of chakra, she is slow to learn 100 Healings Mark, and she rarely learns ninjutsu, and spends most of her time taking care of Hazuki. In her opinion, learning ninjutsu or something is not as important as taking care of Hazuki. Hazuki was also very helpless about this, and after thinking about it, he still gave her blood medicine. Otherwise, in such a world, without any self-protection, she would be easily hurt. What? Hazuki turned his head suddenly and looked in the direction of the door. What's wrong, brother Hazuki? Makoto asked softly. Teacher Yako is here, along with her suitor Yazuki. Hazuki said softly. Toothless. Makoto and Kushina were at a loss, not knowing who this was talking about. It's Anbu with a pig face mask, and he used to eat wild boars above Hokage Rock, Hazuki explained. That big wild boar actually has a master, and I wondered how there could be a wild boar above Hokage Rock. It turned out to be like this. Kushina suddenly realized, and finally understood everything. I only realize now that I'm really stupid. Kushina patted his little head, looking very depressed. It's not too late to understand, many people still don't know. Hazuki smiled and shook his head. Brother Hazuki, did you already know all this? Kushina asked again, with curiosity in her heart. With a little reasoning, you can understand that Hokage Rock has a special meaning for Konoha, and without permission, wild boars can't reach there. Advertisement. Hazuki raised his hand in explanation and tapped Kushina's forehead. Well, Kushina covered her forehead with two small hands and felt a little depressed. It turned out that Hazuki understood everything at that time. Now that several years have passed, she is still stupidly unaware that such a gap makes her unable to resist complaining that she is stupid. I heard that Mr. Yako came back from the battlefield and plans to continue to be a teacher. It stands to reason that she is very busy right now. How could she show up at this time? Makoto asked. I'll think about it. Hazuki mused, and soon understood why. They must have come to me. Considering that they have just returned from the battlefield, they are most worried about the front line, plus Hanzo of the Salamanders challenged Sanin, they must be asking for immortal charms. Sanin. Is it Mr. Tsunade and the three of them? Kushina wondered. Yes, they will be Sanin soon. Well, go and tell teacher Yazi that Sanin will be fine, let her go back. Hazuki said a few words to Kushina, and then carried Makoto into the laboratory in the form of a princess hug. Unfair. When Kushina saw Hazuki and the others entering the laboratory, she pouted her nose and whispered, her eyes filled with envy. Always bullying Makoto-san, but people can be bullied too. Kushina was a little depressed and hoped that Hazuki would bully her, but unfortunately she knew that it would take time. But thinking of the forehead that Hazuki tapped today, Kushina's mood improved again, and then hummed a little song and walked out of the house to wait. The other side. Yako-sensei and Yazuki wearing a pig face mask are walking down the wide street towards the Hyuga clan. Yazi, do you think Hazuki will agree to give us the immortal charm? This kid is very stingy. Yawuyu frowned. Advertisement. If it doesn't work, give him your big wild boar to eat meat. Teacher Yazi replied. Don't, I am the only wild boar, the others died on the battlefield, and it also saved my life. Yawuyu said helplessly. There's no other way, I can only try. Yazi frowned and continued. That Hanzo of the Salamander is known as a demigod, and his strength is very powerful. His Sanjiaoyu was severely damaged by the detonating talisman last time. Although he has recovered now, he still holds a grudge against Tsunade-sama. Are you worried that Hanzo of the Salamander will make a secret move? Yawuyu said suspiciously. Yes, so we must get the human charms to ensure the safety of Tsunade-sama and the others. Yako frowned and said, thinking about how to get the talisman and help Tsunade, Lilis. Isn't that Kushina? Why is she standing at the door of the house? Yako wondered, suddenly thinking of the rumors she heard before. I heard that there was a small enchantment near Hazuki's house. I was suspicious at the time, but I didn't expect it to be true. Yeah, who would have thought that the thorny student from a few years ago has grown to such a level now that the growth of a genius cannot be inferred by common sense. Teacher Yako and Yazuki sighed and walked forward at the same time. Mr. Yako. Mr. Yazuki, how are you? Kushina greeted with a smile. Hello Kushina. Teacher Yako and Yazuki smiled at the same time, but their smiles froze the next second. How do you know my name? I'm obviously wearing a mask. Yawuyu was startled, with a look of horror in his eyes. The teacher Yazi next to him was no exception, his little face was full of disbelief. Because someone told me. Kushina smiled, her beautiful eyes flickering. Open black lens bracket 124 close black lens bracket Sanin. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Someone told you. Who? Teacher Yazi and Yawuyu, incarnated as curious babies and asked. Of course it's brother Hazuki, who else is there besides him? There was pride on Kushina's little face. It seemed that the better Hazuki was, the happier she was. How could he know all this? My mask has rarely taken off, even on the battlefield. 1. Yawuyu was full of doubts and couldn't figure out when she was discovered. Naturally, such a trivial matter cannot be concealed from Big Brother Hazuki, and even Big Brother Hazuki knows your purpose. Kushina continued to speak. Her cute little face was full of arrogance. Even know our purpose. This. Teacher Yako and Yawuyu looked at each other, and both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. However, Yawuyu was a little suspicious. Many high-level officials in Konoha knew his identity, so although the disclosure of his identity surprised him, he could still accept it. However, the purpose of this trip is known only to him and his son, and he has never mentioned it to anyone else, and absolutely no third person will know about it. He was confident in this because he and Yako decided to come to Hazuki by accident. It was decided after passing through the Hyuga clan, and they didn't even know about it, so he definitely didn't believe that Hazuki knew about it. So Yawuyu continued with suspicion. Are you sure he knows our purpose? Really sure. Of course, brother Hazuki asked me to wait for you here, and then sent you away. Kushina continued speaking with confidence in her voice. 550 inches oh. Then tell me what our purpose is. Yawuyu still didn't believe it. It's very simple, your goal is the fairy talisman. What did you say? Yawuzuki's pupils shrank sharply, and his eyes filled with surprise instantly, and he even took a few steps back, looking at Kushina in disbelief. Advertisement. The teacher Yazi next to him remained calm, but there was also surprise in his expression. Impossible. How did Hazuki know about this? Does he have a mind-detecting ninjutsu? After Yawuyu was shocked, she hurriedly asked, looking very solemn. Sorry, I can't say this, I'm just here to tell you that the immortal talisman will not be given to you. Kushina said. Why? Tsunade-sama on the front line needs a talisman, isn't she Hazuki's teacher? It shouldn't be too much to give her a talisman to her teacher. 1. Yeah, they are fighting for Konoha. That Hanzo of the Salamander is so powerful, if this person makes a black hand, then Master Tsunade and the others will be in danger. Teacher Yazi and Yawuyu were talking at the same time, eagerly hoping to get the immortal talisman. Don't worry, brother Hazuki also said, Sanin will be fine, you can go back in peace, I'm going back too, goodbye. Kushina left a sentence, waved his hand and walked towards the house. Only Mr. Yako and Yazuki were left, frowning and staying where they were. CJDH, she said Sanin just now. Did Sanin mean Lord Tsunade and the three of them? It should be, but how does Hazuki know that Sanin is okay? I'm still worried that Hanzo of the Salamander is so powerful. Did you forget that Hazuki guessed your identity and thoughts just now? I think you should trust him once. Teacher Yako thought for a while. But this is a war, not a child's play. One bad move may cause Sanin's death. Konoha can't afford to lose such a result. Yawuyu is always reluctant to give up, even willing to risk the pressure of being blamed by Hazuki, ready to ask Hazuki to give the immortal charm. Let's go to Lord Hokage, let him decide this matter. Okay, that's fine too. After the two finished speaking, they walked away, and soon came to Hokage's office, and reported all this to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sanin. That's a good name, I'll call them that in the future. Sarutobi Hiruzen agrees with the name Sanin, but he refused on the issue of the fairy talisman, because the healing talisman has been urgently sent to the front line. The effect of these healing talismans is very good. If they are attached to the body, they can definitely treat various injuries quickly. Coupled with a secret ninja force, Sarutobi Hiruzen believes that Sanin will be fine. Advertisement. So he comforted Yazi and Yawuyu, and after sending them away, he stood in front of the window and looked out the door. Come on, Sanin. The Hyuga family station, Hazuki's home laboratory. Makoto drank the blood potion one by one, with a bright look in his big eyes. Drink well. Several fruity flavors, it's delicious. Makoto said. no longer afraid of drinking blood potions as before. Drink as much as you like, these 100 bottles are all yours. Ah, so many, I feel a little full. Makoto modeled her belly, a little embarrassed. Well, it will be divided into 2 days, then drink it as water, try to finish it as soon as possible. Hazuki said with a smile. In his recent research, he found that if the blood collected has a higher concentration and level of blood vessels, the purified blood vessels will be stronger. Like Makoto, who drank some blood potions before, so the blood potions extracted from her blood are better. And Kushina has not drunk a bottle, so the purified blood is obviously not as good as Makoto. This is not the most important, because the higher the pure bloodline, the more purified the medicine Hazuki can awaken after drinking it. So he let go a little, ready to give Makoto, Kushina, and Tsunade the blood potion, and even planned to catch a descendant of the Golden Horn and Silver Horn family. And select a person in Dead Bone Pulse, and officially cultivate their bloodline, so as to feed back themselves. At that time, maybe one of his Sharingan will be able to awaken several abilities, maybe even 10. Thinking of 10 abilities, the ability to awaken is infinite lifespan, the ability to travel back in time, and the ability to travel through the universe, Hazuki's eyes are constantly shining. With anticipation, Yi Clone, the king's refining potion, obtained a large amount of blood potions in a short period of time. At the same time, he secretly ordered Shadow Clone to look for the other 2 races with pure bloodlines, and prepare to be formally cultivated. The land of rain, frontline. In the continuous cold rain. Tsunade, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru looked wearily ahead, looking at the giant Sancho and Hanzo. It's amazing to be able to push me to this level so young. Advertisement. Above the huge mountain pepper fish, Hanzo spoke indifferently, and his arrogant temperament was undoubtedly revealed. The 3 of you are very powerful, and it makes me feel very difficult. I, Hanzo, will call you Konoha Sannin today. 1. After Hanzo finished speaking, he ignored Sannin's mood changes, and instead directed Sanjiao to go into the distance. Sannin clenched his fists in place. Failed in the end. Jiraiya sighed. The chakra is exhausted, Hanzo of the salamander is too strong. 1 inch. We're still young, sooner or later we'll win back, let's go. Walk. Sannin sighed and walked away, heading towards his army. But right now, just when they were about to go back, the earth shook, and the terrifying Sanchoyu suddenly emerged from the ground, spewing a large amount of poisonous gas and enveloped Sannin. Damn it, it's Sanchoyu, Hanzo, you actually made a bad move. Jiraiya roared, but without chakra, he was shrouded in poisonous fog and instantly lost his combat effectiveness. Tsunade was similar to Orochimaru, slumped on the ground, looking angrily at Hanzo of the salamander. HMPH, if I wasn't worried that you still have that kind of detonating talisman, I wouldn't make a sneak attack. Now that you don't have any combat power, you have only one outcome, and that is death. Hanzo of the salamander said with a sneer, with ruthlessness and hatred in his eyes. Kill them. Hanzo of the salamander ordered suddenly, and the huge Sanjiao fish charged away with a terrifying momentum. In Sannin's despair, he opened his stinking mouth. Do not. Open black lens bracket 125 close black lens bracket wood style. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Do not. Despair emerged in Sannin's heart, but they, who had lost their combat effectiveness, could only watch the Sanchoyu and watch it attack and kill. The Konoha shinobi fighters in the distance also discovered the scene here. Seeing the sneak attack of Hanzo of the salamander, they were stunned and could only rush to rescue with anger and roar. It's a pity that Hanzo of the salamander's attack time was too tricky, and it was too late for rescue, because Sannin would be buried here in an instant. All the Konoha shinobi fans could only roar helplessly, watching the Sancho fish crash down in despair and shouting, biting Sannin fiercely. Do not. Boom. There was a loud roar, a big earthquake, and the boundless green trees rose from the ground, forming a terrifying sea of trees in an instant, drowning everyone. At the same time, a gigantic wooden golem roared and condensed into shape, easily grabbed the Sanjiao fish with a ferocious aura, then twisted its huge body and smashed the Sanjiao fish to the ground. Boom boom boom. The earth continued to shake, the air was squeezed and spread around, and the huge wooden golem pinched the Sancho fish, just like pinching an ant, beating wildly. The rescued Jiraiya and Orochimaru, as well as all the Konoha shinobi people, looked at this scene in horror, their eyes almost shrunk to a point. The boundless sea of trees, the huge and terrifying wooden golem, the Sancho fish that vomited blood, and the Hanzo fleeing in fear, all shocked them to the extreme. Even their expressions were frozen at this moment, motionless as if they had seen a ghost. After a long while, they reacted, and then hurriedly looked at the center of all the big trees. There. A more lush towering tree stands here, exuding a strong breath of life, and the terrifying tree is several times larger than the shepherd. Advertisement. And it is also the center of all of this, that Tsunade in Sanin is hidden inside, so that everyone can't see her situation. Woo. Wood style. Is this the wood style that first Hokage used to display? Someone asked. It's wood style. Definitely wood style. I've had the pleasure of seeing it before, but why do I think this wood style is more terrifying now? Could it be that Tsunade-sama inherited the wood style of first Hokage-sama? And it's still so powerful. The Konoha shinobi said, looking in awe at the towering tree in the center. They all know that Lord Tsunade, who was well protected in the big tree, turned the tide at the most critical moment and defeated the demigod Hanzo of the salamander in seconds. Such means, such power, made everyone present in disbelief, even Orochimaru froze. For the first time, he discovered that his companion was so unfamiliar, so excellent, and it was outrageous to be excellent. Tsunade, it turns out that you have reached this level, it turns out that you are already so powerful. Orochimaru looked at the towering tree with a complicated expression, his fists clenched together tightly, and deep frustration emerged in his heart. It wasn't just him. Jiraiya was in the same mood, but he was more concerned about Tsunade's situation. After all, the consumption of such a terrifying sea of trees would not be too small, so he looked at the towering tree worriedly, wanting to know the situation of Tsunade as soon as possible. In the center of the towering tree, Tsunade is protected by the group. At this moment, she is looking through the big tree, looking at the boundless sea of trees outside, looking at the Sancho fish beaten by wooden golem. She has long been sluggish. Because she found that the center of all this actually came from herself, from the ninja kit behind her. Such a result was unimaginable for her. She turned her head mechanically, looked behind her, and looked at her ninja kit. Soon, a simple wooden cup appeared, and it was quietly placed in the ninja bag, shining a faint green light. It was the breath of life, the wood-style breath that was so familiar that it could no longer be familiar. Advertisement. Seeing the wooden cup, Tsunade fell silent, recalling the scene when Hazuki gave her the wooden cup, and Hazuki's exhortation, and Tsunade's eyes lit up with surprise. It turned out that you had already learned wood style at that time, and it turned out that you even learned wood style in seconds. I was even worried that mentioning wood style in front of you would damage your self-confidence. Tsunade murmured weakly, curled up quietly against the tree, and showed a complicated expression on his small face. She is both happy with Hazuki's growth, frustrated with her own failure, and deeply grateful for Hazuki's rescue. My little moon, you say, what should I thank you for? Tsunade spoke softly, and a small smile gradually began to appear on his small face. But the long-term battle also made her exhausted, and her expression was haggard. Now that she was in a safe place, she finally didn't have to hold on anymore, so she leaned against the big tree and closed her eyes. Konoha Village, the laboratory of Hazuki's house. Ask for flowers. Hazuki, who was with Makoto, suddenly turned to look in the direction of the land of rain. What's the matter, Hazuki bro? Makoto asked, and her lovely big eyes flashed red from time to time, which was the process of condensing the power of blood. It's okay, I just caught a big head fish. I'm thinking about whether to keep it or kill it. Hazuki mixed Makoto's little head and said with a smile. Big head fish. It's better to keep it, it's a pity to kill it. Makoto suggested softly. Okay. Listen to you, let's keep it. Hazuki smiled. Well, 1. Makoto didn't know that her own words changed the fate of Sanjiao, and she was still trying to drink the blood potion. The border of the rain country, in the boundless sea of trees. Point 0. Advertisement. The wooden golem was still roaring, and the smashed pepper fish screamed again and again, and it seemed that if it continued to smash it, it would kill the pepper fish, but at this moment, the wooden golem suddenly stopped smashing. Then it held the Sanshofish on its shoulders and quickly rushed towards the towering tree. Stop! Tsunade is in the big tree, are you out of control? Jiraiya hurriedly asked, looking at Wooden Golem rushing towards him. Bang! Jiraiya was kicked flying and fell directly on the horse. Bang! The towering tree shattered, revealing the sleeping Tsunade. Wooden Golem carefully placed Tsunade in the palm of his hand, then moved his giant wooden feet and ran towards the leaves. In place, only everyone was left to stare blankly at this scene. Tsunade passed out. Who is controlling this wooden golem? Could it be Tsunade's subconscious control? Orochimaru wondered, always feeling that wooden golem didn't seem to be controlled by Tsunade. Follow up. Tsunade may be injured, we have to protect her. Go, everyone follows. 1. Jiraiya is the first to dodge to keep up, but chakra consumes too much and his speed is very slow. In the end, he was supported by the Konoha shinobi and continued to chase wooden golem, but the speed was much slower. That's it. A gigantic wooden golem ran fast without stopping, and the Konoha shinobi, who chased after Jiraiya and Orochimaru, quickly left the Sea of Trees. After half an hour, in a big tree in the Sea of Trees, Hanzo of the Salamander showed an embarrassed figure. He looked at himself with many scars, and when he thought of the Sanjiao fish who had been resisted, he suddenly wanted to cry without tears. My Sancho fish, my Sancho fish. On. Open black lens bracket 126 close black lens bracket pepper fish. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hanzo of the Salamander cried out in desperation, but he knew that the Sanjiao fish would never be taken back, and facing Tsunade with such strength, he was no longer an opponent. Sanshoyu was his right-hand man. Without Sanshoyu, his combat effectiveness plummets. If he fights Sannin again at this moment, the result is likely to be a disastrous defeat for him. Damn it! Damn it! Hanzo of the Salamander cried out in pain, but he understood that from now on, Hanzo of the Salamander could only be called Hanzo, and he would no longer have Sanshoyu. With grief and anger, Hanzo stumbled away, like a wounded lone wolf, and returned to his country of rain. And this moment also declared that the country of rain faced a complete defeat in the battle of the country of fire, and was turned around by a terrifying wood style. In the jungle of the land of fire, the 5 wandering ninjas walked silently, heading towards the land of rain. The leader of these people was a scar-faced ninja. Captain, I don't think we should come to the country of fire. Have you forgotten about the big stone man last time? I admit that the pay for investigating the lightsaber incident is high, but 550 is the land of fire and we absolutely cannot come. 1. Isn't it right? The last time the kingdom of soup was destroyed, our nest was destroyed, and I feel terrified when I think about it now. Me too. I'm suspicious even when I walk. I'm afraid another big guy will come out. Several of the subordinates spoke in fear, and looked around worriedly. Don't worry. Nothing will happen, I have absolute certainty. Captain Scarface explained. Why? Everyone was puzzled and couldn't figure out why. It's very simple, Captain Scarface said with a confident smile. Recently, I checked a lot of records and found that there is no record of that kind of terrifying event, which shows that this kind of thing is very rare, and it may not even happen once in a lifetime. Of course, it's bad luck that we can meet twice, but believe me, it's impossible to have bad luck the third time. This time we will definitely be able to complete the task and get paid. Captain Scarface explained, with a confident expression on his face, which seemed very convincing. Advertisement. And such a statement also made the mood of the 4 subordinates calm down, and they were no longer so worried. Captain, you really have some truth in saying that, no matter how unlucky we are, we won't be able to meet for the third time. Yes, if I can complete the task this time, I will be able to live a good life for a while with the reward. 1. That's right, Captain, we believe in you. This time we will definitely be able to successfully complete the mission. Several subordinates agreed and said, obviously relieved. Don't worry, I can guarantee that if this kind of terrorist incident happens again, I will. I will. Bang 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 bang. The earth trembled slightly, and the regular vibrations kept coming, and the words of Captain Scarface came to an abrupt end. He hurriedly turned his head to look, and soon saw a behemoth running wildly from a distance. That tall body, that thick big feet, that strange and huge monster made entirely of wood, and the mountain pepper fish covered in blood on the monster's shoulders. In an instant, Scarface was stunned. My mother! Run away! Captain Scarface screamed, and Sayazi ran away, fleeing like a madman. When the other four subordinates heard this, they rushed out madly, using all their strength to run all the way in panic. Such a move also caused the running wooden golem to turn his head in confusion. It gave these people a strange look, wondering why they were so frightened. However, it ignored it and continued to run towards Konoha village, preparing to return the Sancho and Tsunade to Konoha. After half an hour, Captain Scarface and the others came to a certain cave, hiding their bodies and recovering their strength, and watched them left and right in surprise. Team. Captain, didn't you say you should trust you? Didn't you say that there would be no third unfortunate incident? Why did one come out just after speaking? What can I do? I'm desperate too. Captain Scarface grimaced, feeling that he and others were unlucky. It's unlucky enough to meet once or twice, but in the blink of an eye, it's too bad luck to meet the third time. Advertisement. Depressed, he could only sit on the ground with a black face and sigh. Captain, shall we continue to investigate the mission? Someone asked. Go on. This country of fire is too dangerous to ride on horses. Come and encounter danger once, and never come again. 1. Captain Scarface cursed angrily, vowing never to come to Konoha again. Captain, let's go. I always feel unsafe here. No, let's recover our physical strength first, and then go out and run fast, so that it will not be easily exposed and discovered. Captain Scarface explained it solemnly, and everyone who said it nodded secretly. Ha! A faint voice suddenly came from the cave, and the Scarface captain was so frightened that his pupils shrank. This kind of action caused the others to be slightly stunned. They looked at the ordinary mouse in the cave and rushed out without tears. Only the mice in the cave ready to forage were left. Konoha Village, Intelligence Department. The Minister of Intelligence looked at the two documents in his hand excitedly. His current mood was full of twists and turns. The first document is about Sanin's defeat and was named, and the second is the result of the sudden outbreak of Tsunade at a critical juncture and Woodstyle's arrival. However, it is speculated in the data that Tsunade's situation was very critical at the time. It seems that even Tsunade did not know Woodstyle. It is very likely that this Woodstyle was left behind by first Hokage. Such speculation, the Minister of Intelligence very much agrees. So he walked towards Hokage's office with two documents. He prepares. Sanin's defeat in the battle is named, and then he will explain the result, turning defeat into victory. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen was waiting silently with the two elders, and they wanted to know about the frontline as soon as possible. Exclamation mark. The door of the office was pushed open, and the Minister of Intelligence rushed in like lightning. Advertisement. Lord Hokage's report from the front line. Lord Tsunade and the others were defeated on the front line, and were given the name Konoha Sanin by Hanzo of the Salamander. The Minister of Intelligence quickly handed over the first document. Did you lose the battle? I didn't expect a healing talisman to work. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed slightly, a little disappointed by the result. It's good for people to be okay. This Hanzo of the Salamander is not easy. After all, it is known as a demigod. Udatane Kaharu opened his mouth to help. Yeah, it's great to get his name. Sanin, the name is good. Mitokado Homura also spoke. The two elders were talking, but when they mentioned the name of Sanin, they suddenly found that Sarutobi Hiruzen's body froze, and he was dumbfounded. What's wrong with you, Hiruzen? The two elders asked suspiciously. You said just now that the name Hanzo of the Salamander gave was Sanin. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with wide eyes. Yes, is there a problem? The two elders were puzzled, and even the Minister of Intelligence was a little surprised. It turned out to be Sanin. It turned out to be Sanin. How is this possible? By the way, he also predicted that Sanin would be fine, and now he is fine. Could it be that he can predict the future? Sarutobi Hiruzen was startled, with deep wonder in his expression. What's wrong with you, Hiruzen? What are you mumbling about? Udatane Kaharu frowned. I said the name Sanin. I knew half a day in advance, do you believe it? Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath. Knowing 3.7 stories half a day in advance. What nonsense are you talking about? The battle hadn't even started yet. Udatane Kaharu retorted without saving face, and Mitokado Homura next to him also looked disbelieving. I don't need to lie to you, the name was first proposed by Konoha, and he even predicted that Sanin would be fine. Sarutobi Hiruzen explained seriously. Are you sure? Then who said it in advance? How do you prove it? Udatane Kaharu still didn't believe it, and even thought it was nonsense. After all, the battle has not yet begun, and the outcome is difficult to predict, not to mention knowing the name given by Hanzo of the Salamander. So she didn't believe it in the slightest, and even thought about the deep meaning of Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. You really don't believe it. But I do have evidence. There are 2 written documents, you can see. Sarutobi Hiruzen confidently took out the documents and handed them out. Seeing this scene, Mitokado Homura and Udatane Kaharu were also a little puzzled. They took the document and took a closer look, their pupils shrank sharply. 127 Dumbfounded. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It turned out to be true. How is this possible? Udatane Kaharu and Mitokado Homura were dumbfounded. They looked at the detailed records in the documents and the title of Sanin specially marked in the records. They were completely uneasy. Since the frontline challenge, they have kept the Hokage office waiting for information, and Sarutobi Hiruzen did not write any information in the process. But now, 2 pieces of information that have already been written are presented in front of them, and they are completely moved by the irrefutable facts. They looked at the name of Sanin in the document, as well as the declaration that predicted Sanin, and Hazuki who uttered this sentence, their emotions could not be calmer. Hiruzen, can you promise? Was this really what Hazuki predicted in advance? Do you know what this means? Udatane Kaharu said in a stern voice. Of course I promise, and I know what this means, that's why I was so shocked before, Sarutobi Hiruzen assured. But this is too incredible. Predicting the future. This is predicting the future, then Hazuki can predict the future. 1. Udatane Kaharu said loudly, looking very uneasy. I also know it's incredible, but this matter still needs to be investigated and verified, and don't leak it out, understand? Sarutobi Hiruzen said, looking at the Minister of Intelligence. It's Lord Hokage, I've decided not to say it, the Intelligence Minister assured. He could hear it clearly. That little 29 ghost named Hazuki actually predicted this battle, and even predicted the name of Sanin. Such a method is indeed surprising. However, before he finished speaking, the second document was still in his hand, which recorded Tsunade's sudden explosion, defeated Hanzo of the Salamander with wood style, and stole the information of Sanjiao Yu. He originally wanted to say one thing at a time, but he was shocked by Hazuki and felt very helpless. He no longer hesitated, and hurriedly explained. Lord Hokage. In fact, after Sanin was defeated, he was attacked by Hanzo of the Salamander. The intelligence minister continued. Sneak attack. Tsunade, are they all right? Is Hazuki's prediction wrong? Udatane Kaharu hurriedly asked. No, Hazuki's prediction is not wrong. Sanin is really fine, but Hanzo of the Salamander suffered a big loss. The intelligence minister hurriedly explained. A big loss. What the hell is going on? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked curiously. Lord Hokage, you'll know when you look at this document again. The intelligence minister handed over the document and waited with a smile. This kind of behavior made Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 2 elders curious, and they gathered together to look at the document. After a while, okay, alright, I even stole the Sancho fish. This is most likely a means left by first Hokage to protect Tsunade's secret art. Sarutobi Hiruzen said excitedly. I really didn't expect that there would be such a turning point, the terrifying sea of trees, the huge wooden golem, and only Lord First Hokage can do this. Advertisement. Mitokado Homura also smiled. It's the best thing to be able to grab the Sanchoyu. If I can sign a contract with the Sanchoyu, then my strength will skyrocket. Udatane Kaharu said, with a gleam in his eyes, obviously thinking carefully. You'd better save your worries, this Serrano fish is highly poisonous, and it's easy to backlash if you're not careful. Sarutobi Hiruzen said. What a pity for such a good summoning beast. Udatane Kaharu shook his head, hoping to get such a summoning beast, but he was worried that he would be attacked. On the other side, Mitokado Homura and the Minister of Intelligence also hoped to have such a powerful summoning beast, but unfortunately, they are very afraid of the poison of Sanshoyu. In the end, I had no choice but to wait until Tsunade came back to make a decision. Time passed while waiting, and in a blink of an eye came the next afternoon. The Hyuga family station, Hazuki's home. Makoto took the new clothes he sewed, put them on for Hazuki little by little, and after finishing them, he asked with a smile. Hazuki-san, what do you think? Does it fit? Yes, my Makoto is getting more and more popular. Hazuki pinched Makoto's little face and praised. No way. Makoto was a little embarrassed and lowered his head shyly. Seeing her shy appearance, Hazuki leaned over and kissed her little cheek, only making her little ears red. With such a cute gesture, Hazuki wanted to tease her even more, so he opened his hands and said, "Come into my arms." Okay. Makoto nodded his head obediently, and without hesitation, got into Hazuki's arms. But she was worried that Kushina would see this scene, so she looked at Kushina's room from time to time. Don't worry, Kushina is asleep, don't worry. Hazuki said softly. Hearing this, Makoto was visibly relieved, and huddled in Hazuki's arms without any hesitation. The two embraced quietly, in a warm atmosphere for a long time, until Hazuki turned his head to look in the direction of the Konoha gate. Brother Hazuki, is something wrong? Makoto asked softly. Advertisement. The big head fish is back, I'll think about whether to remove the poison sac from its body. Hazuki said thoughtfully. That's not good. It will hurt the fish. In fact, a little bit of poison is fine. Makoto blinked her big eyes cutely, completely unaware of the size of the big head fish. Alright, then don't remove it. You put these immortal talismans in your pocket, and the aura emanating from the immortal talismans is enough to protect you from the poisonous gas. Hazuki took out a stack of fairy talismans from the small world and put it in her pocket. No, there are thousands of immortal talismans in the lab, and I always take 10 with me when I travel. Makoto said quickly. Those in the laboratory are incomplete, only 2 scattered breaths can resist the poisonous gas. You should also bring this stack of exquisite immortal charms, I already have hundreds of thousands of them. Hundreds of thousands. Makoto was startled, his eyes widened. Hazuki had hundreds of thousands of such precious fairy talismans, which really surprised her. So, those incomplete immortal talismans can be burned, and you can get a Shanron talisman. He said indifferently. No, I'll use up the incomplete ones first. It hurts to burn them down. Makoto was a little overwhelmed. Facing hundreds of thousands of immortal talismans, her little head was a little cloudy, and she didn't know how to describe her mood. That's up to you. Now I'll take you outside Konoha village to see that big head fish, and if you don't like it, kill it. After Hazuki finished speaking, he embraced Makoto and disappeared in a circle of water ripples. When it reappeared, it was already 3 kilometers away from Konoha village, and it was also the only way to the land of rain. He was going to wait here, waiting for the return of wooden golem with the Sancho fish. The other side, 5 kilometers away from Hazuki, the wooden golem ran fast without stopping with big feet. On both sides of its shoulders are the awakened Tsunade and the dying Sancho fish. In the rear area of wooden golem, Jiraiya and Orochimaru are trying their best to catch up, trying not to be left behind. After running all day and night, wooden golem was not tired at all, but Jiraiya and Orochimaru were already exhausted. Even the rest of the ninja troop had long since been dropped by an unknown number of kilometers. This wooden golem can really run, it's exhausting me. Jiraiya panted, her face pale. No way. After a great battle, although I was supported by Konoha shinobi for a while, there are not many chakras that can be recovered. Now after another day and a night of driving, he is really tired and 550 broken. Advertisement. Orochimaru next to him was in a similar state, his tired eyes were red, and this wooden golem was too capable of running. Fortunately, not far from Konoha, they insisted on continuing to chase for a while, and suddenly found someone blocking the road ahead. That's Hazuki. Jiraiya was surprised. It's really him. He should have known about wooden golem. Come out and watch the fun. Orochimaru thought for a while. I have to remind him that this wooden golem will kick anyone in the way, and I was kicked before. Jiraiya thought about the kick she was kicked. Although she wasn't injured, it hurt a lot. And in the middle of the road ahead, that Hazuki was still holding a cute girl, and if he was kicked hard, he would probably suffer a little injury. So, Jiraiya hurriedly accelerated, looking at the huge size of the wooden golem, running wildly. He hurriedly shouted, "Hazuki, be careful, this wooden golem is dangerous, get out of the way." After Jiraiya finished shouting, he found that Hazuki showed no sign of moving, and was still standing in the middle of the road so quietly. And the wooden golem also suddenly ran wild at this moment, rushing past like a huge armored vehicle. "Be careful," Jiraiya screamed anxiously, and frowned along with Orochimaru. But at this moment, just in their worried eyes, after the huge wooden golem rushed in front of Hazuki, he knelt down on one knee and saluted respectfully. Bang! The earth was making a dull sound, and the slight vibration spread in all directions, and the airwaves spread in circles as the kneeling was squeezed. But Jiraiya and Orochimaru in the rear froze in place, and they were motionless as if they had seen a ghost. Wooden golem kneels down, Jiraiya said stupidly. "Yes, I am sure." Orochimaru was also a little dumbfounded. It was the first time he encountered something he couldn't understand. Open black lens bracket 128 close black lens bracket tail wagging. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Previously, Jiraiya was worried that Hazuki would be kicked away by wooden golem, but in the blink of an eye, wooden golem actually knelt down. Such a completely different reversal, such a result of subverting the three views, the impact of the two people's heads seemed to be stuffed with mud. Orochimaru, why is this? How could this be? Shouldn't I be kicked? Didn't I just get kicked? Jiraiya asked in a daze. He felt that every time he met Hazuki, something strange would happen, which he didn't expect. But Orochimaru was a little uncertain when he heard the question, and he frowned and explained. "I'm also confused now. At first I thought wood style was Tsunade's, but after analyzing it, I don't think so, because Tsunade can't control the wooden golem. After analysis, it may be related to first Hokage's pendant. After all, we can't be more clear about Tsunade's situation, she can't use wood style at all. But now I'm a little confused. The wooden golem of Lord First Hokage is actually kneeling in front of Hazuki. This is really unexpected. Could it be that wood style has something to do with Hazuki?" Orochimaru explained somewhat uncertainly, vaguely feeling that Hazuki couldn't get away from it. "No way. This is wood style. Have you forgotten the experiments that Konoha secretly made? All of them failed. 1. It is impossible for ordinary people to learn wood style, and the only person who can hope to learn it is Tsunade. Maybe she controls wooden golem, and Hazuki was not in the country of rain at that time. Jiraiya doesn't believe it. After all, wood style is the patent of first Hokage, and Hazuki, as a Hyuga family, can't learn it at all. I know that, despite all indications that it has little to do with Hazuki, I always feel that it has something to do with wooden golem's kneeling." Orochimaru went on to say that although there was no hard evidence, the item of wooden golem kneeling made him very suspicious. "Let's go and ask and see what's going on," Jiraiya suggested. Row. The two walked together quickly towards Hazuki. Front. Middle of the road. Advertisement. The giant wooden golem, Tsunade and Sansei fish were carefully placed on the ground, and then disappeared like candles. And Tsunade, who fell to the ground, rushed in front of Hazuki with a stride, and hugged him fiercely, without even showing any signs of letting go. "Thank you, Hazuki. Thank you for saving me again." Tsunade said gratefully. She was saved by this cold disciple again, and she was saved by wood style in desperation, which made her mood very complicated. This feeling of being protected makes her very nostalgic, especially with wood style to protect her, which makes her have a special feeling. So she gaffs again, and even finds herself frequently gazing in front of Hazuki. But for some reason, she did not reject such a gaffe at all, but liked it very much. "Stupid woman, can you speak properly?" Hazuki said in a sullen voice. "This Tsunade looks like a strong woman in front of others, but she changes when she gets to her, and her emotions often get out of control." This result made Hazuki very depressed. He was going to push Tsunade away, but this stupid woman didn't let go. Helpless, she could only be freed after being held by her for a while. Call. Finally, he was no longer bored. Hazuki gave Tsunade a sideways glance and said, "You will wait for me at home tomorrow, I have something to do." Hazuki thought about the issue of blood collection, and the plan for blood purification, which required Tsunade to cooperate. Okay, I'll listen to you. Tsunade smiled and replied softly, without even asking what was the matter. This attitude surprised Jiraiya and Orochimaru, who had just arrived, and they looked at Tsunade in surprise. You know, they have played with Tsunade since they were young, and they have never seen Tsunade with such an attitude. Such a discriminatory treatment also made them envious. But they still wanted to ask about wooden golem, so they looked at Hazuki, only to see Hazuki walking towards the Sancho fish. Advertisement. This big head fish seems to be dying. Makoto, let's go. Hazuki frowned. He didn't like this mountain pepper fish at first, but now he's dying, let alone. So he pulled Makoto, ready to take her home. But, this fish. Makoto pointed at the Sancho fish, stammering and speechless. In fact, from the appearance of wooden golem to being pulled by Hazuki to the front of Sanjiao Yu, Makoto has always been in a cute state. Hazuki said before that he got a big head fish. Makoto thought that the fish might be a little big, but he didn't expect it to be too big. The terrifying figure made her so shocked that she didn't react for a while. Fortunately, Hazuki talked to her, and she gradually recovered. But looking at the pitiful Sanchoyu and looking at its desperate eyes when it was dying, Makoto felt pity. She thought of the fairy talisman, so she raised her head and looked at Hazuki. Go as you want, as you please. Hazuki understood what she meant and rubbed her little head softly. Well, thank you, Hazuki brother. Makoto's big eyes turned into crescent moons, and then he took out a fairy talisman from his pocket and carefully put it on the forehead of Sanjiao. That's the immortal talisman? Tsunade asked curiously after seeing the immortal talisman. Yes, it's easy to cure Sancho fish. Hazuki Kaido. So powerful. Jiraiya was surprised, her eyes fixed on the Sancho fish. Soon, a magical scene appeared. Originally scarred and dying, the Sanjiao fish healed in a short period of time after the immortal talisman was attached. In just a moment, Sanjiao Yu completely recovered from his injuries, and even his old injuries were completely recovered. Advertisement. Seeing such a scene, Sanin was shocked and moved again. Good Li Shanren Talisman, if the first one. Zhang Shanren Talisman, Yunbai Hanzo of the Salamander. Orochimaru analyzed. It's really amazing. I noticed the traces of healing jutsu, and it seems that there are other energies. Tsunade dignified and quickly probed. This immortal talisman is not well preserved, I saw footprints. Jiraiya frowned, feeling a little reckless. Sanin analyzed quickly and picked up the talisman that fell on the ground like a treasure. On the other hand, Makoto was a little embarrassed, because she stepped on the footprints and sorted out thousands of inferior fairy talismans. But looking at Sanin's solemn attitude, thinking that this was the inferior immortal talisman discarded by Hazuki's brother, she looked at Hazuki with more admiration, and a little pride emerged in her heart. But, at this time, while they were analyzing, the huge mountain pepper fish stood up abruptly, with a fierce aura all over his body, faintly stronger than before. This kind of breath made Sanin's face change slightly. They didn't expect this Sancho fish to be stronger. Although they still had the confidence to defeat the Sanjiao Yu, they were afraid they would have to go through a tough battle. But, also at this time, the Sancho Yu, with a more aggressive aura, took a step forward and suddenly lay in front of Hazuki, wagging its tail like a puppy. Gah! There was silence, and Sanin was dumbfounded. 129. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Mountain. Sancho fish got down. Jiraiya's eyes widened. It did get down. Orochimaru said solemnly. This is a fake Sancho fish. Jiraiya couldn't help muttering. It was completely different from what he had imagined. Previously, the moment they saw the Sanjiao fish stand up, they actually thought of many possibilities. For example, the mountain pepper fish will sneak attack, or escape, poison or something, but I never thought that the mountain pepper fish would get down on the ground. The point is, what do you mean by wagging your tail? Do you think you are a dog? Sanin stared blankly at Sanjiao fish, watching it wagging its tail and begging for pity. Their worldview collapsed. They wanted to say, Sanjiao fish, what about your fierce aura before? But now they can't care about it, because they really want to understand why this Sancho fish is suddenly sprinkled, and why it suddenly treats Hazuki like this. Unfortunately, Before they spoke, a voice suddenly came. Bang! Leave me alone. Hazuki kicked the Sanshoyu on the forehead and said with a frown. The mountain pepper fish shook his head back and forth, causing dust to fly up and almost soiling his clothes. Makoto worked hard for a month to finish sewing this dress, so he naturally had to cherish it. Moreover, the strength of this mountain pepper fish is too poor, he is a little despised, so he does not hesitate to beat and scold. Wow! Sanjiao fish barked twice and came to Makoto's side aggrievedly, bowing his head like 553 big dogs. Advertisement. Okay. Makoto molded the head of the pepper fish and calmed down a few words, which made the pepper fish recover. Brother Hazuki, this big head fish is very cute, let's adopt it. Makoto blinked at Hazuki. Okay. Keep it if you like. Hazuki nodded. Although this Sanjiao has average combat strength and can't deal with two strong opponents, it can still be a watchdog at home. So instead of rejecting Makoto's proposal, he looked at Sanshoyu. Come here, squat down. Wow. When Sanjiao heard Hazuki's voice, he rushed over with a squeak, and squatted on the ground in an orderly manner, as obedient as possible. Makoto, let's go back to Konoha. Hazuki took Makoto's little white hand and led her up over the head of the Sanshoyu. It's pretty soft, so I'll be a mount in the future. Hazuki stepped on the head of the Sanshoyu and sat down with Makoto in his arms. Wait a minute, Hazuki. Jiraiya came over suddenly, blocking Hazuki's way. What's wrong? Hazuki frowned. It's like this Sansho fish is too big, it will frighten those children, how about putting it outside the village and keeping it in captivity by Konoha? Jiraiya suggested. You mean, the road might frighten those kids? Hazuki asked, turning his head. Yes, without establishing a summoning contract, I am afraid it cannot be summoned. Jiraiya nodded. It's simple, give me Makoto's hand, seal it on your wrist first, and let Sanjiao fish guard the door when you go back. Hazuki grabbed Makoto's little hand, leaving a space seal technique like lightning, and then sealed the Sanshoyu inside. After everything was done, Hazuki walked towards Konoha with Makoto in his arms, and Tsunade walked beside him to accompany him back. Advertisement. As for Orochimaru and Jiraiya, they squinted to recall the sealing process just now. What an exquisite sealing technique, this Hazuki is too mysterious. Orochimaru squinted and said, with a gleam of searching in his eyes. It's really mysterious. I can't understand this sealing technique. Jiraiya shook her head helplessly. Her evaluation of Hazuki was even higher. The two followed while talking. They actually wanted to ask about wood style and Sanshoyu, but seeing Hazuki's indifferent attitude, they could only ask Tsunade later. A few minutes later, Konoha village. Sanin stood on Konoha street, watching Hazuki leave, silent for a moment, then turned and walked towards Hokage's office. Tsunade, did you cast that wood style before? Or was it the backhand left by first Hokage-sama? Jiraiya asked. CJDH. Is it related to Hazuki? This kid is too mysterious. Orochimaru said inquiringly. The two were very curious and kept asking, wanting to know the specific reason. Unfortunately, Tsunade frowned when he heard their words. Because she saw Hazuki's attitude and knew that Chiba wanted to live a peaceful life, and she didn't want to affect Hazuki's life because of this. So she was silent for a moment and said, yes, it was the pendant left by my grandfather that saved me. Sure enough. Haha, Orochimaru, your analysis is wrong. Jiraiya laughed, and the pressure in her heart was a little less. No way. Hazuki is too good. All kinds of magical abilities emerge in an endless stream, and even Sanjiao has to surrender. If there is another wood style, it will be terrible. So after learning that Hazuki doesn't know wood style, Jiraiya laughed and even patted Orochimaru on the shoulder. Pity. After Orochimaru heard Tsunade's words, he didn't believe a word, but he was even more sure that wood style was related to Hazuki. In a lower voice than he said, Tsunade, are you afraid of disturbing Hazuki's life? This advertisement. Tsunade froze slightly when he heard this, and finally shook his head helplessly. You guessed it right, Hazuki does know wood style. What? Impossible, how could he know wood style? He was obviously not in the land of rain at that time. Jiraiya was shocked and hurriedly said the doubts. That's because he doesn't need to go. Remember the wooden cup I used to drink tea in the land of rain? Tsunade said softly, Maimu looked in the direction Hazuki was leaving. You mean the ugly wooden cup? Jiraiya said this, as if to understand something. Yes, just like this fairy charm and healing charm, Hazuki incorporates the ability of wood style into the wooden cup, so don't underestimate him, he is very strong. 1. Now he is so strong that even I can't predict it, so don't talk nonsense about this, angering him will have serious consequences. After Tsunade finished speaking, he walked towards Hokage's office, leaving only Jiraiya and Orochimaru standing still. Orochimaru's eyes were shining, and he seemed to be thinking about something. But Jiraiya was dumbfounded again, and he was once again shocked by Hazuki. This kid is too strong. That's wood style, wood style. Jiraiya is emotionally unstable and wonders how Hazuki did it, and at the same time admires Hazuki's ability to hide. If someone else has learned something excellent, I wish everyone in the world would know about it, and even deliberately show it off. But Hazuki is better, so powerful abilities can be hidden, or even completely ignored, so that others will never know how many abilities he has. This kid is so good at hiding. Wait, the Sanshoyu suddenly lies in front of Hazuki, is this also Hazuki's hidden ability? Jiraiya suddenly thought of this and froze in place again. Beside, Orochimaru patted Jiraiya's shoulder and said, yes, and he not only hides this ability, in fact, I have already guessed a big secret of him. Big secret? What big secret? Jiraiya asked curiously. Open black lens bracket 130 close black lens bracket the worldview collapses. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's simple. 1. Orochimaru continued confidently. You must have heard the legend of the Hyuga clan. Legend. What legend? Jiraiya was at a loss. Actually, the Hyuga family has a legend very early on. It is said that the super strong man who established the Hyuga family was a tenin, and you. Orochimaru didn't say any more, but gave a mysterious smile. You mean, Hazuki may become the tenin of the Hyuga clan? Jiraiya hurriedly asked. Yes, that is the super strong who can build a family in Sengoku, who is constantly strife, and Hazuki is very likely to become tenin. Orochimaru continued, even more and more sure. You say that, it's very possible, tenin. I didn't expect Hazuki to have embarked on such a path, no wonder he is so excellent. 1. Jiraiya was stunned, and finally understood something. Okay. Let's try not to participate in this matter. The wood style incident should be kept secret as much as possible, we don't need to offend him. Okay. Let's go. Whizzing. The Hyuga family station, Hazuki's home. Kushina looked at the Sancho fish in the yard, and walked back and forth secretly in amazement. From time to time, with her tender little fingers, she tapped the head of the Sancho fish. It really doesn't bite. Where did you get the big head fish? It's really not small. Kushina looked at Makoto curiously. I don't know, it was brought by Hazuki's brother, and he was going to kill it, but I saw it was pitiful and stayed, and Hazuki's brother said that he would let it look after the house. Makoto spoke softly and his voice was very nice. Watch the door. That's not bad, it looks silly and cute, but it's also quite fun. 1. Kushina said with a smile, completely unaware that this was the legendary Sancho fish. It's a pity that it's a little bigger, and there's almost no room left in the small courtyard. Makoto looked at the crowded small courtyard, and looked at the Sanjiao fish that surpassed the wall of the small courtyard. He tilted his head in confusion, thinking about what to do. Then take the big head fish to the outside of the courtyard, there is a lot of space outside. Kushina suggested. No, it will scare others, so let him stay in the small courtyard with his head down, and go back and expand the small courtyard. Also, after the two little girls finished speaking, they returned to the house. At this time, they saw Hazuki in the living room holding some strange objects for research. Advertisement. Those items are fan-shaped, gourd-shaped, blade-shaped, and rope-like, much like cutting tools. Brother Hazuki, what is this? Kushina jumped out and asked immediately. It's some cutting tools, this is called a banana fan, this is called a gold rope, this is called. Hazuki told them one by one, he was going to give these things to the shadow clone in the small world and let them study the cutting tools. Now all the collected ninjutsu has been learned, and all kinds of ninjutsu have been learned. Except for truth-seeking ball and yin-yang escape, there is nothing left to learn. This has also led to many shadow clones who can only practice body arts in a small world, or do random research to pass the time. Hazuki simply took out these knives and threw them to Shadow Clone, saving them time to study. After arranging everything, Hazuki looked at Makoto. How are your eyes feeling? Are you at Mangekyo? Hazuki asked. Not yet. Still 3 tomo, it should be in a while. Makoto said with a big wink, his dark pupils suddenly changing to the 3 tomo pattern. Well, drink more potions today, Kushina, you too, your share has been refined, drink 50 bottles today. Hazuki said. Okay. Kushina nodded obediently, although 50 bottles of potions were a bit too much, she still answered obediently. Very good, all right, let's go, I will continue to develop the boundaries of blood. Makoto and Kushina nodded their heads and walked to the storage room with little feet. Hazuki, on the other hand, was once again caught in the refinement of the bloodline limit. He has already developed several blood-based boundaries, and if he develops a few more blood-based boundaries, he will be able to complete the system tasks. Therefore, he is ready to increase his efforts and strive to complete the development of all the blood-following boundaries today. Closing his eyes, Hazuki clasped his left and right hands together, mixing the thunder chakra and the water chakra at the same time, ready to develop Landun. This kind of blood-following limit is actually transforming the uncontrollable lightning into the water flow, which can be controlled at will, which makes up for the shortcomings of the lightning that is not easy to control. As for the increase in power, it can only be regarded as ordinary, and Hazuki did not take it seriously, but continued to integrate the 2 types of chakra. But at the moment he just merged, countless thunder and lightning suddenly appeared, twisting and shining like silk threads. Hazuki spread his hands, looking at the colored thunderbolts in his palms, and the shapes that were constantly changing with his thoughts. Hazuki smiled. There are 3 more, continue. 1. The words fell, the lightning dissipated, and Hazuki's hands clasped together again. Advertisement. Hokage Office. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the 2 elders quietly listened to Sanin's report, but the more they listened, the more they frowned. Because according to Sanin, wood style is the second hand left by first Hokage. Although they feel that they deserve it, they are still somewhat disappointed. After all, if Tsunade had learned wood style, it would be really good, but unfortunately it can only be imagined. Certainly. This is not the real reason for the eyebrows, the real reason is that Suna actually gave Hazuki the Sancho fish, which is a very dangerous practice. Tsunade, although the Sancho fish is your trophy, the Sancho fish is very dangerous. Its body is highly poisonous, and it will attack if it is not careful. Yeah, even we don't dare to do this. We are always worried that we will be attacked by the pepper fish. You can't do stupid things. It's best to lock up the Sancho fish first, and do your best to study how to decipher its toxicity, otherwise it's too dangerous. The 2 elders tried their best to persuade, as if they were worried that the Sanjiao fish would go crazy and bring great danger to Konoha. Don't worry. The poison of Sancho fish is easy for Hazuki, don't worry. Tsunade said lightly, with trust in his beautiful eyes. But her words made the 2 elders angry, and Udatane Kaharu said in a stern voice. Simple. Do you know how strong the poison of Sanchoyu is? Do you know how famous the name of Sanchoyu is? You are simply irresponsible for Hazuki. 1. That Hanzo implanted the poison sac of the Sancho fish into his abdomen, and even his breath was poisoned. If he was not careful, he would paralyze people, so Hanzo wore a special mask. 1. This is one of the almost non-toxic poison sacs of the Sancho fish. You must know that the Sancho fish has a large number of poison sacs. Udatane Kaharu said loudly, with a hint of rebuke. Yasunade, we plan to make a contract with Sanchoyu, but we are worried that the backlash will eventually give up. It is more dangerous than imagined and will always threaten Hazuki's life. Mitokado Homura also spoke, speaking earnestly, as if worried about what happened to Hazuki. After all, they don't know Hazuki's true strength and still treat him as a child. For flowers. So the 2 of them chatted endlessly, and Tsunade frowned. She really wanted to tell Hazuki's powerful strength, but she was worried about affecting Hazuki's life, so she could only help Hazuki to keep it a secret as much as possible. But the 2 elders kept chatting, and Tsunade could only interrupt angrily. I said, the poison of the Sancho fish is nothing to Hazuki. If you don't believe it, Come with me, and I will show you how much the Sancho fish listens to Hazuki. After Tsunade finished speaking, he turned his head and walked out without any hesitation. The two elders looked at each other when they heard this, and walked out with the same righteousness. They wanted to see if Sanchoyu really listened to Hazuki that much, or if it was just an excuse. Advertisement. With confidence, the two elders followed Tsunade to the Hyuga clan, leaving only Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Old man, aren't you going to have a look? Jiraiya walked over to Sarutobi Hiruzen and patted him on the shoulder. No, I have learned a new telescope ninjutsu, which can be performed through a crystal ball. You go to the material department to help me get the crystal ball back, and try to get back within 10 minutes. Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. He found this ninjutsu while helping Hazuki collect ninjutsu. He found it interesting and copied a copy. Now he can finally try the effect. It's a pity that there has been no crystal ball, and I finally bought a few crystal balls from other countries, and finally arrived today. So he told Jiraiya to get the crystal ball, ready to use this ninjutsu to try the effect. Naturally, Jiraiya would not refuse, and after leaving the Hokage office with Orochimaru, he left. It's a pity that Orochimaru seems to be in a hurry to go home, and goes home immediately. This Orochimaru doesn't know what to do, and always feels that something is going on in his heart. I couldn't figure it out, so I stopped thinking about it, and went to the material department. Hyuga Family Station, Lively Street. The two elders followed Tsunade forward, still looking confident. Because they feel that the Sanchoyu is likely to be sealed or something, and it will never be as obedient as Tsunade said. After all, it is Sanchoyu, not an ordinary summoning beast. So the two elders walked with their heads held high, and soon came to the vicinity of the quiet courtyard. It was only from a distance that they saw that there was a huge figure in the wall of the small courtyard, a silent figure. The figure seemed to have its head lowered, but even so, half of its big head and its huge body could still be seen. Such a scene immediately made the two elders stop in place. They frowned and thought, not understanding why the pepper fish didn't move. This Sanjiao fish was not sealed. Could it be in a coma? Utatane Kaharu wondered. It is possible that if it wakes up, it will definitely escape or attack, and it will never be as quiet as it is now. Mitokado Homura replied, with confidence in his expression. But just after his words fell, a big head suddenly raised in the small courtyard in the distance, a huge head with a fierce aura. Gah! When the two elders saw this scene, they were dumbfounded, staring dully at the huge mountain pepper fish that was staring at themselves and others with indifference light. It's not in a coma. How is that possible? Is it hard to hallucinate? It's not an illusion. It's not sealed. It's pure freedom. It's even warning us. Is it guarding the gate? The two elders said with numb scalps, feeling that their worldview collapsed. Open black lens bracket 131 close black lens bracket interrupt. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. But just when they were confused, when their worldview collapsed. In the quiet courtyard, a soft and glutinous girl's voice suddenly came. Why did you raise your head? Put it down. Don't be discovered by outsiders, it will frighten them. Wow. The mountain pepper fish called out twice, and there was a hint of Saji in his voice. Stop, wow. Put it down. You don't even listen to Makoto's sister's words. Believe it or not, I'll kick you. Another voice came, obviously stronger, but the voice was crisp and pleasant, very pleasant. Wow. Sanjiao called twice again, looking a little aggrieved, but he still put his head down obediently. However, the moment its head was put down, Sanjiao stared coldly outside, and then obediently fell down. And the target it looked at indifferently was the two elders outside, the two elders who were in shock. Such a scene, such a different treatment, made the two elders bewildered once again, and even had some doubts about life. Tsunade, is this a Sancho? This Sancho is the long-lost pet of the Hazuki family, which is too obedient. 1. Yeah, being so indifferent to us, yet being so kind to Hazuki's people, the gap is too big. As the two elders spoke, the original disbelief had long since vanished, leaving only disbelief and envy. 553, admiration. They also want to have such a powerful, intelligent and sensible Sanjiao fish. Pity. They can only be envious, because they dare not sign a contract with Sanjiao, or even don't want to get close, for fear of being attacked by Sanjiao. So they walked away with shock and staggering. They needed to find a place to be quiet and sort out their thoughts. On the other hand, Tsunade stayed outside for a while, Meimu staring at Hazuki's courtyard in a daze. It seems that through everything in the courtyard, you can see the cold and strong little boy, see her little disciple, and see the hard-mouthed and soft-hearted little Hazuki. Quite a while. Tsunade showed a beautiful smile, swayed her graceful figure, stepped back with a round Mizuki, and strode away. The sky is still so blue, the white clouds are still floating, and Tsunade walking on the street is more and more youthful and beautiful. In a dark laboratory, Orochimaru looked at the experimental equipment in front of him, and at the animal experimental specimens, with a hint of disappointment in his expression. Advertisement. Originally, I thought I was strong and thought my life was guaranteed, but the battle in the land of rain taught me a deep lesson that life is so fragile. 1. And that kid, his strength is already quite tyrannical, with all kinds of mysterious abilities, and he has the wood style that even I long for. He can actually study it successfully, it's really strong. So, how did he do it? Did he find a way? Or his cells are suitable for fusion of various abilities? Orochimaru took a deep breath and faintly brewed a new plan in his heart, a plan that also obtained wood style. I have always experimented with animals as a hobby, but now maybe I can go deeper. For example, if you peek at Hazuki's experimental materials, you may be able to know how wood style was developed. If the development fails, I can learn from him. As long as I can live forever, I am willing to give everything. Orochimaru murmured, his eyes glowing with research, as if some mad scientist was about to start a new route. Tonight, try it tonight. If you can steal the information, it is best. If not, then go to the teacher. Orochimaru continued to whisper. He didn't care about the so-called face. As long as he could get a long life, Orochimaru was willing to give everything. Hokage office. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the crystal ball that Jiraiya brought, and hurriedly took it. Cough. Jiraiya, close the door. Sarutobi Hiruzen coughed a little guilty. What exactly is telescoping? How mysterious. Jiraiya glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen, turned suspiciously and closed the office door. You'll know in a while, this is a very good ninjutsu. Sarutobi Hiruzen said mysteriously, and began to use the telescope technique. This telescope technique is a ninjutsu that can detect very long distances. As long as you know the chakra characteristics of the target person, you can find the target through the crystal ball and know everything from the telescope. After Sarutobi Hiruzen finished performing this ninja operation, he looked carefully at the crystal ball with confidence, waiting for the appearance of the target person. Soon, the crystal ball lit up for a moment, and then flashed a few times in succession to condense a clear picture. It was the picture of Hazuki sitting on the sofa, wearing a black mask, and the picture of Hazuki spreading his hands and being silent. Only, after Sarutobi Hiruzen saw the scene in the picture clearly, his eyes widened suddenly, and his eyes were full of horror. Because, in the picture, Hazuki's left hand is condensed with a magma-like ball, while his right hand is condensed with lightning that can be twisted at will, and there are 4 red and white hot light balls flying around his body. Each of these abilities Sarutobi Hiruzen has never seen before, but he is experienced, and immediately thinks of the legendary Shueiji boundary, and then his whole person trembles. Jiraiya, come here, you see if this is the blood continuum, quickly see if this is the blood continuum, hurry up. Shouting out Sarutobi Hiruzen, once again losing an inch because of Hazuki, he knew, if the guess was true, that it would be 3 full bloodlines. Coupled with Hazuki's own Hyuga clan's bloodline limit, Hazuki will become the first existence in the history of the entire ninja world to have 4 bloodline limits. Advertisement. Such a result, such an incredible ability, completely shocked Sarutobi Hiruzen. He never even dreamed that someone could possess the 4 kinds of blood-following boundaries, which was like a fantasy, unbelievable. Therefore, he, who was usually steady as a mountain, completely lost his temper, and even shouted for Jiraiya to help him check. Opposite. Jiraiya was completely depressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen's appearance. He thought that Sarutobi Hiruzen saw Hazuki performing wood style, and then turned into this appearance, which made Jiraiya shake his head slightly. Because even if Hazuki less than evade, but as Hokage, as the strongest person in Konoha, at least the stability should be maintained. Jiraiya didn't panic like Sarutobi Hiruzen did when he knew that Hazuki would know Wood's style. Therefore, he came to Sarutobi Hiruzen and patted him on the shoulder with a hint of joking. I said, "Third generation old man, you are too unstable, don't you always teach us to be stable? Be calm, look at the crystal ball, hurry." Sarutobi Hiruzen roared, his expression full of eagerness and shock. Isn't it Wood's style, so what? Jiraiya murmured to himself, turned his head to look at the crystal ball with poise and calm, and then he also froze in place. This turns out to be the three boundaries of blood, is this true? Why do I think it's not true? Jiraiya's voice is shaking, the original calm has disappeared, replaced by sluggishness. No, it's not 3, it's 4. Did you forget he's from the Hyuga family? This kid actually has 4 kinds of bloodline boundaries, 4. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely restless, his eyes fixed on the picture in the crystal ball, he felt like he was going crazy with Hazuki's shock. In all these years, he had never seen such a person, not even heard of him, so he panicked and sat in the Hokage chair trying to calm down. And Jiraiya next to him was still sluggish, because he thought of Wood's style. If Wood's style is added, then Hazuki is a person who has 5 kinds of bloodline boundaries. What is the concept of the 5 blood following boundaries? Jiraiya dared not even think about it, and he even wondered if he had read it wrong. He took a deep breath and looked again, carefully looking at the picture in the crystal ball. When it was clear that Hazuki was using the 3 kinds of blood continuity limits, he was completely silent, as if he was petrified. 5, really 5. Jiraiya was dumbfounded and kept saying these 2 words in her heart. She was as shocked as Sarutobi Hiruzen and couldn't help herself. But, just at this time, just when they looked at the crystal ball in shock, Hazuki in the crystal ball screen suddenly put away all his abilities and started to look left and right, and then locked behind him suddenly. Advertisement. Bang. The crystal ball burst and all images disappeared, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya motionless. The Hyuga family resides in a quiet courtyard. Hazuki stood up from the living room and quietly looked in the direction of Hokage's office, telescope technique. The words fall. Hazuki came to a mirror, quickly nodded his right hand, and slammed it on the mirror. In an instant, a picture appeared in the mirror, which was the picture of Hokage's office. Sure enough, it seems that some countermeasures are to be taken. 1. Hazuki ordered the shadow clone in the small world to work out countermeasures within a day. It may seem harsh at this time, but there are thousands of shadow clone in the small world. So much shadow clone research for one day is equivalent to thousands of days of research, which is almost 10 years. At this level, it is easy to counter a small telescope technique. Really. In less than 10 minutes, Hazuki's right hand slammed into the void, and when he took it back again, there were already a few more talismans in his hand. The talisman paper 3.7 that can block everything. Hazuki frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. Still, he posted it first for himself, and then for Makoto and Kushina. After doing all this, Hazuki is not satisfied. Because it is very troublesome to paste this talisman paper all day, it must be improved. By the way, the mark of Flying Thunder God, why not make the mark in this talisman also the same as the mark of Flying Thunder God? Isn't this more perfect? 1 inch. Thinking of this, Hazuki gave the order again, asking Shadow Clone to improve, and he continued to develop the bloodline limit while sitting on the sofa. He only has 1 blood successor limit left, and after the development is completed, his system tasks will also be completed, and he will receive rich rewards. The other side. Hokage office. The 2 Anbu brought 5 crystal balls over, and then walked away respectfully. I didn't expect that Hazuki would be able to interrupt the telescope technique. I knew that when I gave him the 500 ninjutsu techniques, I wouldn't give him the telescope technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed slightly and held up 2 crystal balls in front of him. Looking at 2 crystal balls at the same time this time, Hazuki destroys at most 1, and I never imagined that I would use 2 crystal balls at the same time, so that I can continue to observe him. Speaking with confidence, Sarutobi Hiruzen reinvented the telescope technique. 131, Top Sage Body, thanks to permanent disablement, Big Brother Monthly Pass. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chakra's fluctuations surfaced in Hokage's office and soon disappeared. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared at one of the crystal balls, ready to stabilize the screen before turning on the second crystal ball. Jiraiya next to him also came over to watch, and the two stared at the crystal ball like curious babies. But they stared at it for a whole minute, but no picture appeared in the crystal ball, and it was still the picture of an ordinary crystal ball, which made them puzzled. Strange, why is there no picture? Could it be that after the telescope technique fails to use, the picture will not appear in a short period of time? Sarutobi Hiruzen was puzzled and couldn't figure out why. Then just wait, maybe for a while. Jiraiya suggested. Okay. Then wait a minute, I just learned this ninjutsu, I really don't know what the side effects are. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded. Third generation old man, why don't you teach me this ninjutsu? Jiraiya suddenly said. No. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head. Then I'll file a complaint later, saying that you watched the little girl. Jiraiya said with a smile, not at all worried that she would not be able to learn this ninjutsu. You dare. Sarutobi Hiruzen stared angrily, but thinking of Yuan Fei's temper, he waved his hands helplessly and said, you bastard, forget it, I'll teach you later. Good. Jiraiya grinned, feeling that she could see more beauty in the future. And they don't know, everything about them is seen by Hazuki, and Hazuki sees it clearly through the mirror. Looks like I'm going to play tricks on these two guys, by the way, enchantment. Hazuki suddenly thought of Konoha's huge enchantment. Although the function of this enchantment is to monitor, it can completely add shielding and countermeasures. It's like shielding rune paper, just change the medium, and countermeasures can also shatter the crystal ball, just add some very simple tricks. Thinking of this, Hazuki smiled and disappeared in circles of water ripples. Hokage office. After Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya waited for a while, they were ready to perform the telescope technique again. In order to make the picture clear, Sarutobi Hiruzen deliberately increased the amount of chakra, and after the casting, he stared at the crystal ball for the first time. Bang! The crystal ball shattered and blew up Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, although this was nothing to him, but he felt depressed in his heart. Advertisement. It's broken again, what's going on? Could it be that Hazuki found us the moment he cast the telescope? Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't figure it out and felt a little lost. Try again. Instead of Hazuki this time, choose Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the crystal ball again and performed the telescope technique again. With the rippling of chakra, the crystal ball soon began to shine, and the picture appeared faintly, but the picture was very blurry, and there seemed to be some interference. Sarutobi Hiruzen hurriedly widened his eyes while increasing chakra's input. Bang! The crystal ball exploded, blowing Sarutobi Hiruzen's face, and even a splinter on his nose. Damn, it's broken again, why is this happening? Does Danzo have countermeasures? But it shouldn't. Sarutobi Hiruzen was at a loss, and felt that what happened to him today was so strange. I still don't believe it. With refusal to admit defeat, Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the crystal ball again, this time with Namikaze Minato as the chosen viewing target. With anticipation, Sarutobi Hiruzen used the telescope technique again. In order not to be bombed, he stayed far away this time. Unfortunately, he performed ninjutsu for a long time, but the crystal ball still did not respond. As a result, the angry Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted to curse. What kind of telescope technique is this? Isn't it tricky? Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the place angrily, picked up the crystal ball and planned to throw it away. Bang! The broken crystal ball exploded again, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's face was blown black. Damn crystal ball, the explosion has a delay. I'm pissed. Sarutobi Hiruzen was completely out of breath and vowed never to use the telescope technique again, and he would be disfigured if he bombed. Depressed Sarutobi Hiruzen sat still, but then he thought of Jiraiya. He thought, this telescope technique can be taught to Jiraiya, let him check it. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a kind smile, Jiraiya, don't you want to learn telescope technique? Come on, I'll teach you. Whoosh. Jiraiya rushed out of Hokage's office without hesitation, leaving behind Sarutobi Hiruzen, who had not finished speaking. I ran very fast, but unfortunately I can't use such a good ninjutsu again in the future. The Hyuga family resides in a quiet courtyard. Hazuki stood in front of the mirror, looking at the embarrassed Sarutobi Hiruzen and the fleeing Jiraiya, his lips curled into a wicked smile. It seems that telescope technique is completely out of touch with these two guys. Hazuki was in a good mood, his right hand was on the mirror, switching the picture in the mirror. Advertisement. The pictures of Danzo, Namikaze Minato, Orochimaru, Jiraiya are presented one by one. In Konoha in the future, apart from me, there will be no second person who can perform the telescope technique unless he wants to be bombed. Hazuki said, switching the screen again, and soon Tsunade's figure appeared in the mirror, but she seemed to be taking a bath in the screen. Hazuki was stunned for 2 seconds, looking at the heartwarming Tsunade in the picture, he hurriedly turned his gaze away. Taking a deep breath, Hazuki returned to the sofa, ready to improve his telescope technique. This ninjutsu needs a medium every time it is used, which is very troublesome. If it is improved to present the picture in the air, it will be much more convenient. Therefore, Hazuki once again gave orders to Shadow Clone in the space to re-improve this ninjutsu, and at the same time, he also passed the shielding function and the idea of the Flying Thunder God mark together. This time the time was longer, it took about an hour for Hazuki to get feedback. It's not bad, it has been improved and completed in a short period of time, and the mark is perfectly integrated with the mark of Flying Thunder God, and it can even be hidden. 1. After receiving the feedback from Shadow Clone, Hazuki brought joy in his expression, and immediately put a shield mark on his wrist. Certainly. He also wouldn't forget Kushina and Makoto, who also quickly applied a shielding mark to them, and even this mark was a positioning mark, unique to Hazuki. As long as he wants, he can come to them in an instant, no matter where they are. It's a good mark, then I'll develop the last bloodline limit explosion style. As long as I synthesize it, my mission is complete. 1. With confidence, Hazuki folded his hands again, mobilized the chakra of earth and thunder, and mixed them. After a few minutes, Hazuki put his hands down, feeling the explosive force lingering around his palms, and he waited in silence. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the options. Reward: 5% tornado template. Ding! Detected your master's many blood successive limits, and integrated them all into the physique, which can improve the advanced sage body to the top level, whether to improve. Close black lens bracket. Mechanical system sounds began to echo, ringing and disappearing in Hazuki's mind. Hazuki was silent for a moment and said, "No need, I will integrate myself, it only takes one step." The words fall. Hazuki mobilizes the bloodline boundaries of all attributes and quickly integrates them into his own constitution: explosion style, ice escape, wood style, scorch style, lava style. With the fusion of the boundaries of the blood, Hazuki's whole body is changing, and his skin is becoming more and more fair, even several times whiter than a woman's skin. But this didn't end. The chakra in his body was also surging wildly, becoming more terrifying, even to a level that he didn't even know. At the same time, stronger mysterious energy from nature also began to pour in at this time, transforming along with his physique. Advertisement. Like the sound of a bee flapping its wings, Hazuki's body shook suddenly, and then completely calmed down. Ding! Congratulations to the master for reaching the top sage body. Reward: 2% tornado template. Ding! Detected that the owner relies on himself and can freely use natural energy. Reward: 3% tornado template. Ding! Hyuga Hazuki. Top sage body. Templates. 40% Saitama template, 60% tornado template. Blood guards. Tensagen, Mangekyo Sharingan plus several sanguine boundaries. I see, I understand. Hazuki was stunned, with a hint of enlightenment in his expression. My current physique has reached the level of 553 when I was young in Sage of Six Paths, and I don't need the so-called Sage mode at all, because I am an immortal. After Hazuki finished speaking, countless thunderbolts appeared in his palm, and these thunderbolts kept changing with his thoughts, and their power was terrifying. Shanju. All my abilities will be magics, even chakra is magic's chakra, no need to seal, no need to enter the so-called sage mode. Hazuki murmured, feeling the terrifying chakra and life force surging within him, a smile on the corners of his lips. There's only one step left, the next step is Otsutsuki Kagaya's physique, immortal body, infinite lifespan, I will have it. With a smile of joy, Hazuki took out a large amount of potion from the small world and began to take it quickly, ready to reach the level of Otsutsuki Kagaya. But after taking a few bottles of blood medicine, he felt the weak warm current in his body, and he gradually frowned. The effect of the potion is too weak, or my physique is too strong, the effect of these potions is already minimal. Hazuki frowned and thought, the only way now is to continue to improve the effect of the potion, and to improve the effect, the material level must be increased. That is, the blood of Makoto and Kushina must be raised to better help Chiba. It seems that we can only wait for time. It will take time for Makoto and Kushina to rise up. Hazuki is not in a hurry. He has become an immortal, and his lifespan has also been terribly improved. Time has less impact on him, enough for him to spend a long time. It's a beautiful life. 10,000 Steps Kitchen, where Makoto and Chen are busy, Hazuki in the wrong mood, ready to give them a hug. Makoto, Kushina, come here. Hazuki came to the kitchen and hugged the two little girls in a daze, leaving them bewildered. Brother Hazuki, why are you handsome again? Your left eye seems to be glowing red. Kushina said. Oh, Hazuki was stunned for a moment, feeling a pain in his left eye. The scorching red light was getting stronger and stronger, and his left eye was also spinning rapidly. A new ability condensed and formed. Open black lens bracket 133 close black lens bracket Orochimaru. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This is. Feeling the new ability that he had acquired, Hazuki's expression showed a hint of surprise. Because the newly acquired ability is very familiar, or he has seen it through anime in the previous life, that is Uchiha Itachi's illusion, Tsukuyomi. This illusion can be said to be quite domineering. As long as you look at the target, you can pull the target into your own spiritual world. Everything in this spiritual world is controlled by the caster, and no matter how long he stays in the spiritual world, the outside world is a moment, which can be said to be quite tyrannical. To be honest, Hazuki was really surprised to be able to awaken this ability, because this ability and his Saitama template are definitely more powerful. Think about it, the terrifying spiritual power under the Saitama template, and the spiritual world created by it, is absolutely terrifying. At the same time, no matter how much time has passed in the spiritual world, it is only a moment in reality. Such a match is simply a perfect match. Even Hazuki can control the spiritual world infinitely, such as learning various abilities, such as thinking and sorting out his own direction, such as delving into any time-consuming knowledge. It can be said that having Tsukuyomi and Hazuki is equivalent to having infinite time, infinite spiritual time. And this ability can be used in too many places. For example, Makoto and Kushina, their strength is very weak, and many theoretical ninjutsu have not been learned, especially Makoto. She can't even beat a powerful genin, and even if she has 3 Tomo Sharingan, she won't use it at all. As for ninjutsu, she hasn't learned a few ninjutsu until now. It's not that she doesn't learn it, but that she spends all her time taking care of Hazuki. Hazuki actually felt a little guilty about it, but it's different now. As long as Makoto is pulled into the spiritual world, they can be taught in it all the time. Of course, Tsukuyomi itself is a spiritual attack, and it will also hurt them, but Hazuki can protect them with his psychic powers, while reducing Tsukuyomi's time, so that they are at best exhausted and can rest and not be permanently damaged. And don't forget that there is also a fairy talisman. The healing effect of this talisman is very powerful, and the loss of mental power is a piece of cake. If Tsukuyomi wasn't over in an instant, Hazuki wouldn't have to worry about mental damage. It can be said that the Tsukuyomi space definitely outweighs the disadvantages for the two women. After all, the infinite Tsukuyomi space is equivalent to several times more time, and the help obtained will be terrifying. Really good ability. Hazuki smiled and took off the pitch-black blindfold, a red light lingering around his left eye, a pattern in the shape of a mangekyo, spinning constantly. Hurry up and cook, and I'll take you to a place in a while. Hazuki said, mixing the heads of the two little girls. Advertisement. Okay. The two little girls nodded obediently. Kushina wanted to ask where to go, but seeing that Makoto didn't ask anything and tried to cook, she didn't say anything. It's a pity that she can't calm down anymore. Even when she is cooking, she is still thinking about where to go. After a few minutes, the food was finally ready, and Kushina finished it quickly, then waited for Hazuki with wide eyes. Where are we going, Hazuki-san? Take us there. I can't wait. Kushina said curiously, her big eyes full of anticipation. Next to him, Makoto didn't say anything, but he rarely showed an interested expression. You'll find out later. Don't be afraid, I'll show you a magical world. 1. Hazuki finished with a smile, ate with Makoto, and sat down on the sofa together. Look at my left eye and remember later, no matter what happens, don't panic, I will protect you. Well, 1. The two girls nodded obediently. Also at this moment, the illusion Tsukuyomi activates. The scene in front of them changed rapidly in an instant, and when the change stopped, they had come to Tsukuyomi space. Here is. Kushina and Makoto were slightly startled when they looked at the illusory world. Such an unfamiliar world made them a little flustered, but seeing Hazuki next to them, they gradually calmed down. Don't be afraid, this is my spiritual world, you are an illusory spiritual body, no matter how long you stay here, the outside world is just a moment. Hazuki comforted softly. Spiritual world. No matter how long you stay in the outside world, it's a moment. Kushina was stunned, and then her eyes widened. In such an unrestricted spiritual world, she was so clever that she thought of the application method for the first time, and she was also shocked that Hazuki had this ability. Because of this ability, it was like a miracle, so I was too dumbfounded and looked at Hazuki with wide eyes in disbelief. Makoto next to him was equally astonished, and Shouko-Z opened in shock. Okay. Don't be surprised, this ability is actually damaging to your spirit. You can't stay for too long, so you must cherish the time here. Hazuki said that the whole world suddenly changed, and it became a scene of a school classroom in an instant, and Hazuki was already standing on the podium, looking down at Makoto and Kushina. Okay. Let's teach you the shadow clone technique. Well, 1. The time in Tsukuyomi's world is infinitely long, but the real world is a moment. Advertisement. On the sofa in the living room. Hazuki opened his hands to help the two girls who were about to fall, and then walked into the bedroom with the two girls in his arms. Don't be afraid, you will recover soon, and you will be extra energetic tomorrow. Hazuki smiled and affixed the fairy talismans to the two girls, then covered them with a quilt and left. Living room sofa. Hazuki leaned back and pondered, checking how many kinds of ninjutsu he had learned. There are still 2 ninjutsus to reach 1000 ninjutsus, and the task will be completed, so should I show the wind-style Rasengan now? Hazuki narrowed his mind. This clone is skilled master, but he has been reluctant to use the main body. The purpose is to brush god-level choices as much as possible. Let's keep it. Learn other things first. The shadow clone from the land of water hasn't come back for a long time, let's cancel it and see what I can gain. Hazuki said, quickly canceling the shadow clone and receiving all the knowledge. It's progressing very fast. I'm almost a master in painting, and I've learned so much ninjutsu, so choose 2. Hazuki pondered slightly, and quickly chose 2 ninjutsu. One is wind style, once the typhoon passes, the nemesis of mist shinobi technique, and the other is water style, which is a very wide range of ninjutsu. It's a pity that Hazuki doesn't care about their power, learning them just to complete system tasks. And these 2 ninjutsu are very simple, just 5 minutes Hazuki will master them, and they will be scaled down and used at will. Ding! Congratulations to the master for learning 1000 ninjutsu. Reward: 5% Saitama template. Ding! Please choose 1. Learn 5 kinds of talents. Reward: 10% tornado template. 2. Learn 50 kinds of talents, and reach the excellent level. Reward: 20% tornado template plus 8 inner gates. 3. Learn 500 kinds of talents, and reach the level of Grandmaster. Reward: 5% Saitama template. This god-level choice is very troublesome to complete. Hazuki frowned. He knows about talents, such as dance, vocal music, instrumental music, painting and calligraphy, flower arrangement, and tea ceremony. However, there are not many people who have actually come into contact with them. The average person has learned 5 kinds of things very well, and learned 10 kinds of them is even rarer. But now, the third option of the system turned out to be to learn 500 kinds of talents, and it is necessary to reach the level of Grandmaster to pass the test. Such a task can be described as very troublesome. Advertisement. Fortunately, Hazuki has a top-notch sage body, and can send them to study all over the world. It is finally a little easier. If it is himself, I am afraid it will take years to complete. Trouble is troublesome. With the Saitama template reward, everything is worth it. Hazuki muttered, and immediately chose the third option. Ding. After the selection is complete, come on, master. Close black lens bracket. Ignoring the sound of the system, Hazuki disappeared in circles of water ripples. He returned again shortly after. The shadow clone has been replaced, and with Tsukuyomi's shadow clone, learning these knowledge will be faster. With a smile, Hazuki returned to the house to rest. He was happy and decided to take a good night's sleep. Time passed slowly, and soon came the early morning. Hazuki, who was resting, suddenly opened his eyes with a hint of impatience in his expression. It's a dream come true, Orochimaru, do you want to experience the feeling of Tsukuyomi? Hazuki murmured and disappeared in a circle of water ripples, and when he reappeared, he was already on a big tree outside the small courtyard. And this moment, Orochimaru is wandering around the small courtyard, trying to escape the detection of the Sancho fish and enter the small courtyard. This Sanjiao fish is a little troublesome. Orochimaru said secretly, Li Lihao, frowning, and took out a drug-like thing from the ninja bag. It seems that I can only use this, which is really reluctant, but as long as I get Hazuki's cells, everything is worth it. Orochimaru secretly said that he originally planned to steal the experimental data, but he suddenly thought that if he got Hazuki's cells, it would be good. With his medical knowledge, countless Hazukis could be cloned. Tisk tisk, if you get his cells and cultivate his replica, it will be interesting. If Hazuki sees it in the future, he will definitely be shocked, and I can continue to study his replica, get more experimental materials, and so on to increase the test items, and even create replica subordinates, which is really a good method. Orochimaru smiled, with a rare trace of mood swings in his expression, and a look of anticipation in his eyes. Then he slowly moved forward, approaching cautiously. Success or failure is here. As long as the Sanjiao fish falls asleep, I will have a 90% chance of entering the house and using my unique means to steal the materials. When the time comes, Orochimaru said secretly, and threw the item in his hand like lightning, hitting the breathing organ of the Sancho fish precisely, causing it to fall into a state of drowsiness. It's done. I didn't expect it to be so simple. I'll definitely get the cells this time. Whoosh. Orochimaru jumped into the small courtyard, and just took 2 steps and suddenly froze. Open black lens bracket 134. Close black lens bracket illusion. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Because a blood-colored pupil bloomed in front of his eyes, and when Orochimaru didn't understand what was going on, he suddenly found himself in a strange space. This unfamiliar place made him look very solemn, and what made him even more disturbed was that he found himself imprisoned on a certain cross. Damn, what's going on here? Where is this place? When was I imprisoned? Orochimaru was secretly shocked, and he didn't understand how he was imprisoned. You must know that he was Sannin. With his strength, he didn't even notice a little trouble, so he was imprisoned like that. Such a result made him terrified, and he even looked around in dismay, struggling to escape from here at the same time. But he was horrified to find that no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless, and he was still imprisoned on the cross. Illusion. This is definitely an illusion, give it to me. Orochimaru tried to unravel the illusion, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unsuccessful. Instead, he found that the surrounding space was shaking. What kind of illusion is this? Why can't it be solved? What's going on? Orochimaru panicked, and frantically tried to solve the illusion using various means, but unfortunately all failed, and everything he did was useless. It's useless, just give up. The indifferent voice echoed in the space, and Orochimaru hurriedly looked around when he heard the voice, but he couldn't see anyone, and he didn't even know where the voice came from. Hyuga Hazuki, I knew it was you, but I didn't expect you to be this far. Orochimaru said solemnly. Since you're here, let's keep some souvenirs. The space shook slightly, and Hazuki's figure appeared in front of Orochimaru, who was still wearing a dark mask, but held a sharp long knife in his hand. Have a good taste of the price of provoking me. Puff. Hyuga Hazuki, I have no malice. 1. Puff. Wait a moment. Puff. 553 inches damn. Puff. The world of Tsukuyomi's world is long, but the real world is a moment. In the small courtyard of Hazuki's house, Orochimaru's standing body suddenly crooked to the ground, and he fainted directly. And opposite. Advertisement. In the pitch dark night, a bewitching Sharingan kept turning, appearing mysterious and profound. Let me teach you a lesson this time, let you be in a coma for a week, if there is another time. The space was slightly rippling, and the Orochimaru on the ground was swallowed into the space, and when it reappeared, it fell into the open space above the Hokage rock. Hazuki, who was in control of everything, looked indifferently at the sleeping Sanshoyu, turned around and walked home. It's time to study summoning beast potion. Step on. The indifferent voice became smaller and smaller with the footsteps, and finally disappeared in the dark night. In the early morning of the next day, the eyes shine on the earth, bringing waves of vitality to all things. Tsunade got up early in the morning and prepared a lot of materials for Hazuki to start busy. For some reason, she was looking forward to Hazuki's arrival. Sister, what day is it today? How do you prepare so many things? I have never seen you so diligent. Naoki happened to be at home, and saw this scene and asked suspiciously. Hazuki will come later. He has helped you so much, so you should thank him. Tsunade smiled. That's true, but you bought too many materials. Last time the Hokage family came to visit, they didn't prepare so much. 1. Naoki murmured, feeling that Tsunade was a little weird today. Can Hazuki be the same? He has rescued you from a crippled state. Isn't this kind of kindness worth preparing for? Tsunade asked rhetorically. CJDH, of course it's worth it, but you have so many ingredients, enough to make 5 tables of food, we can prepare a sumptuous table. Naoki shrugged helplessly. Yes. Tsunade was stunned for a while, then turned to look at the materials, and found that he had indeed prepared a bit too much, and was suddenly a little embarrassed. And she was going to send Naoki away, and now she doesn't know what to say. But she thought about it and said, Naoki, I heard that Namikaze Minato has made great progress recently. You should ask him to learn more and improve your strength. 1. Okay, I'll go to Namikaze Minato when I finish eating with Hazuki. Naoki nodded. In fact, it's better to go now. Early morning is more suitable for exercise. Tsunade advised. Now, no, I have to thank Hazuki first, after all he helped me, let's have a meal together. Naoki thought about it and felt that it was the right thing to stay. Cough. No need, I'll just thank him for you. Tsunade persuaded again. Hearing this, Naoki looked at Tsunade suspiciously. Sister, why do I feel like you're chasing me away? How is that possible? Haha, I'm just thinking about you. Tsunade laughed in a heroic manner. Sister, Hazuki has a girlfriend, and you're so old. Advertisement. Old. Go away. Bang. Oops. The street outside the house. Naoki limped towards Namikaze Minato's house, but he couldn't help but complain. Older sister really cares about sex over younger brother. Although now she is the best age for marriage, and it is also the most beautiful moment, but when Hazuki grows up, the gap will come out, and also, Hazuki has won the favor of the old lady quietly. How did he do it? No one in Konoha can do it. Naoki muttered, secretly admiring Hazuki, because Tsunade has many suitors, but I didn't expect the old lady to have a good impression on Hazuki. Wait, with Hazuki's character, she will never pursue the old lady. Could it be that the old lady is going to post it backwards? My god. Naoki's eyes widened for a moment. He couldn't imagine that the Tsunade with countless suitors, the powerful Tsunade, reversed the picture of Hazuki. It can't be true, it can't be true. The old lady must just be thanking Hazuki. Yes, that's it. Naoki murmured, trying to numb himself, telling himself that this is not true, but the more he thinks about it, the more likely it is that the old sister's attitude is too wrong. Mass, I'm not going to call Hazuki brother-in-law in the future. Naoki said, feeling a little pain in his brain. Forget it, it doesn't matter, I'll go to practice. I feel that everything I encounter with Hazuki becomes very weird. Naoki shook his head and stopped thinking about it, but quickly went to find Namikaze Minato. The other side. Tsunade was busy in the kitchen, but at this moment, she looked a little dazed and seemed to be thinking about something. Also at this moment, the space was slightly rippling, and circles of ripples rippled in the air, and then Hazuki appeared behind Tsunade. Doing what? The cold voice sounded, making Tsunade in a trance froze, but when she heard the familiar magnetic voice, she turned her head suspiciously. When did you come in, Hazuki? Why didn't I hear that? When you're stunned. 1. Really? Tsunade was stunned, but she was really stunned just now, so she didn't continue to ask. So many ingredients prepared. Are there many customers? Hazuki asked, approaching Tsunade. No, it's just you. You go to the living room first, just wait a while. Tsunade said softly. Don't worry, let's go to my living room first. Come here. It is good. Advertisement. The two came to the living room together and took out a space seal scroll. There are a lot of blood vessels in this scroll. The purpose is to make Tsunade take it to increase the strength of her blood vessels, and after reaching a certain blood vessel concentration, Hazuki can extract more advanced blood. At that time, the effect of the refined blood medicine will be greatly increased. If he takes it, he can definitely greatly increase the blood concentration, and even reach the level of Kagaya from the top sage body in one fell swoop. This is also the reason why he desperately makes Makoto, Kushina, Tsunade and the others take medicine, and in Dead Bone Pulse of the Teru Yoruichi clan, he is also looking for a target. As for the bloodline of the descendants of the Golden Horn and the Silver Horn, Hazuki eliminated it, because Hazuki found that with the improvement of the bloodline extraction target can be gradually reduced under the mutual chemical improvement. Even in the future, Makoto, Kushina and Tsunade may only need to be extracted. Of course, this requires a step-by-step process, and at this stage it also needs the blood of the Wei Yoruichi clan. Hazuki, what is this? Tsunade looked at the large amount of potions Hazuki took out from the space scroll, and blinked his beautiful eyes with some doubts. This is a blood potion. It can increase your bloodline level. With your physique, you can drink 60 bottles a day. Hazuki estimated. Increase the bloodline level. Tsunade frowned slightly, which was very similar to Konoha's inhuman experiments, which gradually made her look serious. Don't worry, it's just an experiment with blood. Hazuki understood Tsunade's thoughts instantly and patted her slender hand. Well, I believe you. Tsunade believed it without hesitation, even with a beautiful smile on her beautiful face. She had been through so much, and she had long believed Hazuki's words. Then she raised her snow-white left hand and took the medicine without hesitation. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles. In just a while, she drank all 10 bottles of potions, and then she closed her beautiful eyes and did not speak, or even move. Because countless warm currents rippling in her body, countless cells are cheering, and all blood vessels are boiling like they are activated. What? Hazuki screamed, and hurriedly picked up Tsunade's body and put her on the tatami in the room, letting her lie down in a relaxed state, and then clenched her slender hands to check her state carefully. The effect is several times stronger than expected. It was originally estimated that she would take several thousand bottles of blood medicine, but I didn't expect such a change in only 10 bottles. It's a surprise. While Hazuki was curious, he also felt a lot of surprises. Because Tsunade improves fast enough, he can also draw stronger blood faster, and then he can reach the level of Kagaya faster. Then get infinite lifespan, immortality, this ability he values most. Come on, let me see how far you can achieve with only 10 bottles of bloodline medicine. 1. Hazuki watched quietly with anticipation, and silently felt Tsunade's changes. Soon the terrifying vitality rippled, and the vitality that restored all injuries made Hazuki more and more pleasantly surprised. Such vitality, can it be said? Open black lens bracket 135 close black lens bracket potion. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Could it be that Tsunade's vitality has reached the level of first Hokage? Hazuki murmured. Tsunade's bloodline is closest to first Hokage, and with the help of bloodline potions, it's not unusual for Hazuki to go further, but it's more unusual to be able to reach the level of first Hokage. Originally adding some good things to the blood potion, Hazuki still had some expectations for the efficacy of the medicine. But I didn't expect it to be so strong. Even Hazuki was surprised, and even had a new idea. In fact, in the past, the raw materials for blood potions were their own blood, but this time Hazuki used his own blood to refine a bottle of blood potions. Then this bottle of medicine was divided into 1,000 drops and put into 1,000 bottles of medicine. After dilution, the effect was reduced many times, and the result was still the current appearance. This result gave Hazuki more inspiration, and also made him re-evaluate his physique and face up to how strong his physique is as an immortal. Even if it is diluted by 1,000 copies, the effect of the potion made from the blood of the immortals is still too strong. Makoto and the others can drink at most 1 bottle a day. 1. Hazuki said, and decided to start a new project. Just this moment. Just when Hazuki decided to start a new project, Tsunade, who was lying on her back, had a new change. She who was young and beautiful seemed to be a little immature, and even her fair and delicate little face had become a little smaller. Although the change was not big, Hazuki was still clearly aware of it. He quickly checked Tsunade and gradually frowned. Is this the regression of age? No, it should be caused by the increase in lifespan. Is it because of the increase in physique? Or is it because of my blood? Hazuki thought about it and decided to observe Tsunade's situation a lot during this time to find out the specific reason. The crisp female voice sounded, and the voice was very pleasant, with a faint hint of laziness. Hazuki looked in the direction of the voice, and found that Tsunade opened her eyes hazy, but she seemed a little confused at the moment, as if she didn't understand what was going on. How do you feel? Hazuki asked. Advertisement. It's strange. Why do I have a sense of control? It seems that I have some kind of control ability. Tsunade said in a trance. See the little tree outside. Try to make it lush. Hazuki smiled, confidence in his voice. Massive. Tsunade was a little dazed. She blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Hazuki. Seeing his still aloof appearance, she nodded her head and chose to obey. Then she raised her snowy jade-like hand and pointed to the small tree outside. This small tree is only as big as a thumb and only 2 meters high, and the branches and leaves on it are even more sparse. But such an ordinary little tree, the moment Tsunade pointed to it, suddenly began to change. The sparse foliage has become lush. The tree body that was thick as a thumb has become the thickness of a bucket. The height of the original 2 meters has also increased by several meters, which can be described as an earth-shaking change. And such a change made the dazed Tsunade suddenly widen his eyes, and his little face was full of wonder. What's going on? Hazuki, is this wood style? Tsunade hurriedly grabbed Hazuki's right hand. Yes, it is indeed wood style. Hazuki nodded, his words still succinct and horrified. How is this possible? How can I master wood style? Wait, did you give me a potion? Bloodline potion, Tsunade said suddenly. Well, keep it a secret. Hazuki still had few words. But his brief words brought a storm in Tsunade's heart. You must know that after his grandfather died, many people secretly studied wood style and wanted to learn the tricks of master wood style. These researchers include a large number of experienced old ninjas, knowledgeable researchers, and even some crazy people with wild ideas. But so many people study wood style, so many powerful ninjas are crazy to study, but after so many years of hard work, they all ended in failure. And now, her high cold fan Xiaoyu, even quietly, succeeded in her research. Even such a precious potion, when she was given it, was so indifferent, as if she didn't care at all. Advertisement. But Tsunade knew that each bottle of these potions was quite expensive, and if they were taken out, it would definitely make the entire ninja world crazy, and even bloody storms would not be a problem. This kind of giving, this kind of gift, made Tsunade extremely moved, and even tears welled up in his moved eyes. Without hesitation, she suddenly hugged Hazuki in her arms, hugged him fiercely, and silently thanked her Xiaoyu in tears of joy and emotion. Let go of me, you stupid woman. 1. Hazuki was helpless, and felt that his breathing was a little stuffy. Although it was nothing to him, it was too embarrassing to be held by a woman. And although Tsunade was a few years younger, his figure was still first class, which made Hazuki speechless. It's a pity that Tsunade was really out of control this time. He hugged him tightly but didn't let go. Hazuki could only wait for a long time in depression. Finally, after a long time, Hazuki was finally released, and he said helplessly, satisfied. Of course, you are my Satsuki, it's nothing to hug me. Tsunade said boldly on purpose, but he didn't dare to look at Hazuki. Since you're satisfied, Give me your hand and I'll collect some blood. Hazuki said directly. Here, you can collect as much as you want. Tsunade put his slender jade hand in Hazuki's palm and let him handle it. For flowers. Hazuki didn't know what to say about this, so he simply put his right hand into the void, and in the ripples of water ripples, he took the collection tool, and then collected blood. Tsunade's eyes glittered in this scene, but she didn't ask any questions, but just stared at Hazuki so quietly. After a while, the collection ends. Hazuki threw the test tube into the ripples of the void and disappeared, and at the same time ordered Shadow Clone to study with all his strength to see how much the potion purified from Tsunade's blood could reach at this moment. Hazuki, that was just now. Tsunade watched as he disappeared into the virtual tube, kept asking, and turned into a curious baby. October. It's some space-related applications. Well, let's go here today. Remember to take these medicines in time. I'll go first. Hazuki bid farewell. He was going to go back to check the results of the medicine research. Such a rich blood would definitely bring him unexpected gains, so he was looking forward to it. Let's stay for lunch. I have prepared a lot of ingredients. Tsunade said hurriedly. Advertisement. Tomorrow. I have something to do right now. Hazuki refused. Okay. I must come tomorrow. Tsunade nodded helplessly and was about to send Hazuki away when Jiraiya shouted from outside. Tsunade. Something happened to Orochimaru. Orochimaru was injured and unconscious. What? Tsunade was stunned, and was about to go out to check, but was stopped by Hazuki. Don't worry, he's fine. He'll just be in a coma for a week. 1. In a coma for a week. Tsunade didn't react for a moment, but then she figured it all out. Hazuki, could it be? He shouldn't mess with me. Hazuki left his words lightly, disappearing in a circle of water ripples. Seeing such a miraculous scene, Tsunade froze in place. What is this ability? Hazuki, you are becoming more and more mysterious. Tsunade exhaled. The more she looked at Hazuki now, the more mysterious she felt, and she couldn't even see the mystery. Orochimaru's strength is so strong, even if he encounters third Hokage, he can be tough. However, such a strong Orochimaru was silently defeated by Hazuki in Konoha, which is unimaginable. She wanted to keep asking Hazuki about the battle. But Hazuki had already left, so Tsunade could only go out of the house and ask Jiraiya what was going on. Is it an enchantment? Orochimaru was closed by an enchantment, so there was no sound, and then was defeated by wood style. Tsunade murmured curiously and walked outside with doubts. Tsunade. Your looks. Tsunade, who had just walked out of the house, was stunned by Jiraiya's words. Open black lens bracket 136 close black lens bracket 1 week. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Appearance. What's wrong with my appearance? Tsunade asked, blinking his beautiful eyes, his little face full of doubts. You've gotten younger and you've gotten prettier, really pretty. Jiraiya continued to speak. His eyes were almost straight. He had never seen such a beautiful Tsunade, because Tsunade changed not only in age, but the whole person seemed to be transformed, more youthful and beautiful. Being beautiful. Tsunade frowned slightly, but as if thinking of something, he hurried home, rushed to the mirror, and looked at himself in the mirror. The next second, her eyes widened. Really? I have really become younger. My skin has become fairer, but my body has not changed much. It seems to be a little better, but what's going on? Tsunade looked at himself in the mirror in disbelief, looking at the tender face of 2 or 3 years old, feeling the tender skin. Tsunade suspected that he was still sleeping. Wait, it wasn't like this in the morning, but after Hazuki came. Tsunade thought of the blood potion, the awakened wood style, and the huge vitality contained in her body. She understood everything in an instant, and her beautiful eyes were filled with emotion. Why don't you tell me? Why do you always pay silently? Why do you treat me so well? Crystal. 557. Ying's tears rolled down like broken pearls, one by one falling to the ground, but Tsunade didn't bother to wipe them, but clenched the pendant on the snow neck. It's my most important pendant. It's yours from now on and always will be. 1. Tsunade murmured and wanted to go to Hazuki's house to say this to him, but thinking of Hazuki's girlfriend, she was silent, but thinking that Hazuki would come tomorrow, she smiled beautifully again. At this moment, She smiled with tears in her eyes, and the beautiful face of the pear blossom when it was raining made people feel really distressed. After a long time, Tsunade's mood finally stabilized, and she wiped away her tears and went outside again. Let's go and see Orochimaru. After Tsunade finished speaking, he turned and walked directly to the medical department. Tsunade, are you crying? What's the matter? Did someone bully you? Jiraiya hurriedly asked. Since childhood, Jiraiya has never seen Tsunade cry, but now Tsunade is crying. The powerful and respected Tsunade is crying. This scene made Jiraiya uncomfortable, but also became extremely angry. Because to bully Tsunade is to bully him. Jiraiya, that is to bully the Senju clan, that is to fight against the entire Konoha, so Jiraiya's eyes are a little red. No one is bullying me, hurry up and leave. Advertisement. Tsunade jumped away with lightning speed, leaving only Jiraiya clenched fist. She must have cried, but why didn't she want to tell the reason? Could it be that the third-generation old men and the others used the cells of first Hokage to do research? Jiraiya began to think wildly, but the more he thought about it, the more likely it was. In Konoha, only Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was a teacher, could study the body of first Hokage-sama again. Damn, why did this? That was Tsunade's grandfather, who dedicated his life to Konoha. Why did he do such a thing after his death? Jiraiya clenched his fists angrily and went to the medical department angrily. He decided to have a good reasoning with Sarutobi Hiruzen. Medical department. Orochimaru was lying on the hospital bed with a pale face, surrounded by many medical ninjas, including the third-generation old man Sarutobi Hiruzen. How's it going? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a frown. The situation is very wrong. Orochimaru has no injuries at all, but he has always been in a coma. After various examinations, it was found that his mental aspect was irreparably damaged. Such a serious injury can no longer support his recovery. In other words, Orochimaru may not be able to recover for the rest of his life, and he has become a vegetative state. The medical minister spoke solemnly, his voice trembling. What did you say? Can't wake up for a lifetime. Vegetative. Why is this? Sarutobi Hiruzen roared with an ugly face. Orochimaru, his disciple, was silently beaten in Konoha, which was definitely a serious challenge to him, so he lost his temper completely. Lord Hokage, don't worry, if Orochimaru's injury is treated as soon as possible, there is still a chance of recovery, but if it drags on for a long time, I'm afraid there will be no chance again. 1. Then you hurry up and get medical treatment, just say whatever you need. Sarutobi Hiruzen said loudly. Lord Hokage, there is nothing we can do for the time being. At this stage, only Lord Tsunade of Master Healing Jutsu can heal. 1. The medical minister frowned and said that it was very difficult to deal with Orochimaru's injury. They were really powerless and could only rely on Tsunade-sama. There are so many of you, can't you do anything? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a dark face. I'm sorry, Lord Hokage, for letting you down. The medical minister said apologetically. He was only a minister who had just been promoted. He was promoted only when Tsunade was unwilling to be a minister. In terms of medical means, he was several blocks away. Therefore, at this stage, everyone can only rely on Tsunade-sama when medical ninjutsu is not high. Whizzing. The sound of breaking air came. Tsunade and Jiraiya appeared in the medical room at the same time, and came to the hospital bed for the first time to check Orochimaru's injury. However, Jiraiya glared at Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily, and then held back her anger and waited for the test results. Advertisement. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a bit baffled. How did he get a glare at him? It made him dizzy, and he found Tsunade younger, which was weird. But let's not talk about it now. Orochimaru's injury is the most important thing. So, Sarutobi Hiruzen waited a moment and said, how? Is there a cure for Orochimaru's injury? Is it a mental trauma? It's a mental trauma, and it's very serious. It's reasonable to say that such an injury won't heal in a week. Tsunade whispered with a frown. 1 week. What do you mean? Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya, wondering at the same time. Nothing. I'll try the healing jutsu first. Tsunade said. A white-green light appeared in the palm of his hand, which was the strongest medical ninjutsu that only she could perform at this stage. Certainly. In her mind, Maru could wake up, so she wasn't too worried about Orochimaru's situation. 1. Because Hazuki has always been one of a kind, he said a week, it would definitely be a week. So Tsunade treated with healing jutsu and found that the treatment effect was not strong, so he did not insist on the treatment. Instead, she turned her head and left the medical department, because she just cried and she didn't want to be seen by more people, so she left quickly. She left, but the medical ninjas surrounded Orochimaru in amazement. Excellent healing jutsu. Orochimaru's spirit is obviously better. If this continues, after continuous treatment for a month, Orochimaru may wake up. Tsunade-sama is really powerful, I have to admire it. It would be great if I could learn healing jutsu, but unfortunately it is too difficult. The medical ninjas said that while admiring Tsunade's greatness, they were also looking forward to tomorrow, when Tsunade performed medical ninjutsu again. Their chatter also made Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya relieved, because Orochimaru was finally saved. Although it will take a month of treatment to wake up, but at least there is hope. Relieved, Jiraiya remembered Tsunade crying again, and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen angrily. I have something to tell you, come with me. Jiraiya said stiffly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little confused and had absolutely no idea what was going on with Jiraiya, and even spoke to him with such an attitude. This attitude made him a little angry, and the previous attack on Orochimaru also made him in a bad mood, and his face gradually darkened. Advertisement. Of course, this is not the place to talk, and both of them walked away with a sullen face, heading to the top of Hokage Rock. No one knows what happened next, only the head of 3rd Hokage's Hokage Rock was smashed down by Jiraiya. The next morning, Jiraiya stood in front of Tsunade's house, looking at her with tears in her eyes. Tsunade, your crying has nothing to do with the 3rd generation old man. Of course it doesn't matter, I'm doing something else. Tsunade had no choice but to explain that she didn't expect Jiraiya to be thinking wildly and smashed the Hokage Rock. It's over, it's Mr. Yuan Fei's fault this time. Jiraiya said with a sad face. You're too impulsive, you smashed the Hokage Rock, go back and find someone to fix it with Earth style. Tsunade suggested. That's the only way to do it. Jiraiya sighed and planned to go back and apologize, but he was still very curious about Tsunade crying, and he couldn't help asking again. Tsunade, why are you crying? I seldom saw you cry since I was a child, and you are not one to cry easily. Jiraiya, don't ask, you can't say it anyway. Tsunade shook his head 3.7, and looked up at the sky with a loss of disappointment, with a faint trace of complicated emotions in his eyes. This look made Jiraiya curious, and her heart was like a cat's claws, and she wanted to know the reason. But Tsunade didn't talk about it, and he had no choice but to think of one person, Nawaki, and only Nawaki knew this. So Jiraiya decided to ask Nawaki. His disciple Namikaze Minato has a very good relationship with Nawaki. Yesterday, the two also said that they would eat, live and practice together. Out of curiosity, Jiraiya bids Tsunade goodbye, and quickly goes to find Nawaki. And Tsunade went home and started busy preparations. Today Hazuki will come, she will prepare a sumptuous lunch to welcome Hazuki's arrival. With a happy heart, Tsunade worked for 2 hours, finally made the food before noon, and then silently waited for the arrival of Hazuki. Even she didn't go to the treatment department, didn't continue to treat Orochimaru, just waited for Hazuki. One is that she believed Hazuki's words, knowing that Orochimaru would wake up in a short time, her treatment effect was not much, and even treatment was just a waste of time. Second, this time she would like to thank Hazuki and give him her pendant. But, open black lens bracket 137 close black lens bracket thank you. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. But some things are always so unsatisfactory. Tsunade sat at the table in anticipation and waited for a long, long time alone. She waited from noon to afternoon, from afternoon to afternoon, and from afternoon to evening, but she still couldn't see Hazuki's figure, still couldn't see her high cold Xiaoyuyu. Such a result, such a scene, made Tsunade's mood very low, and his beautiful eyes were full of disappointment. Aren't you coming? Tsunade murmured softly. The pendant that was supposed to hang on the snow neck had reached the palm of her hand, and was tightly clenched by her slender, fair little hand. Dong dong dong. The door was knocked. Tsunade stood up immediately and quickly came to the door, but when he opened the door, he saw Naoki. Disappointment was almost written on Tsunade's face. She reluctantly returned to the sofa, clutching the pendant in silence. Sister, are you crying today? Naoki worried. He has been practicing with Minato for the past 2 days, and today he even went outside the village to practice until the evening. But when he came back, he met Jiraiya, and after learning that the old sister was crying, he rushed back in a hurry. He wants to ask who is bullying the old sister. As long as he knows who it is, he will definitely beat the other party. No matter who the other party is, he will dare to beat him. It's okay. I went back to my room to rest. Tsunade didn't want to explain, but walked back to his room instead. Naoki was left looking at all this with a frown, looking at the untouched food on the table. Why didn't the old lady tell the reason? Why is there a table of dishes that didn't move? Why is the old lady crying? I remember that she was going to treat Hazuki 29 days ago. Did she treat Hazuki today? Naoki frowned and couldn't figure out what was going on. He always felt that it had nothing to do with Hazuki. I made so many dishes for Hazuki. My sister kicked me out of the house yesterday because of Hazuki. She has nothing to say about Hazuki, but why is she crying? Is it also because of Hazuki? Yes, it should be for Hazuki. Her attitude showed everything yesterday. She may really have a good impression of Hazuki, and only when she is bullied by Hazuki, she is reluctant to say it. Naoki murmured, and instantly understood everything, and his eyes were filled with wonder. With Hazuki's character, he would never bully the elder sister to cry, so there is only one result. The elder sister pursued Hazuki backwards and was rejected, and the broken-hearted elder sister cried silently at home. 1. Naoki said, feeling that his head was a little bigger, and the whole person was in deep distress. Because this matter is too difficult to handle, it is obviously not a matter of bullying, but a matter between men and women, and there is no right or wrong to say. The famous Sanin, the princess of the Senju clan, a beautiful, youthful and beautiful old sister, was rejected by Hazuki. What can I do? I am also very desperate. Naoki was extremely depressed, and his previous aggressive thoughts of wanting to beat people had long since disappeared. Now he just wanted to help the old lady, and he couldn't let the old lady continue to suffer. Right now, only Hazuki can make my sister happy, and I have to find a way to draw them into their relationship and let them get along more, and then my sister will have a chance. Advertisement. But Hazuki is so cold, how can he get along with the old sister? There is absolutely no way. Forget it, I will go to Jiraiya for help, he must have a way. Depressed Naoki slammed out of the house, ready to find a solution with Jiraiya. Near Tsunade's house, Jiraiya waits quietly. He is very concerned about Tsunade. After all, Tsunade is his most important friend, he must not sit idly by. So he waited eagerly, and when he was ready to know the reason, he vented his anger for Tsunade. Whoosh! When the sound of breaking air came, Jiraiya saw that it was Naoki, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. What happened to your sister Naoki? Who made your sister cry? Tell me, I'll beat that person. Jiraiya said seriously. I know, but this person can't be beaten. Naoki said helplessly. Can't beat. I want to see who can't beat. Even Hokage, I dare to beat. Jiraiya vowed. Actually, it was Hazuki who made my sister cry. Hazuki. Jiraiya wondered. No, Hazuki is thorny, but he will never make Tsunade cry. This kid is very measured and smart. It really wasn't my sister who took the initiative to provoke her. How should I put it? My sister has lost her love. Naoki shrugged. Break out. Jiraiya's head is a little foggy, he doesn't seem to have heard of Tsunade's love. Actually, my sister is unrequited love. She fell in love with Hazuki, but she was rejected by Hazuki, and the old sister was sad at home alone. Naoki said surprisingly. What? Unrequited love? In love with Hazuki? Still rejected? Jiraiya was dumbfounded when he heard this. He never expected such a result, which was completely different from what he imagined. No, their age gap is so big, and I've never heard of it. Jiraiya said suspiciously. Do not believe. Naoki glanced at Jiraiya and said, my sister has known you for so many years, has she cooked for you? No. Jiraiya hurriedly shook her head, which she had never done before. Yesterday and today, my sister cooked for Hazuki, and it was a large table of food. Naoki said lightly. But that doesn't prove that Tsunade likes Hazuki, the age gap is too big. Jiraiya still doesn't believe that age is an important gap. I'll ask you again, will my sister drive me away in order to be alone with you? Naoki said lightly. No. Jiraiya shook her head. But yesterday and today she drove me to Minato's house to get along with Hazuki, Naoki said again. Advertisement. But Hazuki has a girlfriend, so Tsunade shouldn't be like that. Jiraiya's momentum was obviously weaker. Keep listening to me. Naoki spoke again. As far as I know, my sister has hugged Hazuki many times, and no one has ever received such treatment except him. Jiraiya wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to answer, but she still didn't believe it in her heart, and she always felt that things were too absurd. Being wronged by my sister's temper will definitely explode, she dares to beat anyone, but for Hazuki, alas, this kid is so irritating, my sister doesn't want to post it. Naoki was very depressed, he also felt absurd, and he didn't even want to believe it, but the fact was in front of him, and he could only believe it. Only Jiraiya refused to believe it even though she couldn't say anything to refute it. Whizzing. 2 medical ninjas appeared in the air and stopped in front of Jiraiya to salute. Jiraiya-sama, Tsunade-sama didn't come to treat Orochimaru-sama today. We were afraid that Tsunade-sama would forget, so come and ask. 1. I'll invite you with me, Jiraiya said, taking the opportunity to see Tsunade's state. Good lord. Several people came to Tsunade's house again, and after some explanations, they finally invited Tsunade and came to the medical department together. Sir Tsunade, you are finally here. The medical minister welcomed him with a smile. They want to see the power of healing jutsu again, so they are looking forward to the arrival of Tsunade. Tsunade nodded and didn't say much. She was in a bad mood, so she planned to leave immediately after the treatment. And her state also fell into the eyes of Jiraiya and Naoki, they silently observed, hoping to confirm whether Tsunade was really broken-hearted. Certainly not. Definitely not, the age gap is too big. Jiraiya secretly said, unwilling to believe this is true, trying to numb her nerves. After some self-suggestion, Jiraiya's mentality returned a little, and then watched Tsunade walk to the hospital bed, ready to treat Orochimaru. Just right now. Just as Tsunade was getting ready for treatment. In the space above the crowd, indistinct holes rippled out, followed by indifferent voices coming from the holes. I'm at your house, I have something to do. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly looked around, but they didn't see anyone, but Jiraiya and Naoki were indeed stiff. It's Hazuki's voice. Naoki and Jiraiya said at the same time, hurriedly turning to Tsunade. Advertisement. Whoosh. Tsunade disappears in a flash, leaving only the dazed medical ninja and the utterly sluggish Jiraiya. Quite a while. Rope. Naoki, I believe what you said now. Your sister didn't even treat Orochimaru to see Hazuki, she put more emphasis on sex than friends 557. 1. Jiraiya said with a sad face, she didn't know why, and she felt extremely uncomfortable. He wanted to say, what's so good about Hazuki? Why do you like Hazuki? It's a pity that no one told him this, and he had to leave the medical department in the tragedy and go to the pub to get drunk. On the other hand, Naoki looked at it, shook his head and walked with Jiraiya. The entire medical department is left with only dazed medical ninjas. What's going on? The medical minister scratched his head and asked some unknown questions. Listening to their conversation just now, it seems that Master Tsunade looked at Hazuki. Someone said. No, Hazuki is handsome, but Tsunade-sama is Princess Tsunade after all, so it's impossible to like Hazuki. It's impossible. When my daughter sent Hazuki a love letter, I was mad enough. Forehead. Everyone, you look at me, I look at you, I don't know what to say, but today's matter, they are going to be a topic after dinner. And the other side. Tsunade's home. Hazuki was covering his right eye and waiting quietly, waiting for Tsunade's return. I'm about to wake up soon. Tsunade's blood feedback effect is too strong, and it has awakened me again so quickly, but unfortunately the blood is not enough, so I have to extract it again. Hazuki murmured, turning to look in the direction of the door. Bang! The door was pushed open, Tsunade rushed in, and hugged Hazuki in his arms. She remembers everything Hazuki has done for her, 100 healings mark, physique, wood style, lifesavers many times, and her biggest concern about age. She remembered everything, even though Chiyu never said anything, but Tsunade remembered everything. She was very grateful to Hazuki, so she hugged Hazuki fiercely and buried him deeply in her arms. Thank you, Hazuki, Tsunade said gratefully, holding on to Hazuki and not letting go. Hey, stupid woman, why are you crazy? Hazuki felt suffocated again, and felt helpless in his heart. He couldn't figure out what happened to this stupid woman. Open black lens bracket 138 close black lens bracket wake up. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. He came to collect blood, why was he hugged by this stupid woman again? He also looked grateful. I had already hugged him once before, and I thanked everyone who should be thanked, but what does it mean to hug him now? Hazuki was very helpless, and was speechless at the idea of this stupid woman, but now she was emotional, soft and comfortable. Hazuki didn't push her away, but let her hug her for a long time before letting go. What the hell happened to you? Hazuki asked with a frown when he was released. Nothing. This is for you, Tsunade said in a warm voice, with a smile on his beautiful face, and then took out the most important pendant and gently put it on Hazuki. Ha! Tsunade put a kiss on Hazuki's forehead, squeezed his little face and hugged him again. Feeling the warmth above his forehead, Hazuki was a little dazed, and he felt that the way he went out today seemed a bit wrong. Hey, I said, Hazuki gave up and decided to wait for the stupid woman to calm down before speaking, so as to save her time. Time passed, minutes passed quickly, and just when Hazuki wanted to speak again, Tsunade finally let go. Satisfied, Hazuki said helplessly. Well, let's stay for dinner today, Tsunade asked softly, with anticipation in his beautiful eyes. Okay, give me some of your blood first. Hazuki thought for a while. The awakening of the right eye has reached the critical point, and it is almost a potion to succeed. Hazuki wants to extract blood first and wake up early to see what abilities he can obtain. Okay, here it is. Tsunade smiled and put his slender hand in Hazuki's palm, letting him collect blood without any hesitation. Hazuki reached into the void with his right hand, took out the collection equipment in the ripples of water ripples, and held Tsunade's soft little hand with his left hand, and began to collect blood skillfully. The blood collected this time is still not much, because Tsunade takes medicine every day, her blood is getting stronger every day, so collecting blood every night and one day, the effect will be better. Of course, Hazuki couldn't wait for the awakening of his right eye, so he made a special trip. After the blood collection was completed, Hazuki threw the test tube into the void and disappeared in a circle of water ripples. You rest in the living room, and I'll cook. Seeing that the blood collection was completed, Tsunade said with a smile, and then walked towards the kitchen with a healthy body. In the living room, only Hazuki was left silently leaning on the sofa, closing his eyes and waiting for Shadow Clone. The blood potion was successfully extracted. But after a long time, bored, he began to feel sleepy, and simply fell asleep in a daze. When he woke up, an hour had passed, and he also saw the blanket covering him. Wake up. Dinner is ready, let's eat together. Tsunade sat next to him, his eyes widening. It is good. Hazuki nodded, and his consciousness sank into the small world, investigating the refining of the medicine. Outside, a pub. Jiraiya walked out of the tavern drunkenly and walked towards the house with the help of Nawaki. I'm fine, you can go back, your house is in front. Advertisement. After walking for a while, Jiraiya waved his hand for Nawaki to go back first. I'll take you back first, you've been drinking too much. Nawaki looked at Jiraiya who was unconscious and said worriedly. You said, why does your sister listen to Hazuki so much, their age gap is so big, why does Tsunade like Chiba? This is unreasonable, Jiraiya said with hazy eyes. Nawaki wanted to say that it must be because Hazuki was too handsome, but looking at Jiraiya's lost mood, he sighed and comforted. Perhaps the old lady is just thanking Hazuki. After all, Hazuki cured me from the state of being a crippled person. How can I forget such kindness? What? Jiraiya was instantly refreshed when she heard this, and she no longer had the drunkenness just now, and even said with joy in her voice. Yeah, Hazuki saved you, and the previous detonator saved Tsunade. Such kindness is indeed worth reciprocating. Maybe Tsunade is just grateful to Hazuki, not like him. 1. After Jiraiya finished speaking, his mood improved immediately, and the original decadent appearance disappeared, replaced by joy from the heart. Nawaki. Nawaki wanted to say something, but looking at Jiraiya's happy attitude, he couldn't beat Jiraiya anymore. And whether the old lady really likes Hazuki, he is not 100% sure. After all, the old lady didn't say it personally, no one can be sure. Therefore, Nawaki decided to continue comforting Jiraiya. Hazuki has a girlfriend after all, even if the old sister has a good impression on him, she may give up because of this. Exactly. Jiraiya nodded hurriedly. He knew Tsunade's character best and never believed she would tolerate this, so he said with joy. Hazuki is very stubborn, and he will definitely not give up his little girlfriend. In this case, Tsunade will never accept him, and they will definitely have a fight, ha ha ha. 1. Jiraiya said happily, with a happy smile on her face. In this way, I tried to numb myself as much as possible, and came up with various excuses to comfort myself, and this comfort gradually became effective. The more he thought about it, the more he thought it was possible, and even thought it was a fact. Under such self-suggestion, Jiraiya gradually recovered to a mental state, and even walked briskly. That's it. At a brisk pace, Jia and Nawaki walked, and soon came to Tsunade's house, and then I saw the scene I didn't want to see the most. It was two people, it was Tsunade and Hazuki saying goodbye. Seeing such a scene, Jiraiya frowned, he took a deep breath and chose to observe silently. And he hopes that Hazuki and Tsunade can have a big fight and separate completely, but the ideal is plump and the reality is skinny. Tsunade, who was in sight, suddenly hugged Hazuki, gave Hazuki a hard hug, and walked home with a smile. Seeing such a scene, Jiraiya felt a chill in his heart. He wanted to continue comforting himself and continued to make excuses, but when Hazuki turned to leave, Jiraiya froze in place. Because Hazuki wears a pendant on his neck, that pendant is all too familiar. It is Tsunade's most important pendant, and he doesn't let others touch it even when he touches it. Such a precious pendant, such a pendant that is meaningful to Tsunade, hangs on Hazuki's neck. Such a scene, such a fact, makes Jiraiya feel dumbfounded. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? I don't accept it, I don't accept it. Jiraiya raised his head and shouted, his desolate voice echoed in the street, but he ignored it and shouted like a collapse. He felt that he would go crazy if he didn't shout out, and he needed to vent all the depression and sorrow in his heart. Advertisement. Beside, Nawaki looked at Jiraiya sympathetically. Watching Jiraiya regain her drunken appearance again, he didn't know what to say, so he could only pat Jiraiya to send him home. The other side. Hazuki bought some materials and returned home, while taking the blood vessel medicine from the space. This bloodline medicine is made from Tsunade's blood, and the effect is definitely many times stronger than yesterday's. With the blessing of many bloodlines, the awakening of the right eye will definitely succeed. With deep anticipation, Hazuki quickly drank the blood potion, then closed his eyes and waited silently. The warm current rippled in the body again, obviously stronger than yesterday, and at the same time there was a slight tingling sensation in his right eye. Are you going to wake up? The right eye is Tensagen, and there is a hint of Rinnegan's tendency, so what ability will be awakened? Hazuki murmured with curiosity, feeling the stinging pain in his right eye getting stronger and stronger, and his anticipation grew more and more. It's on. What's going on? Hazuki clearly sensed that he was about to wake up, but suddenly fell silent again. It seems that the ability to awaken this time has been strengthened because the bloodline is too strong, or the ability to awaken is not the same. Interesting. This feeling should be the ability to strengthen again, and it is definitely two abilities, I will not feel wrong. Hazuki said expectantly, estimating the time of his successful awakening. You can wake up in a few days, definitely in a few days, so collect as much Tsunade's blood as possible these days. After making the decision, Hazuki returned to the laboratory and began to study the truth-seeking ball and the yin-yang escape technique. For the next few days, Hazuki waited for the awakened new abilities to appear. At the same time, I went to Tsunade's house to draw blood every day to test her condition and get stronger blood. And Tsunade waits at home every day, cooks the best food for him, and chats with him together. But they were happy, but the medical department was in a hurry. Orochimaru has not been treated for several days, and the whole person is more and more haggard. If this drags on, the chances of waking up are getting lower and lower, especially when the medical minister was completely furious when he learned why Tsunade didn't come. He decides to find Tsunade a good reviewer and ask her if she's still a medical ninja or Orochimaru's partner. With such a seriously injured person lying on the hospital bed, Tsunade did not come to treat Orochimaru for Hazuki's sake, and even abandoned Orochimaru, which was really chilling. So the medical minister broke out completely, furious at the medical department, and said in front of everyone that he was going to find Tsunade, but unfortunately he was stopped by the medical ninjas. Although the medical ninjas wondered what Tsunade did, they respected Tsunade very much, so even if Tsunade didn't come, they would just go and invite him instead of throwing a tantrum. In the end, after some deliberation, 2 medical ninjas were sent to invite Tsunade, but unfortunately they were lost and returned. Why are you 2 alone? What about Tsunade-sama? Someone asked. Tsunade-sama said that Orochimaru will wake up today without treatment. The 2 medical ninjas looked at Orochimaru on the hospital bed and said weakly. Wake up today? What are you kidding? How could Orochimaru wake up without treatment for a few days? This is clearly a sign of shirk. The medical minister said angrily. But Tsunade-sama said, this is what Hazuki said, let's not worry. The 2 medical ninjas continued weakly. Hazuki. Everyone was stunned, and then looked a little weird. These practices have already been passed down, and many people know that Tsunade likes Hazuki, and even if Hazuki is evil, he will do it. Advertisement. Originally, this was something that people liked to see and heard, and in normal times everyone would just talk and laugh, but now Orochimaru was seriously injured and unconscious, so Tsunade was treated once. This kind of behavior, is really chilling. Therefore, the medical minister was completely angry, and he directly picked up the teacup and smashed it. I'm mad at me. I admit that Hazuki is very capable of research, but he has never seen Orochimaru. How can Orochimaru wake up today? And Tsunade, it's irresponsible to believe such absurd words. This is Orochimaru, our Sannin of Konoha, our important partner. The medical minister shouted angrily. His eyes were red with anger, and to be honest, he respected Tsunade very much, and admired her very much. But it was because of his admiration that Tsunade was so angry when he didn't come to treat Orochimaru for a few days. And don't forget, the enemy who seriously injured Orochimaru has not yet been found, and Hokage is still waiting for Orochimaru to wake up, waiting to ask for specific information. But now, if it continues to drag on, Orochimaru will never wake up for the rest of his life, and the unknown enemy will never be found again. Under such a variety of reasons, the medical minister was completely blown away and threw several teacups to the ground. Let's go and find Hokage-sama together. I want to clarify this matter personally, and personally ask Tsunade whether he is a medical ninja or not, and whether he is qualified to be a medical ninja. The medical minister was about to leave after speaking, but at this time he was pulled by the deputy next to him. Minister, wait a minute. Don't stop me. Even if I die this time, I have to ask Tsunade if he is still the Tsunade we respect. The medical minister roared angrily. Li Jiao, but minister, look at the hospital bed first. What kind of hospital bed? Do you really believe Hazuki's absurd words? He has never been here, so how can he judge that Orochimaru will wake up? The medical minister continued to speak angrily, glanced at the hospital bed at the same time, and continued to walk out. But after taking 2 steps, he stopped and looked sharply at the hospital bed, at Orochimaru who was sitting on the hospital bed. My God, Orochimaru is really awake. The medical minister screamed and stared at Orochimaru on the hospital bed, unable to believe himself. When the surrounding medical ninjas heard this, they turned their heads in a hurry, and when they saw that Orochimaru was leaning on the hospital bed, everyone was stunned. Really? Really awake? Mother F. Kerr, actually awake, how is this possible? Hazuki said that Orochimaru woke up today, really woke up, he didn't lie. I'm a little confused right now. Could it be that the reason Tsunade-sama didn't come for a few days in a row was because of a word from Hazuki? But how is this predicted? Is it still predictable? The medical ninjas were stunned by this scene and looked at Orochimaru dumbfounded. They felt that what they saw now was so unreal. Minister, are you still going to question Tsunade-sama? Someone asked. What qualifications do we have to question? Not only can we not question, but I have to apologize to Hazuki and Tsunade in person, the medical minister said loudly. There is no need to apologize, you will only disturb them, so just do your own thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen came from outside, and beside him stood Jiraiya in a state of decadence. Lord Hokage, Lord Jiraiya. Everyone hurriedly saluted. All right, let's go out, I have something to ask Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen said solemnly. It's Lord Hokage. Open black lens bracket 139 close black lens bracket Shen Luo Tianzhong. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Everyone filed out and quickly left the ward, but they were chatting outside, talking about Hazuki in surprise. The ability to predict when Orochimaru will wake up is indeed very strange, and they all have a strong curiosity about Hazuki. Inside the ward, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jiraiya walked to the hospital bed and looked at Orochimaru, who was pale, and they were very distressed. Is Orochimaru better? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, with concern in his eyes. Never mind. Orochimaru shook his head, but his face was still as pale as paper. Who hurt you? Who was so daring to hurt you like this in Konoha? Jiraiya stared at Orochimaru and said solemnly. Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him also looked at Orochimaru, waiting for his answer. What made them strange was that Orochimaru suddenly stopped talking, but stared out the window in a daze. Why don't you talk, Orochimaru? Who is hurting? Don't worry, we are not afraid of anyone with Konoha's backing. Jiraiya said solemnly. Don't ask, I don't want to tell. Orochimaru shook his head, looking down. Why don't you want to say it? Is there any secret, or the enemy is very powerful? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a frown. No. Orochimaru shook his head and did not speak, and continued to look out the window in silence. In fact, he didn't know how to speak. He went to steal Hazuki's cells and research materials, and as soon as he arrived in the yard, he was inexplicably caught, and then it was a terrifying encounter that he could never recall. That kind of mental torture, the pain of being pierced through the heart by the sharp blade, the long process of despair, all turned pale now thinking about it. He is now instinctively fearful of Hazuki, who is unimaginably powerful. Such a difference in strength makes him extremely apprehensive. So, next, no matter how Jiraiya asked, he refused to open his mouth, but closed his eyes and chose to rest. This result made Jiraiya angry enough, but couldn't beat Orochimaru. After all, Orochimaru had just woken up and was injured so badly that they had no choice but to leave angrily. But they didn't give up, but returned to Hokage's office to explore who the enemy really was. I think Orochimaru may have been attacked by several people, otherwise he could not have resisted. Jiraiya thought for a while. Orochimaru is not injured, he may have been hit by some kind of occult magic. Sarutobi Hiruzen analyzed. Essential mysticism. Could it be someone from another village? Those people have sent a lot of spies recently. Jiraiya said. Perhaps, we can only continue to ask Orochimaru about this matter. Tomorrow you tell Orochimaru that no matter how strong the enemy is, we Konoha are not afraid. Advertisement. Okay, I'll go with Tsunade tomorrow. 1 inch. After the agreement was over, Jiraiya turned around and left, only vaguely guessing that the person who defeated Orochimaru was a strong enemy who could not be provoked. Don't worry, no matter who the enemy is, we will be your backing and support you to the end. With determination, Jiraiya left, deciding to ask clearly tomorrow. In the early morning of the next day, the sun shines on the earth, bringing waves of vitality to all things. Jiraiya and Tsunade came to the medical department together and came to the door of the ward. Squeak. Pushing open the door of the ward, Jiraiya and Tsunade entered the ward and saw Orochimaru haggard. Is it better? Tsunade frowned slightly. This time Tsunade came here. The first is that Hazuki won't come to her house today, she had time just to see Orochimaru. The second is that she wondered how Hazuki defeated Orochimaru, whether he used the barrier to imprison Orochimaru, and then used wood style to defeat him. Because only in this way can it be said that Orochimaru was severely injured without even sending out a cry for help. With such doubts and curiosity, Tsunade came to Orochimaru's bedside. You go back, I don't want to say. Orochimaru said indifferently, still silently looking out the window. His firm attitude proved that no matter what others said, he would not open his mouth. This is Orochimaru. What he decides will never change, and no one can shake him. Ah. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru's resolute attitude and knew that things were going to be difficult. They grew up together and knew Orochimaru's character very well. Orochimaru's decision is really unshakable, and Jiraiya can only sigh helplessly, knowing that today will be unsuccessful again. It's Hazuki. Tsunade's voice suddenly sounded, and Orochimaru, who was looking out the window, suddenly turned his head. You know. Orochimaru stared at Tsunade with his fists clenched, his face pale. Hazuki. What Hazuki? Jiraiya next to him was inexplicable when he heard this, and his mind was a little confused. Originally, he was prepared to return without success, but Tsunade suddenly mentioned Hazuki's name, and there was such a change. But why did this matter involve Hazuki again? Even though Orochimaru was so resolute before, the mention of Hazuki's name changed everything. Jiraiya was dazed, but he reacted quickly and looked at Orochimaru in disbelief. Could it be that you were injured by Hazuki? Impossible. You are one of the Sannin. Even if you encounter a strong enemy, you can still do the least call for help. 1. Advertisement. Jiraiya doesn't believe it. In his mind, Hazuki is indeed very mysterious and has a certain ability to predict, but it is impossible for Orochimaru to even ask for help. Moreover, Orochimaru has very rich fighting experience, and is a tyrannical ninja who has experienced several battles. Such a strong man is not defeated casually, and it is even more impossible for him to be unable to call for help. So Jiraiya's head shook like a rattle, not believing it was real. I did lose at the hands of Hazuki, a fiasco with no resistance, haha, how ironic. Orochimaru said in a low voice, with a miserable smile on his face. Really, Hazuki? Or a fiasco without resistance? Are you sure? Jiraiya hurriedly asked. He is not much different from Orochimaru in strength. If Orochimaru is a disastrous defeat, isn't he also a disastrous defeat? The fiasco. To imagine how strong Hyuga Hazuki is. Orochimaru said in a deep voice, clasping them together. How strong is Hazuki? Doesn't he usually stay at CJDH home to do research? Even if he is mysterious, he can't be so strong. Jiraiya said in surprise. It's very strong, and its ability is very strange. Orochimaru said solemnly. Actually, I don't know how I lost, or even how he made a move. At that time, I suddenly entered an illusory space, a spiritual space whose time is different from the outside world. There, I went through a long process of despair, such means, such ability. I don't know how to evaluate him at all, he is too strong and too weird. Orochimaru said, his face paler and paler. This. Looking at Orochimaru in such a state and listening to his words, Jiraiya and Tsunade looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Being able to beat Orochimaru, one of the Sannin, the absolute super powerhouse of Konoha to what he is now, is enough to explain the horror of Hazuki. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Although I thought he was strong before, it's really scary to be so strong. Jiraiya sighed. But it shouldn't be. Hazuki rarely attacks people unless someone offends him. Orochimaru, did you do something to arouse his anger? Tsunade frowned slightly. Quote. Orochimaru wanted to say something, but it turned into a deep sigh. Sorry, it's really my fault. I wanted to learn wood style, so I went to steal his cells and research results. You. Tsunade frowned and looked at Orochimaru angrily, but looking at Orochimaru's haggard appearance, she didn't say anything and left the ward directly. Only Orochimaru was left, and Jiraiya in a dazed state. Wait, I have a headache now. You said you want to learn wood style. Isn't wood style because of the Tsunade pendant? Why is Hazuki involved again? Jiraiya said in a circle. You also believe the excuse of the pendant. Orochimaru glanced at Jiraiya and continued. You can't think about it. Think about why Tsunade hugged Hazuki. Except for the grace of saving her life, how could she lose control of her emotions? No one else can guess it. You can't guess it with your own eyes, you really. Advertisement. Orochimaru shook his head and didn't say more, but closed his eyes and rested again. He thought about it, and looked back for an opportunity to learn from Hazuki. For strength, he could give up everything. Beside, Jiraiya stood blankly for a long time. After a while, he said as if he had just woken up from a dream. You all know about it, but I don't know it like a fool. Why didn't you tell me? Jiraiya wanted to cry without tears. He looked at Orochimaru angrily, turned around angrily and left. He thought about it. In the future, he would not care about these bad things in the village. He was going to travel around the ninja world to relieve his wounded heart. The Hyuga family station, Hazuki's home. After drinking another bottle of potion, Hazuki suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the village entrance, and then frowned. Why did Jiraiya suddenly leave the village? World War II is over. Hazuki was puzzled. He didn't know that because of himself, Jiraiya lost his love, and even the boat of friendship was overturned. Now he is more concerned about his right eye. Because the awakening of the right eye has reached its limit. It's almost time. Go outside and wait for your awakening. As the sound fell, Hazuki disappeared in circles of water ripples. Fire Country, in a small valley. Circles of water ripples rippled in the air, and then Qianyu emerged from the ripples. At this moment, he did not wear a blindfold, but closed his eyes tightly, but even with his eyes closed, his left eye still glowed red, and his right eye glowed blue. That scorching light is simply not too dazzling! Exclamation mark. Hazuki walked slowly to the center of the valley, slowly opened his eyes. The blue and red light instantly became several times stronger, and the light even rippled in the air, forming a flaming glow. Soon the scorching light of the right eye began to strengthen, and Hazuki was also more handsome in this scorching light. Has the awakening succeeded? It turned out to be this. Hazuki slowly opened his hands, the whole person suddenly floated, and gradually flew high into the sky, looking down at the entire valley and everything under the dazzling sun. Shen Luo Tianzheng. Boom. A terrifying wave stirred up in the center of the valley, spreading in all directions like a sea of mountains. The terrifying power leveled the valley in an instant, and also raised the surrounding mountains to the ground. No, this is not the Shen Luo Tianzheng. I only used a small amount of power. If I want, the power can be increased tenfold in an instant. 140. There is a person in the sky. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hazuki frowned and pondered, and soon thought of the second strengthening of awakening, and then thought that the right eye was Tensagen. A thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that Shinra Tenjung and Universal Pull were supposed to be awakened, but they merged Tensagen's attraction and repulsion to form a stronger ability? 1. Hazuki was intrigued. He looked up at the sun in the sky, thought about it, and then looked at the moon on the other side. Although it is daytime, the moon is still hanging in the sky, and there are a few traces of the moon. Looking at it, Hazuki instinctively raised his right hand, aiming at the sky. A mysterious feeling filled his heart, and Hazuki faintly felt that if he wanted to, he could change the orbit of the moon bright. With deep curiosity, Hazuki's mind moved slightly, and the terrifying gravitational repulsion suddenly launched. Unseen unknown forces are being released, with unknown fluctuations beginning to work. Soon the moon in the sky swayed slightly, up, down, left, right, swaying at will according to his wishes. It seems that it is indeed Tensagen's gravitational and repulsive forces, but the control method is more arbitrary, which is different from Shinra Tianzhung and Universal Pull. Hazuki was a little enlightened, and understood that this was the result of the fusion of the two abilities, and the power was obviously strengthened. It's a good ability. Even if it is a bigger sun, I can pull it down with such control. Hazuki turned his head again and looked at the huge sun shining brightly. Forget it. If the sun goes down, the world will be over. Hazuki shook his head. Instead of controlling the sun, he aimed his right hand at the trees in the distance. Bang bang bang. The sound of shattering reverberated, and under the action of universal pull, it flew rapidly from afar, and was shattered again by Shinra Tianzhung when it approached. I remember that universal pull also has an upgraded version called planetary devastation, which is a different control of force. I wonder how powerful it is. Hazuki looked around, intending to find a suitable experimental site to experiment, but unfortunately failed. Find a place with mountains, at least make this planetary devastation more room to perform. Hazuki said, disappearing in a circle of water ripples. Ninja World, Juming Mountain. A sparsely populated mountain village. Surrounded by mountains on all sides, this small village is one of the few places that is relatively isolated from the outside world. Relatively speaking, life here is relatively poor, and the life of the common people is very poor. But there is a very good carving shop here, and its carved statues are even sold outside the mountains, and they also feed many people in the village. Inside the engraving shop, several men with ferocious faces were sitting quietly, watching the shop owner quickly carve novel and strange statues. Do you understand? This time, the sculpture is a flying statue, which belongs to the best of the best. You can study hard, and you will definitely be able to support yourself in the future with this craft. 1. The shop owner said lightly, his white beard swayed slightly, looking very elegant. Advertisement. Yes, we must study hard. Several men with ferocious faces spoke. Their clothes were simple, but their demeanor and eyes were not ordinary people. Then go back, remember to practice diligently. The shop owner waved his hand. Yes. A few people with fierce faces bowed and left, and quickly walked out of the store. Boss Scar, do we really want to learn to carve? We are wandering ninjas. Yes, Boss Scar, although the owner of this shop rescued us and gave us food, I still don't want to give up the ranks of ninjas. Me too. We finally escaped to this small village, how about taking control of the whole village? Several men with fierce faces said, with unwillingness in their expressions. Don't worry, I know what to do, let's settle down first. The scar-faced captain waved his hand with a hint of seriousness in his expression. Okay, we will definitely not suffer by following the boss anyway. Several subordinates nodded in agreement. Huh, look at the sky, the moon is actually moving. One of the ninjas pointed at the moon and said in horror. What nonsense, how can the moon move? Everyone laughed and cursed, looking up at the sky. My mother, it's really moving. Several people looked at the moon that swayed up and down in the sky, and fell to the ground in fright. Even the scar-faced captain was so frightened that his face turned pale. The moon won't fall. No, it hangs in the sky for so many years, it shouldn't fall down. 1. It seems to be gradually calming down. It scared me to death. A few wandering ninjas spoke, and they finally breathed a sigh of relief when they watched the moon return to peace. Mass, it's not been peaceful recently, there are always strange things happening again and again. Yeah, the old nest in the land of soup is gone, and there are huge stone and wooden monsters in the land of fire, as well as lightsabers cut from the sky, it's just weird. That lightsaber is amazing. I heard that the lightsaber has been slashed to the land of rain, and it has directly scared the major ninja villages away. We are still investigating this matter. That's right, the Second Ninja World War is over just like that. I can't believe it even thinking about it. A few wandering ninjas were talking, and the Scarface captain was more firm in his thoughts. I decided to stay in this village and completely control it, we will never go out. Scar said lightly. Really? Great, now we can relax. Advertisement. But, could something strange happen here too? A wave ninja questioned, worried that there would be an accident here. No. This small village is surrounded by mountains, and the Juming mountain is even more majestic and towering into the clouds. Even Da Ninjutsu village will take years to level with ninjutsu, so don't worry. Also, this broken village can't afford to ask Da Ren village to remove the mountain, and we can stay here forever. Right. Several wandering ninjas became happier as they talked, and discussed with each other how to control this small village. But, while they were talking, just when they said nothing weird would happen here, a figure suddenly appeared in the distant sky, a back figure standing in the sky. Look at the sky, there is a person in the sky with his back to us. A wandering ninja hurriedly said. When everyone heard this, they hurriedly looked at the sky, and then their pupils shrank. There are really people. How can such a small place have such a terrifying existence? Is something going to happen? How come such terrifying existences appear everywhere? It always feels like something big is going to happen. Look at that person, he actually opened his hands, what does he want to do? Could it be a big move? Captain Scarface shouted. Everyone hurriedly shut up and stared at the sky, staring at the back hugging the sky. However, nothing happened in the next time, and the man in the sky remained motionless. Strange, is that back figure pretending to be a ghost? Captain Scarface wondered. It's possible, maybe it's just pretending. I was scared to death just now. I thought something big happened, but nothing happened. 1. Yeah, I was also startled just now, but unfortunately I was pretending. Boom. The earth trembled slightly, and the Juming mountain in the distance suddenly shattered. With the mighty power of the sky, it fell like a mountain, and smashed into the small mountain village. Ask for flowers. But the next second, the shattered Juming mountain seemed to have lost its gravitational force and flew towards the sky rapidly. Together with countless vegetation, trees, and stones, it flew into the sky with a bang. Not only Juming Mountain, but all the surrounding hills, with the small village as the center, went towards the sky at the same time with unimaginable scenes. That super fast speed, almost in a moment, condensed an incomparably huge big ball in the sky, a terrifying big ball that covered the sky and the sun constantly increasing. Such a sight, such a miraculous power, terrified everyone, including Captain Scarface, and fell to the ground in fright. What's going on? All the mountains shattered and flew into the sky. Captain Scarface said in horror. Advertisement. That is Juming Mountain. Even Da Ren village takes years to level the mountain, but now it has been lifted into the sky by that unknown person in an instant. 1 inch. Boss, I don't think it's suitable for us to stay here. Let's go. Let's find a safer place. A few wandering ninjas stammered. They were completely frightened. Okay. Let's go. Let's go. Captain Scarface took the lead and staggered to the distance, vowing never to come to this place again. They left, but the civilians in the small mountain village were terrified, looking up at the big balls in the sky, and bowed respectfully. However, just as they were kowtowing, the incomparably huge stone ball in the sky unexpectedly disappeared in a circle of water ripples. Also disappearing together in the sky, the unknown strong back. Although the strong man left, the people shouted with gratitude, because the surrounding mountains were gone, they finally did not need to be isolated. Therefore, these people are very grateful to the unknown powerhouse, and even the whole village discussed and defined today as a memorial day. For all this, Hazuki doesn't know, and even if he doesn't care. At this moment, he was leaning on the sofa leisurely, leaning on Kushina's Mizuki back and eating the oranges that Makoto fed him. Makoto, cut my hair for a while, it's too long. Hazuki looked at his hair and said. Well, what does bro Hazuki like? Makoto asked curiously. Such. Hazuki tapped the void with his index finger, and soon a statue made of ice appeared. This is made from his appearance, except that the hair is short, exactly like Otsutsuki's hairstyle. The improvement this time not only awakened his two abilities, but even his hair has grown a lot longer, and the color tends to be white. But this hair is too long. The Hyuga family's hair is long enough, and now it's longer. He doesn't like it, so he just cut it off. Certainly. With his control, he could easily cut his own hair with ninjutsu, but with Makoto around, Hazuki didn't bother to do it. So he buried his head in Makoto's arms and didn't move lazily. Brother Hazuki, come here, I'll cut it for you right away. Makoto model Hazuki's hair was warmly mixed. Well, how are your eyes? Is there an evolutionary trend? Hazuki sat up and asked. Not yet, but Sister Kushina has changed a bit. She said that she seems to be awakening some ability. Makoto said suddenly. Huh, Kushina, are you awakening your abilities? Hazuki was surprised. Well, I don't know what it is, but I feel that my physique has improved a lot, and it seems that I have some ability to be mastered by me. Kushina nodded her head and replied obediently. What will the abilities of the Vortex clan be? I'm looking forward to it. Hazuki murmured. Open black lens bracket 141 close black lens bracket the Otsutsuki family. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hazuki is curious about what abilities Kushina will gain, but it's not a rush, just wait. And he has one more thing to do next, which is a haircut. Click. In the quiet courtyard, Hazuki sat quietly on the stool and accepted Makoto's haircut, It was only after one cut that Makoto's movements stopped. She stared blankly at the hair that had grown back again, and blinked her eyes a little cutely. Hazuki brother, the hair is growing again. Makoto said a little confused. I see, it seems to have reached a certain tipping point. Hazuki said calmly. The eyes under the black blindfolds were rippling with red and blue light, and there were more obvious traces of Rinnegan on the edges of the two eyes. Brother Hazuki, what is the critical point? Makoto was cute, his big eyes flickering. It's nothing. Let's go back to the house. Hazuki stood up and hugged Makoto's slender waist. Well, Brother Hazuki, wait for me a moment. After Makoto finished speaking, he tied the strand of hair he just cut with his white and tender hands, and then carefully collected it. You don't need your hair, just burn it back. Hazuki thought for a while before speaking. Hazuki bro, can I keep it? It's a pity that such a good head is burned. Makoto was a little reluctant. Okay, keep the 557, if you like it. Hazuki shook his head. Well, I'll make a small bag later, and put Brother Hazuki's hair in it and carry it with me, so that I can always feel Brother Hazuki. Makoto said warmly, his big eyes turned into crescents. You. Hazuki pinched Makoto's little face, and there was a trace of waves in his eyes. He didn't waste his life to get such a sweet and cute girl. With waves in his heart, Hazuki picked her up in Makoto's exclamation and took her back to the house in the form of a princess hug. In the living room, Kushina stared blankly at Makoto in Hazuki's arms, with a hint of envy in her big eyes. But she didn't say anything, but continued to sew clothes with needles and threads. After this period of hard work, her sewing skills have improved a lot. Although the clothes she made are still ugly, at least she has seen progress. So she works hard whenever she has time to show her worth as much as possible and attract Hazuki's attention. Kushina, come on. Makoto got down from Hazuki's arms and ran into the house with Shyness and Kushina chatting. Advertisement. Soon after, the two came out hand in hand, except that they each wore a small bag around their necks, and their cute little faces smiled with joy. Subsequently, the two looked at each other, walked to Hazuki's side with small feet, and took his hand to start massaging. The whole scene seemed extraordinarily warm and happy. But at such a happy moment, Hazuki was in a daze, feeling the warmer and stronger current in his body, as well as the tendency to transform. The blood of Tsunade is stronger than I imagined, and it has brought me to the brink of transformation so quickly. Maybe it won't be long before I can completely transform and become a real Otsutsuki clan. Hazuki said secretly, calculating the transformation time, the medicine to take again, and the reward for completing the system task. Very soon, Hazuki murmured and closed his eyes, resting his head on Makoto's shoulders, lazily entering the salted fish state again. Time passed, and soon more than a month passed. During this time, the entire ninja world was in a state of peace, and the war was completely gone. However, the combat power of the major countries was basically not lost in the Second Ninja World War, so the national strength was much stronger than in the original book. And because of Hazuki's participation, the Second Ninja World War ended as soon as it started, and many people survived. For example, Nawaki is a typical case. He didn't even have time to fight and World War II ended, but Konoha's White Fangya, like Sanin, is famous in the ninja world. To this, as the cause of everything, Hazuki doesn't care, or even ignores it. Because he can no longer care about it, at this moment he has reached the limit of transformation, and it is possible to transform into the Otsutsuki clan at any time. The land of water, the vast coast. Hazuki stood quietly on the beach, overlooking the boundless sea, silently waiting for the beginning of transformation. At this moment, the warm current in his body has reached its limit, and the warm current all over his body is boiling frantically, and every time it boils, his skin becomes whiter and his hair grows longer. Soon, his hair has reached the length of Otsutsuki Kagaya, and his skin is getting whiter and fairer, even white women are jealous. And his whole person also floated up at this moment, quickly came to the sky, and floated quietly. His white hair was constantly floating in the sea breeze, rippling and flowing like a ribbon. Boom! The dull explosion reverberated. Hazuki was shocked, and a strong chakra rippled around him, and his whole body was even more terrifying. At this moment, all the boundaries of blood in his body merged and completely evolved into the snares of blood, but this was not over. 12 truth-seeking balls appeared behind him without knowing when, and spun regularly behind him. His eyes spun rapidly, and the Sharingan in the left eye and the Tenseigan in the right eye turned into Rinnegan at the same time, but then returned to their original state again. After switching like this several times, the left eye gradually becomes a 3-Tomo Rinnegan, but the right eye becomes a Tenseigan with ripples. Advertisement. The strange fusion of the two different eyes formed new and mysterious eyes, and the red and blue scorching lights were also powerful, making him extraordinarily strange and mysterious. Ding! Congratulations to the master for completing the task and evolving into the Otsutsuki clan. Ding. Bonus. 30% Tornado Template plus Forbidden Technique Impure World Reincarnation, Final Edition plus lots of chakra. Ding. Hyuga Hazuki. The Otsutsuki Clan. Templates. 45% Saitama Template, 90% Tornado Template. Blood Followers. Rinne Sharingan, right eye, 3 Tomo Rinnegan, left. Finally transformed into the Otsutsuki Clan, and finally completed the system task. This time can be described as a great harvest. Hazuki floated quietly in the air, without using any ability, just floating naturally. This is the ability to float that belongs to the Otsutsuki family. Hazuki can feel that he is not affected by the air, and at the same time has obtained a long life, and also obtained a more terrifying vitality and anti-strike ability. As for other small benefits, there are more. Hazuki doesn't even care anymore. What he cares about is his eyes, what he cares about is the mysterious ability he has acquired. The original ability is still preserved, and at the same time, a new ability has been obtained. I just don't know if it is possible to awaken an ability every once in a while. Hazuki was intrigued and wanted to check out his abilities, but there was one thing he needed to do now, and that was cutting his hair. The abominable long hair made him very uncomfortable, so his mind moved slightly, and the truth-seeking ball turned into a shuriken and flashed quickly. Whoosh whoosh. The long white hair was broken in the light and shadow, and finally disappeared in a circle of water ripples. It's so much more comfortable. Hazuki modeled his short hair, disappeared in the ripples of the water with a smile, and when it reappeared, he had returned home. Hazuki brother, you're back, eh? Hazuki brother, you cut your hair. Makoto noticed Hazuki. The first time she ran over, her eyes had turned into Mangekyo. Well, looks good, Hazuki nodded. Brother Hazuki looks good no matter what hairstyle. Makoto sat next to Hazuki and said with wide eyes. You. Hazuki shook his head and lay sideways in Makoto's arms, leaning on her Mizuki back and feeling his eyes change. This time it was the right eye, Rinne Sharingan, that Hazuki was surprised to see. A mysterious ability is condensing and forming, gradually converging into an unimaginable ability, an ability that Hazuki never dared to imagine. As this, the control of time. Hazuki murmured, with a rare seriousness in his expression. When it comes to time, it is definitely not a simple ability, not to mention the ability that Tensegan and Rinnegan bring together. So Hazuki tried to feel the power with anticipation. Advertisement. No, the right eye is not fully awakened. Could it be that the physique of the Otsutsuki clan cannot support its complete awakening? Hazuki is a little incredible. His current physique is extraordinary, immune to ninjutsu, super vitality, super anti-strike ability, super resilience. Even his physique was stronger than that of the ordinary Otsutsuki clan. After all, he was promoted from the origin of the bloodline, and he directly pointed to the strongest bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. Certainly, he has not yet reached the top stage, and he still needs to continue to take blood medicine, but he is still much stronger than the ordinary Otsutsuki clan. But with such a physique, it is truly incredible that he cannot fully control the time ability. Let's test it first, to see how strong the time ability is, and it is impossible to fully awaken. 1. Hazuki said secretly, and silently activated the time ability. In an instant, he felt that he had returned to the past, back to the time when he traveled through the Hokage world, and even before the time traveled, a kind of hidden control ability, which made him suddenly open his hands. Click. The space was turbulent, and the entire ninja world shook slightly, including any corner of the ninja world at this moment. But after this, it was completely calm. But Hazuki opened his eyes in shock and looked at the small ball of light in his hand. How is this possible? How is this possible? Such a capability. 3.7 Hazuki is unbelievable, with ecstasy in his expression, because this ability is incredible. Excited, Hazuki quickly swallowed the ball of light and completely merged with himself, and he was relieved. Go, yes cut. From now on, no one can go back to the past to kill him, because he has no past. I remember someone from the Otsutsuki family who could go back to the past, and now I'm curious about the frustration of his failure when he chose to go back to the past. The corners of Hazuki's lips curled into a smile, and the last stone in his heart fell. At this moment, he had no weakness at all and was not afraid of any enemies. And he plans to fuse the collection of the past with himself every day, and completely cut off all weaknesses. The next step is to be a good salted fish for a few years, to complete the task of learning 500 kinds of talents, and then get 5% Saitama template, and then. Ding. Please choose. 1. Teach a cage level disciple. Reward. 8 inner gates. 2. Teach 10 cage level disciples. Reward. 10% tornado template. 3. Teach 100 cage level disciples. Reward. 5% Saitama template. Note. Cage level disciples must have the strength to defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen alone. Note. Try not to use external forces such as blood potions or summoning beasts. Open black lens bracket 142 close black lens bracket worry. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Cultivate cage level powerhouses. Don't apply external forces as much as possible. Does that mean you can use them occasionally? Hazuki probed the 3 god level options and said secretly. He likes the Saitama template of the third item very much. After all, when it reaches 100% in the future, he can become stronger without limit. Thinking about that way of becoming stronger makes me feel good. But the task is to teach 100 cage level powerhouses, which is a bit difficult. After all, cage level is not cheap, and at this stage, it is a well-known figure in the ninja world. The most important thing is that the second task is simple and easier to complete, and it can also make up 100% of the tornado template, which is very attractive. It seems that the second item is better, then I choose. Wait, I think of a shortcut. Hazuki originally planned to choose the second option, but suddenly thought that if he took the plot characters as his disciples, it would be easy to complete the task. For example, taking Orochimaru as a disciple, and he will be able to defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen in the future without worrying about him, and Jiraiya, the future member of Akatsuki, the future fourth Raikage. There are also Kakashi, Obito, Might Guy, Gaara, Terumi Mei, Tsuchikage's granddaughter Black Earth, and many future famous people who can be accepted as disciples. Certainly, some people may not be able to beat Sarutobi Hiruzen. After all, the young Sarutobi Hiruzen still has some strength, but Hazuki can make a move. First smash the third generation and then let the apprentice challenge it, or wait until the third generation is old and then challenge. Isn't there a shortcut? There is no shortcut. Even if my Hazuki disciple doesn't need 29 external force, I can teach him to be a super strong. If he can't beat Sarutobi Hiruzen, then he is not worthy of being my disciple. Hazuki spoke quietly, with absolute confidence in his expression. With his knowledge, as long as the opponent is a piece of rough jade, Hazuki can definitely carve it into an excellent existence. Thinking of this, Hazuki chose the third option without hesitation. Ding. After the selection is complete, come on, master. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Your disciple Tsunade has reached cage level and cannot determine whether he can defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen. You can continue to teach to increase the probability of determination, or directly challenge Sarutobi Hiruzen. Close black lens bracket. Has it reached cage level? Master Wood Styles Tsunade is growing pretty fast. 1. Hazuki was slightly surprised, and quickly thought of Jiraiya and Orochimaru, 2 ready-made good disciples who could be accepted directly. Certainly, they might not agree, but Hazuki wasn't worried at all, and if they didn't agree, just hit it and agree. Advertisement. And Hazuki intends to use the identity of a super strong to accept apprentices, but he still can't believe that he can't accept the other party. By the way, and Nagato and Conan, the end of World War II was so rushed that Jiraiya didn't meet them, they didn't have a teacher yet, I'm afraid, etc. Something is wrong. Hazuki suddenly thinks that Jiraiya leaves the village and travels the world, which may well belong to the self-correction of the world plot, giving Jiraiya a chance to find Conan and them in the future. No, I'll take Conan and the others as soon as possible, I can't be preempted by Jiraiya. Ding. The plot of this world is less than 60%, and the plot begins to be chaotic and inclined. Close black lens bracket. Ding. Trigger the plot correction task. Do you want to start? The system suddenly prompts mechanically. Plot correction mission. This is interesting. Let's start it. Hazuki said with a hint of curiosity. Ding. Please choose. 1. The most rear admiral plot is restored to 60%, and the basic reward, 5% Saitama template. 2. The most rear admiral plot is restored to 70%, the basic reward. 5% Saitama template plus 10% tornado template. 3. The most rear admiral plot is restored to 80%, the basic reward. 5% Saitama template plus 10% tornado template plus dust escape plus 8 inner gates plus a lot of fairy magic chakra. Note: in addition to the basic rewards, the more the plot recovers, the richer the rewards, and it is possible to get the Super God gift package. This mission. Hazuki scouted the new mission, frowning gradually, because it took longer and was very difficult to complete. According to the prompt of the system just now, the plot of this world is already less than 60%, which is enough to show that the plot has been seriously skewed. Even if the world is repairing itself, it will be difficult to recover. And, because of him, Nawaki didn't die. Danzo started to do research. Sarutobi Hiruzen was no longer conspiracy, but ambitious to unify the world of ninja. There are also Orochimaru, who is severely depressed every day, Tsunade, who has not left Konoha, and Makoto and Kushina by his side. It can be said that the world has changed too much. Many people are out of their original life trajectory, and even the Nine Tails rebellion is difficult to happen, because the Nine Tails are still sealed on Kushina's wrist. This task is such a headache. Hazuki frowned, but the rich rewards really made his eyes hot, and the Super God gift package that never appeared, also made him look forward to it. The most important thing is that every time the gift package appears, it is a very good reward. Like the mysterious gift package before, each one did not disappoint him. It's just that the difficulty of this task is very difficult for Hazuki to choose, because Makoto and Kushina have too much influence on the world, and they are definitely the biggest influence. The most important thing is the birth of Naruto and Sasuke, which is very troublesome. It is not very difficult to restore the plot to 80%. 70%, I am sure. Advertisement. Hazuki locked on the God level option again, and looked at Shendun and 8 inner gates, as well as the large amount of celestial magic chakra. It doesn't matter. I can develop ninjutsu in 8 gate, and I can also absorb natural energy transformation in Shanju chakra, then I choose the second item. Ding. After the selection is complete, come on, master. Close black lens bracket. After the selection, Hazuki thought about how to complete this task. For the birth of Naruto and Sasuke, he already had 2 ways. The first way is to introduce other girlfriends to Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato, and see if Naruto and Sasuke can be born smoothly. Anyway, they should be named Naruto or Sasuke. The second way is that he married Makoto and Kushina and let Itachi, Sasuke, Naruto be his children, but this is very unreliable, and it would be bad if it was a girl. Hazuki felt a headache and wondered if he was right or wrong. I don't want to do this anymore. Since I made a choice, it's right or wrong, and Hazuki doesn't regret it. Hazuki made the announcement decisively, with a solemn expression on his face. Brother Hazuki, I worked with Sister Makoto to make you a trench coat, do you like it? A clear and pleasant voice interrupted Hazuki's thoughts, and following the voice, Kushina was standing beside her, holding a black trench coat embroidered with red clouds in her hand. The style of this windbreaker is exactly the same as the windbreaker of Akatsuki. In fact, it is a picture that Hazuki painted when he acquired the painting skills after taking back Shadow Clone. He didn't care about it at first, but he didn't expect to find it, and then cooperated to sew a black trench coat for him, which really surprised Hazuki. Taking the black windbreaker lightly, Hazuki took a closer look and found that except for the slightly crooked sewing of Hongyun, the rest of the place is absolutely excellent handicraft. Apparently it was Kushina who sewed the red cloud, and Makoto sewed the rest by hand. The fabric of Momo's clothes was still the best fabric, and looking at the stitches on the clothes, Hazuki could guess that they were pierced by needles countless times when they were making the clothes. Such dedication makes Hazuki both distressed and moved. The corners of his lips evoked a gentle smile, and he moved the 2 women to his sides in an instant, and then hugged them tightly in his arms. Thank you for your hard work, Hazuki said, feeling the softness of the 2 women. It's not hard work, as long as Big Brother Hazuki likes it. Kushina and Makoto answered at the same time, with joy in their voices, obviously getting his compliments, and the 2 little girls were very happy. Well, I like it very much. You can make me clothes for the rest of your life in the future. Hazuki raised his head slightly, blue and red light rippling from under the black blindfold. Okay. Kushina and Makoto nodded their heads at the same time. Their white and tender hands grabbed Hazuki's clothes, and their faces were shy, moved and delighted. Advertisement. The smart ones understand the meaning of this sentence, and it also represents Hazuki's commitment and choice. So both of them were very happy, and they both stayed in Hazuki's arms in joy. For a time, the atmosphere of the scene became warm, and at the same time, it became more harmonious and happy. After a long time, Hazuki patted the little heads of the two girls, said a few words softly, and then wore a black trench coat and a golden mask, and left the house in a 560 circle of water ripples. When he appeared again, he had already arrived in the land of rain. Konan, Yahiko, and Nagato, he must find them, and he will not miss any of the rewards he deserves. You must accept them as disciples before Jiraiya. You don't need to teach too much. First confirm the master-disciple relationship, and then let them apprentice to Jiraiya, so that the two tasks can be completed at the same time. Hazuki murmured, looking for these three people while calculating the current timeline. World War II ended too quickly, the plot was very chaotic, and it is still unknown whether these three people have come together now. 1. Hazuki remembers that Nagato was 35 years old when he died when he read the original book. After subtracting the time when Naruto was born, and subtracting the time of World War II and World War II, he may be only 4 or 5 years old now. It's a little troublesome, so small, the three of them may not be together. In that case, let's use Shadow Clone to find it. Hazuki murmured, and instantly activated the magic katakana middle dot multiple shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. Thousands of shadow clones suddenly appeared, each wearing a red cloud and black trench coat, with a mysterious golden mask, floating quietly in all directions. Go ahead. Hazuki waved his hand. He didn't separate out too many shadow clones, because that was enough. Yes. Whoosh whoosh. Thousands of shadow clone rushed in all directions, with terrifying power to various areas of the Rain Land. Although these shadow clones do not have templates, they inherit most of Hazuki's abilities, and their strength is unimaginable. Every shadow clone is an existence that can make the ninja world tremble. So Hazuki was not worried that they would not be found, but stood still, silently absorbing the natural energy and transforming it into the magical chakra. In the land of rain, in a small village. Konan staggered and ran out of the village. His dirty little face was full of hesitation and fear, and the loneliness in his eyes could not be concealed. 1 kilometer away from the small village, Jiraiya was walking leisurely, bored, he was heading towards the small village. Open black lens bracket 143 close black lens bracket apprentice. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I didn't expect that the life of civilians is so miserable. How can we make this world a better place? How can we save the world? Jiraiya sighed, hoping to find a way to change this devastated world. There's a small village in front of you. Let's go and have a look. It's almost noon. Jiraiya's belly was molded, and he felt a hint of hunger. He looked at the smoke above the village from a distance, and walked directly. On the other side, in a small village. Wong wong wong. A vicious dog ran fast, staring fiercely at the small figure in front, chasing after him frantically, and yelling and cursing came from not far away. Grab her, this wild child is stealing again, this time I have to break her arm. Yes, it's better to kill her. 2 burly middle-aged women shouted and chased after them with sticks in their hands. Such chasing speed, and the roar of the vicious dog, scared Konan, who was running in front of him, to turn pale. Because as long as she is caught up, she will definitely be beaten to death. What's more, she also stole something, which was absolutely terrible to be caught, so she panicked completely and continued to run to the entrance of the village and ran outside the village. But the vicious dog in the back was already chasing after her quickly, getting closer and closer to her, and the barking of the vicious dog was almost beside her ears. Despair appeared in her heart. Konan could only pray for God's mercy, but she knew it was just an extravagant hope. But at this moment, she suddenly saw a person in the distance, a man with a forehead protector on his head and written in oil. Hope appeared. Konan tried his best to open his mouth and cried out for help. Help. Bang. Conan's eyes went black. She felt as if she had bumped into someone. She raised her head in panic, but what she saw was a mysterious figure with a golden mask. The windbreaker with the red cloud and black background, the mysterious golden mask, the light shining under the mask, and the right hand that the masked man suddenly raised. Bang! The bloody light appeared, the vicious dog turned into a mist of blood and disappeared, and the two middle-aged women who were chasing in the distance fled in a panic, rolling and crawling towards the village. Want power? The golden masked figure looked down at Conan, asking her in a daze. Strength. Conan stammered. Although she was very young, she had already formed the concept of strength and even wanted to become a ninja. But as the poor at the bottom, she has no way to learn and no chance to become a ninja. But now, an opportunity lay in front of her, and it was hope for her. I will. Advertisement. Conan spoke hastily and quickly, with stubbornness and deep gratitude on his dirty little face. Okay, I'll take you out of here first. Hazuki smiled and waved, and the two disappeared in a circle of water ripples. And not far away, a person is standing dazedly. He is Jiraiya who has fallen into illusion. Just now, Hazuki used a small illusion on Jiraiya. The power of this illusion is very small. Hazuki didn't even use the magic, in order to make him wake up as soon as possible and accept him as a disciple. It's a pity that Hazuki is too strong, and a small illusion made Jiraiya completely sink into the illusion. Whoosh! Hazuki's shadow clone appeared and quietly came to Jiraiya and waited. In fantasy, Jiraiya is in a daze. Originally, she saw a little girl being chased by a vicious dog. Jiraiya planned to help, but before she took any action, she felt a flower in front of her eyes, and everything in front of her eyes changed. Apparently, he had fallen into the illusion, and was unknowingly affected by the illusion. Damn, I actually fell into an illusion, give me a. The chakra of Jiraiya surged, boiled like a churning sea, then fell silent again, then continued to churn, and fell silent again. After repeating this several times, it took a lot of time to finally break free from the illusion. What a terrifying illusion, this illusion even took me a lot of trouble. Jiraiya said solemnly, and suddenly found a figure standing in front of her. Who are you? The illusion you cast? Jiraiya hurriedly asked. The person in front of him was wearing a golden mask and a black-red cloud windbreaker. He looked extremely mysterious. Jiraiya would not underestimate such a character. You should call me teacher. The golden mask figure said lightly. Teacher. I don't know you, why do I call you a teacher? As Jiraiya said that, he took out the kunai from the ninja bag and looked at the opposite side vigilantly. Because I am stronger than you, I can give you stronger power. The golden mask figure continued to speak, deliberately rippling the chakra in his body. I'm sorry, I have no plans to be a teacher. Jiraiya shook her head, her expression extremely solemn. The terrifying chakra of the other party instantly made his hair rise, and at that moment there was a terrifying feeling of facing death. However, having experienced a lot of battles, he did not feel the slightest fear because of this. Instead, his whole body was tense and ready for battle. Looks like it's going to work. The golden masked figure spoke lightly and walked towards Jiraiya. The other side. The door of a restaurant. More than a dozen civilians looked at the restaurant with pale faces, and gathered together to discuss in a low voice. Advertisement. So strong. The masked man just now was really strong. Yeah, I have never seen such a powerful person, just snapped my fingers and turned into this. Well, I have never heard of such a method. My son is Genin. He has told me a lot about ninjas, but this scene just now is too bizarre. The commoners were discussing, and they glanced at the window of the restaurant, and hurriedly moved away, for fear of angering the masked man. And in the restaurant, all the civilians who were eating did not dare to make a sound, and ate cautiously, and even some people did not eat and left cautiously. Corner by the window. Conan sat at the dining table while eating, peeking at the golden masked man in front of him. The scene at the door of the restaurant just now really scared her. The mysterious method was really amazing, but she was a little worried. So she wanted to say something, but she didn't dare. Just say whatever you want. Hazuki glanced at Conan and said indifferently. Sir, is it really okay? Conan asked worriedly. You should call me teacher. Hazuki said nonchalantly. Teacher, I'm a little worried. Conan hurriedly changed his words. Don't worry, it's all about me. Hazuki's voice was indifferent, but as good as ever. Even if he deliberately disguised his voice, he still couldn't hide his magnetism. When Conan heard Hazuki's words, he felt a lot more at ease. Although she didn't know why this mysterious teacher was so confident, she was so hungry that she couldn't handle so much. So she turned into a snack food and quickly tasted the food on the table. Maybe she was very hungry. She finished the food like a storm, and then clutched her stomach and didn't want to move. Obviously she was overstretched. Fortunately, when Hazuki orders, most of the liquid food ordered, even if Conan eats a little bit, will not be a big problem. Take a break. Hazuki took Conan out the door, towards a women's clothing store. The entire scene only left civilians whispering, and then looked at the location of the side street. There, a female ninja was anxiously forming a seal, but it was useless, and could only rush around in a hurry. In front of the female ninja, the 4 rain shinobi held the kunai in unison, pressed against their neck, and their eyes were bloodshot and motionless. That kunwu had already smashed their necks, the skin was bleeding, but they were still stubbornly pressed against them, standing stiffly in place. Obviously, they all suffered from a serious illusion, an illusion that could not be solved even if they were injured. Open. The female ninja tried to seal the seal again, trying to unlock the illusion, but it still had no effect. Advertisement. Damn, it can't be solved. It can't be solved at all. Why haven't they come yet? I clearly sent a distress signal. The female ninja looked around anxiously, but she didn't see the rescue, which made her even more worried, and she was very afraid that these companions would suddenly commit suicide. But at the same time, she was also somewhat frightened by the strength of the masked man. This is the land of the Rain country. They are monitoring around as Rain shinobi, and they see the mysterious masked man. Of course they are going to check the masked man. But, as soon as they asked each other to take off their masks, the other snapped their fingers. Then, except for her genin, the 4 powerful chunins were all caught in an illusion that could not be solved. Such an incredible method really scared her. She even suspects that the masked man sees her as too weak and doesn't bother to pay attention to her, which makes her both fortunate and helpless. Am I not even qualified in illusion? The female ninja said in frustration, feeling the terrifying gap between herself and the strong for the first time. When she was depressed, the surrounding civilians were still watching silently, wondering why Rain Shinobi's rescue didn't come. In this village, there is a Rain Shinobi stronghold, and there are often ninjas here to supply and repair. Yesterday, 2 Rain Shinobi executives even showed up, bringing a team of more than 30 ninjas to the base to rest, and the restaurant is not far from the base, and it can be reached at most in 1 minute at the speed of the ninja King Lee. But now, it has been half an hour since the accident and the masked man left, but the ninja reinforcements still did not appear, as if the rescue signal sent out was intercepted. Very strange. Strange thing, this rescue signal was released successfully, but why didn't the Rain Shinobi come to rescue? It stands to reason that it should have arrived. Someone said. Yeah, last time I found a spy near here, and the rescue ninja came there quickly, but why hasn't it come now? What's going on? Did something happen to those Rain Shinobi? Impossible. That's Rain Shinobi's high level, very powerful, and there are more than 30 ninjas. How could something happen, and there is no sound of battle? It is. The people around were talking a lot, and they couldn't figure out what the reason was, and they all fell into confusion. But at this time, just when they are confused, a thin man ran from a distance in a panic and said tremblingly, "Something happened. Those ninjas, those ninjas. What's the matter? Say it now." Everyone hurriedly asked Jun. "You'll know when you go and have a look. They all have an accident." The thin man said hurriedly. "Something wrong. Go and have a look. 1 inch. It is good." A group of people ran with deep doubts. They couldn't figure out what happened to these ninjas. The key point was that they didn't hear the battle sound, which was very strange. Open black lens bracket 144 close black lens bracket illusion. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In their anxious running, these people quickly ran to the Rain Shinobi camp, and saw a scene that made them stunned. At the entrance of the stronghold, more than 30 Rain Shinobi stood silently, their eyes were bloodshot, and their expressions were full of terror and horror, as if they were experiencing something terrifying. But the strange thing is that they stood still. No matter how many people around and how loud they were, they remained motionless. Someone even patted them on the shoulders, but they didn't respond at all. Just ordinary rain shinobi couldn't notice the changes around them, which was very incredible. Such a scene, such a picture, really scared the surrounding civilians. These civilians who have never seen the world have never seen such a picture before, and they clearly feel the strangeness of the situation. What kind of power is that? It's making these rain shinobi move, and it looks like they're struggling, but it doesn't work. I don't know. Rain shinobi seems to have just walked out of the stronghold, and then it became like this. You see, they have weapons in their hands. Indeed, these rain shinobi just rushed out and stopped suddenly. Do you know why? A burly bald man suddenly spoke. He was carrying a ninja kit and a long sword, and he seemed to be a wandering ninja. Why? The people next to him hurriedly asked, and couldn't wait to know what happened next. Because a mysterious man stopped them. The mysterious man didn't say anything, just glanced at these 560 rain shinobi, and then rain shinobi stopped moving. The bald man said solemnly. Mysterious man. Just one glance. Are you sure? The surrounding civilians were a little suspicious, which was even more incredible than they imagined. After all, rain shinobi has more than 30 numbers, and there are powerful rain shinobi executives. But it is unbelievable that such a powerful rain shinobi has been seen and turned into this scene. You don't believe me. I'm a wandering ninja. I have seen many battles. The illusion that the mysterious man obviously used, and it was a very profound illusion. The bald wandering ninja continued to speak. Illusion. A profound illusion. The commoners were at a loss. Advertisement. I know illusion. My son is Genin. He told me that illusion can pull enemies into the environment, which is a very powerful ability. Someone suddenly said. Yes, normal illusions can only be used on 1 or 2 people, but that mysterious person is too powerful. He just made more than 30 rain shinobi enter the illusion and become the present. And that mysterious man's illusion is very powerful. Normally, it can be solved by interfering with chakra, but the rain shinobi have been interfering with chakra, but they can't be solved. The bald wandering ninja sighed. It's so powerful, it seems that the mysterious man is a powerful ninja. The civilians said in awe. Of course, that is CJDH, an absolute illusionist, and it is also the strongest illusionist ninja I have ever seen, but well. The bald wandering ninja suddenly showed a confident look. But what? Everyone was puzzled and asked questions. But I can solve this illusion. The bald wandering ninja looked up at the sky, looking like a strong man. Can you solve the illusion? Didn't you say that the mysterious man's illusion was very powerful? Everyone asked again. I admit that the mysterious man is very powerful, but no matter how powerful illusions are, there are ways to solve them, not to mention that illusions have a great weakness. That is, as long as others help those who have been hit by the illusion, or make them feel pain, then they can help them unlock the illusion. So, the bald-headed wandering ninja walked towards rain shinobi with confidence, raising his hands to make a mark under the awe-inspiring eyes of the people around him. Open to me. The bald-headed wandering ninja let out a loud shout, with a strong self-confidence seal, but after he finished casting, he was stunned, because the illusion was still unsolved. As expected of a mysterious powerhouse, he couldn't solve it once, so I'll do it again. The bald-headed wandering ninja continued to speak, still with a calm expression on his face. Open to me. The bald-headed wandering ninja burst into drink, and chakra kept surging and stirring, trying to solve the illusion. Advertisement. But after he finished shouting, looking at rain shinobi who was still motionless, he suddenly felt a little difficult, but the big words were blown out, and he couldn't fail. Therefore, he tried to mobilize chakra, and he kept shouting for 3 minutes without unlocking the illusion. What a powerful illusion. It seems that this time we have to change the method, that is, to use the pain method. The bald-headed wandering ninja modeled the cold sweat on his head, and then raised his fist. Bang 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 bang. The sound of continuous blows came, and the bald wandering ninja beat rain shinobi frantically, hitting rain shinobi with bruises, and even every rain shinobi beat him, but he still couldn't solve the words. This time, the bald-headed wandering ninja panicked, completely uneasy, and even he directly broke out foul language. What kind of illusion is this goddamn? People are almost killed, and the illusion has not been solved yet. After the bald wandering ninja finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong. Originally, He wanted to join Rain Shinobi, deliberately performed meritorious deeds in front of everyone, and finally became Rain Shinobi naturally. But now it's good. He tried his best to be unable to solve the illusion, instead he beat Rain Shinobi, which is very bad, so he decided to run away. I didn't expect that the black-robed masked man was so powerful, I couldn't solve it, I'm sorry. The bald-headed wandering ninja said, ready to look for an opportunity to sneak away. But at this time, a civilian suddenly asked, "What did you say?" "The man in black robe. Is that man wearing a golden mask?" "Huh. Do you know him? Is it the powerhouse you know?" The bald-headed wandering ninja wondered. "We don't know each other, but in the restaurant over there is also a mysterious man in a black trench coat and a golden mask. He is very powerful." Yeah, the mysterious man at the restaurant just snapped his fingers and took control of the four Rain Shinobi. He should also be caught in an illusion, and it seems to be a more powerful illusion. 1. Are they the people of an organization? Advertisement. Several civilians talked a lot, but their words stunned the bald-headed wandering ninja. The bald-headed wandering ninja asked suspiciously, "What is the appearance of the mysterious person over there? Can you describe the appearance in detail?" "Okay. That mysterious man is wearing a black-bottomed red cloud windbreaker and a golden mask with strange patterns on it. He feels very indifferent." "Yes, that's it. When you go to that stop, it gives people a feeling of not being provoked." Several civilians opened their mouths to explain. And the words of the bald wandering department, but the appearance of enlightenment, seems to think. It turns out that, I understand, no wonder the mysterious person here suddenly disappeared, so that's what happened. What did you understand? What suddenly disappeared? Did you find something again? A civilian asked strangely. I did find something. Although it's a little unbelievable, it's all true. The bald-headed wandering ninja continued to speak, with a complicated expression. The mysterious person here just now disappeared after controlling Rain Shinobi, and the disappearance was exactly the same as when Shadow Clone disappeared. I was still wondering at the time, but now I realize that this is a Shadow Clone at all. I didn't expect that the powerhouse who could easily control all Rain Shinobi with illusions would turn out to be a Shadow Clone, which is unimaginable. The bald-headed wandering ninja sighed and turned to leave, but was stopped by two people dressed as civilians. The analysis is good, but if you beat us Rain Shinobi, don't leave. The bright civilian dressed up tore off the disguise and returned to the appearance of Rain Shinobi. The bald-headed wandering ninja moved slightly when he saw this scene, and just about to take action, he fainted when his head hurt. Let's leave him here first. Let's try to unlock the illusion first, it may be a little troublesome. Don't worry. Look at me, open it for me. Open black lens bracket 145 close black lens bracket give me your hand. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. 10 minutes later. The two Rain Shinobi looked at their companions who were still in the illusion, and they were dumbfounded when they thought of the illusion that could not be solved. I didn't expect that even I couldn't solve it. Captain, what should we do? It's really a big trouble now. Sigh, let's move them to the base first. Row. The two Rain Shinobi moved quickly and quickly moved these companions back to the base, and even brought back the four Rain Shinobi and the female genin near the restaurant. But they have no clue about how to solve this illusion, and they have absolutely no way to do it. But just when they were distressed, the air above was slightly rippling. Immediately afterwards, those Rain Shinobi who were caught in the illusion were suddenly shocked and completely escaped from the illusion. However, they did not speak, but sighed deeply. You guys are finally sober. Great. By the way, how did you get out of the illusion at the same time? Could it be that the illusion was broken by your cooperation? Rain Shinobi, the girl who came back with him, asked suspiciously. No. Rain Shinobi, who had escaped from the illusion, collectively shook his head, and then said with complicated eyes, we were released by the caster, and he seemed to be too lazy to pay attention to us. What? Female genin was startled, her big eyes widened. Don't be surprised, that person wanted to kill us easily, but he didn't do it, maybe he was kind, or he didn't bother to pay attention to us. We can't afford to provoke such a strong person. The other side. Under a tree outside the village. Jiraiya was a little embarrassed and silent, and her face with dark circles was full of determination. It's really stubborn, why is it difficult to worship me as a teacher? The masked man said indifferently. I admit that you are very strong, but I have my own beliefs and perseverance. I will not worship you as a teacher. You should give up. 1. Jiraiya said without hesitation. He admitted that he could not beat the opponent, but if he wanted him to change his mind, it was absolutely impossible for him to be a teacher, even if he killed him. Tisk tisk tisk. As expected of Jiraiya, it seems to show a little strength. The masked man said lightly. Show a little strength. Was your tyrannical strength just now called strength? Jiraiya wondered, squinting to think what the other person meant. Advertisement. In the short confrontation a dozen times just now, he was defeated every second by seconds. With such a terrifying strength, the other party seems to think that it has not reached a point, which is a bit unbelievable. Did he say that on purpose? To deceive me with false words? Jiraiya said secretly, staring at the masked figure. Bang! The masked figure suddenly disappeared, disappearing as completely as the shadow clone disappeared. Huh! Disappeared. Jiraiya stared blankly at the dissipating white mist. Isn't this shadow clone? Did I get beaten by shadow clone a dozen times? Jiraiya is a little silly, and feels that her worldview is a little broken. He carefully recalled what happened just now, and the scene when the masked man dissipated, and his expression became more and more solemn. No, it's impossible. I was defeated by shadow clone. I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe it. Jiraiya shook her head hard, but there was deep frustration on her face. He was very reluctant to believe this, but the iron truth was in front of him, and he had to admit it and believe it. Swish swish swish. The sound of breaking the air came, and it continued to sound from above, and it quickly returned to silence. When Jiraiya heard the sound, she looked up for the first time, and a horrified scene appeared in front of her eyes the next second. I saw above the sky, there were countless black-robed masked people standing densely in the void, looking down at the earth and the common people. Such a scene, such an incredible picture, made Jiraiya's pupils shrink to a point. Jiraiya, make a choice, any decision you make will have different consequences. The indifferent voice fell from the sky, but it was not loud but made Jiraiya's complexion extremely solemn. The appearance of so many shadow clone is enough to prove how strong the caster is. And if these shadow clone attack Konoha, then Konoha may not exist. But Jiraiya still wanted to test it out. I need the freedom to challenge you, and if you can beat me, I promise to take you as my teacher. Yes, choose. I choose the last one. Jiraiya stared at shadow clone on the far side, squinting and said. Can. 3 hours later, Jiraiya fell to the ground, staring blankly at the sky, at the still dense black-robed masked man. 3 hours of unyielding fighting, unlimited choice of targets, but no matter who he chooses, he is defeated by one move, and there is no fluke. And after 3 full hours of testing, he found that these shadow clones showed no signs of dissipating, and each one was alive and well, and each one had a strong aura. Advertisement. In the face of such an opponent, there is absolutely no way to deal with such a Superman. Because with these shadow clone, let alone 3 hours, even half an hour, he felt that he could destroy Konoha. After thinking about this, Jiraiya was completely decadent and fell to the ground looking up at the sky in frustration. He wanted to say that he would have known that he would not leave Konoha. But he immediately thought that Konoha and Hazuki and Tsunade were in a relationship, and if he stayed in Konoha, he would be even more uncomfortable. It's hard to stay anywhere. It's too hard for me. Jiraiya sighed helplessly. Okay. I don't have time to play with you, let's choose. The black-robed masked man said at the same time. Okay. I'll be a teacher, and I'll take it. Jiraiya stood up and bowed slightly, as a courtesy, although he was reluctant. This is a training scroll, which contains a lot of knowledge about ninjutsu and sage art. Study hard, and if you can't reach Kage level within 5 years, don't blame me for kicking you. 1. A black-robed masked man in the sky threw a scroll to Jiraiya, then turned around and left without saying anything. Such a move made Jiraiya bewildered. He always thought that the other party was plotting something, but what does it mean when the other party dropped the scroll? With doubts, Jiraiya carefully picked up the scroll and looked at the contents inside. This is unknown ninjutsu. Is this self-created? And immortality, and the practice method for cooperation with toads. How does it feel like it's tailor-made for me? Jiraiya is confused. He is very valuable in this scroll. As long as all the contents in master, his strength can definitely be improved rapidly. At that time, I'm afraid that the old man of the third generation will not be able to beat me. Jiraiya said in surprise, but she was full of doubts. What was that man's purpose? Why so generous? Strange, so strange. Jiraiya is full of doubts now, but if he can improve his strength, he will choose to study without hesitation. After all, with strength, he will be able to deal with various events in the future. As for not being able to reach cage level within 5 years, he is not worried, because such a requirement is very, very low, and it is obviously just a random reminder. In a small village several miles away, in a spacious courtyard. For flowers, Hazuki sat at the stone table and quietly looked at Konan in front of him. Teacher, please drink tea. Konan knelt on the ground and handed the tea over obediently. Yeah, Hazuki took the teacup and drank it, nodding in satisfaction. Originally, he only needed to say one word to accept an apprentice, but Hazuki has never tried the way of accepting apprentices in his previous life, so he asked Konan to worship him as a teacher. Not to mention, now he has a feeling of being a teacher. Come on, sit down. Hazuki motioned Konan to sit on the stone bench and took out a scroll with his backhand. This is the refining method of chakra, as well as the development and fighting method of paper done. You study hard and reach cage level as soon as possible. Hazuki said. Cage level. Konan was a little confused. Just now, the mysterious teacher told her some ninja knowledge, and she also understood the level of ninjas and knew that cage level was a very powerful person. But now it's good, the teacher's first requirement is to reach cage level, which really scared her. Advertisement. Old teacher, is it really cage level? Isn't cage level an existence that stands proudly in the ninja world? Konan asked timidly. It is now, but not in the future. There is also cage level that you must achieve. This is the most basic requirement. Hazuki said lightly. 0. This. I have no confidence. Konan said worriedly. She is just an ordinary little girl now, and suddenly one day someone said that she wanted to reach cage level, and she had to reach it. She really had no confidence. There are detailed training materials in the scroll. If you still can't reach the cage level, then you are not qualified to be my disciple. Hazuki's voice was beyond doubt. The knowledge in this scroll just now is much richer, many times better than what was given to Jiraiya, and if Konan still can't reach it, it's really disappointing. Okay. Although Konan felt that cage level was out of reach, he nodded timidly. Yeah, Hazuki nodded and planned to leave. It will take a long time for this girl to cultivate to cage level, so Hazuki doesn't need to waste time here. Of course the necessary backups still need to stay, so he waved to Konan. Give me your hand. Here it is. Konan was cute, but hurriedly handed Hazuki his little hand. Hazuki didn't speak, but raised his right hand and placed it on her palm, leaving a protective mark in an instant, and then retracted his right hand. Okay. You practice hard. If a person named Jiraiya appears, you can also worship him as a teacher. I don't care if you have another teacher. After Hazuki finished speaking, he disappeared in circles of water ripples, leaving Konan standing in a daze. Elder. Konan watched the mark on her palm gradually disappear and hide. She picked up the scroll and said gratefully, secretly swearing that she must repay her kindness in the future. The land of fire. Konoha village. Hazuki, who had changed his clothes, appeared in a circle of water waves, walked out of a dark corner, and walked towards Tsunade's house against the wind. It's a bit windy today. Hazuki felt the oncoming side, and looking at the clothes being blown by the wind, he gradually came to Tsunade's door. This time, he came to check Tsunade's progress in practice, to assess whether she could beat Sarutobi Hiruzen, and to prepare for the mission. Whoosh! A curvaceous figure flashed by and quickly came to Hazuki. Hazuki, you are here. Tsunade said in a soft voice. Maimu looked at Hazuki's short, blown hair, a happy smile on her little face. Hazuki, it's windy outside, give me your hand and I'll take you home. Go. Open black lens bracket 146 close black lens bracket learn wood style. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hazuki's eyes lit up under the black blindfolds, and he quickly calmed down. Tsunade's words made Hazuki feel comfortable and warm. He wanted to say something, but before he had time to speak, his right hand was grabbed by a soft and slender hand, and he was pulled into her home. Shortly after, Nawaki walked out of the house depressed and sighed helplessly. Hey, old lady really cares about sex over younger brother. Hazuki sent me away as soon as she came, which is totally unreasonable. Nawaki shook his head helplessly, turned dejectedly towards Namikaze Minato's house, and now he can only find his little friend. Tsunade's living room. Hazuki watched Tsunade quietly, watching her continue to cast wood style, checking her control and casting speed. Not bad. Hazuki nodded in approval. Such wood style control is enough, but only enough, to defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen. More wood style ninjutsu is needed. This is also the reason why the system did not judge that Tsunade could defeat Yuan Fei Hiruzen. Tsunade, who lacked wood style ninjutsu, did not defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen's absolute 5 or 6 strength. So Hazuki was thinking, how to let Tsunade learn these abilities as soon as possible. Of course, like Baihao technique can also be given to her first. But these abilities cannot be learned in the short term, and also require long-term memory. By the way, my left eye. Hazuki suddenly thought of his left eye, the Tsukuyomi space, and there was a light in his eyes. Turning his head to look at Tsunade, Hazuki quietly took off his dark blindfold. Tsunade, I'll take you somewhere, don't be afraid. Okay. Tsunade nodded quickly, not asking where Hazuki was taking her, just waiting silently. At this time, Tsunade felt that her eyes were dark, and the scene she was in changed rapidly, coming to an illusory area like a grassland. Here is. Tsunade was surprised. She thought that Hazuki would use her space ability to take her away, but she didn't expect to appear in such a magical place. Advertisement. With a hint of surprise, Tsunade asked in confusion, where is Hazuki? This is an illusion created by me. The time ratio here is different from the outside. No matter how long you stay here, the outside is a moment. Hazuki said lightly. No matter how long it has passed, it's only a moment outside. It's such an ability. Tsunade was very surprised. Such an ability was like cheating. However, this kind of illusion is an offensive ability, and it will damage your spiritual power. Even if I use my spiritual power to protect you, I will let you stay here for a maximum of 30 days. 1. Of course, during the 30 days in the fantasy world, the outside world is still a moment, you will have more time to study, and then I will teach you personally. Hazuki said lightly. He didn't speak harshly, but he frightened Tsunade, and even the whole person was as motionless as a dumb cat. Okay, now I will teach you wood style ninjutsu, the first ability, wood style wooden golem jutsu. Long teaching begins. With a powerful left eye, Hazuki taught Tsunade in the Tsukuyomi space for a full 30 days, while also discovering a small surprise. By maintaining Tsukuyomi for a long time, Hazuki's mental power has been slightly improved. Although the improvement is not large, but often turning on Tsukuyomi, coupled with Shadow Clone's spiritual exercise, and the increase in physique, his spiritual power will definitely be improved by leaps and bounds. So Hazuki decided to turn on Tsukuyomi when it's alright, whether to beat someone or help one's own people. Hazuki, who made a decision, really just executed it. Over the next few months, he personally taught Tsunade, Makoto, and Kushina, teaching them many, many things. At the same time, Hazuki also dispatched Shadow Clone to work in the entire ninja world, looking for Nagato and Yahiko, and even the female descendants of the Vortex clan. In the process, Hazuki is also developing his own little world. Because people who are about to die are often seen in the ninja world, these people are about to die and cannot survive at all. Hazuki simply rescued them, and then put them into a small world to help him develop a small world. Now the small world has become larger and larger, forming two large and small landmasses, and the land is surrounded by oceans. Hazuki chose a small piece of land and another large piece of land to house humans. After a few months of busy work, there were gradually more human beings on the large land, forming one or two small villages, and even started to reclaim land and grow food. And the creatures in the small world gradually increased, all of which were sent by Hazuki through Shadow Clone, and gradually there were some insects and birds. Advertisement. Unfortunately, for the huge small world, this little creature is nothing at all, and he still has a long way to go. This day, Hazuki walked silently on the road, heading towards Tsunade's house. This time he is going to take Naoki away and let him disappear from this world, in fact, put him into his own little world. Only in this way can the offset of the world be corrected and more rewards can be obtained. Ding. It has been judged that Tsunade's strength has greatly surpassed Sarutobi Hiruzen. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining a 0.05% Saitama template. Close black lens bracket. Can you also get rewards like this? 100 cage level powerhouses, every time you teach one, you can get 0.05% immediately. Hazuki was a little surprised, but he was happy and more motivated to get the reward right away. Jiraiya's side is also constantly improving, but Orochimaru is a little hesitant to accept him as a disciple. Forget it. Go to Tsunade's house first, she must leave the village too. Hazuki said secretly, and soon came to Tsunade's door. Dong dong dong. Who is it? A beautiful female voice came from inside the room, which seemed very pleasant. It's me. Whoosh. The door opened, revealing Tsunade's surprised face. Hazuki, you're here, come in. After Tsunade finished speaking, his fair and delicate hands quickly pulled up Hazuki's right hand and walked into the house, clenching it tightly. Naoki, go and play with Namikaze Minato, his strength has improved again. Tsunade said as he walked. All right. Naoki came out of the house, shrugged helplessly, and turned to leave. Naoki, stay here, I have something to say. Hazuki waved his hand. What's the matter? Tsunade and Naoki wondered at the same time. That's right, I plan to train Naoki and take him to practice in unknown places. Don't worry, if you want to see him, you can always. Hazuki said sternly. Take me to practice. No, it's fine in Konoha. Naoki was the first to shake his head, with a firm attitude. Advertisement. The main reason is that he regards Konoha as his home, and the people here are also his friends, so he prefers to stay in Konoha rather than go to the location. Tsunade was a little hesitant, but she knew Hazuki would never do anything in vain, so she must have some idea. And she trusts Hazuki very much, so after Chiba raised this point, she chose to support Hazuki without hesitation. Therefore, Tsunade persuaded Naoki. Naoki, Hazuki's strength is very strong, you can learn a lot with him. Stop. Old sister can agree to anything else, but this is not possible. I don't want to leave Konoha. This is my home, and my strength is getting stronger and stronger. Naoki said righteously. Seeing Naoki's determination, Tsunade also had a headache and could only turn his head to look at Hazuki. Naoki, do you want to have wood style? Hazuki said lightly with confidence. What? Wood style? Could you let me have wood style? When Naoki heard Hazuki's words, his face suddenly froze, but he shook his head again, because he felt it was completely impossible. He didn't know about Hazuki's wood style. The whole Konoha except Hazuki, Kushina, Makoto, and also Sanin 3.7 knew about it. That's why Naoki doesn't believe it. But, just when he didn't believe it, he suddenly saw Hazuki spread his right hand, and then a wooden cup was condensed. Woo! Wood style. You actually know wood style. Naoki was shocked. He was kept in the dark. He watched this scene in disbelief, and the whole person was not calm. Ask again, do you want to learn? Hazuki continued indifferently. I really want to, I'll go with you immediately, and no one will stop me. Hazuki brother-in-law, you must teach me wood style. Naoki has completely lost his integrity, and the firm attitude he had just now disappeared. He even called Hazuki and called his brother-in-law. Hearing this, Tsunade next to him wanted to punch him, but her little ears turned a little red for some unknown reason. Since you want to learn, let's go. Hazuki waved his hand, ripples of water ripples, sending Naoki directly into the small world. Ding. There is a plot correction, and it has successfully returned to 60%. Come on, master. 147 equals. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Is this all right? Hazuki was very surprised. He thought it would take a long time to recover to 60%, but he didn't expect the effect so quickly, which surprised him very much. I understand a little. The existence of Naoki has seriously affected the correction of world power, which is why this situation is caused. Hazuki suddenly had some guesses in his heart, and he also thought of himself. Because he is the world, the biggest unstable element. If he disappears, then with the correction power of this world, it will definitely be able to gradually bring the world back to the right track. After all, this is the correction power of a world. My strength is too strong. Even the correction power of one world is not enough. The system, the One Punch Man template, the soul and the physique, the combined influence is too great. Hazuki suddenly understood how to act next, how to return the plot to a higher level. But you can't leave completely. You must leave some shadow clone. One is to continue to search and enrich the small world, and the other is to continue to complete the task. 1. Hazuki secretly made a decision, intending to return to the small world after a while and take away Makoto and Kushina at the same time. But the problem of Nine Tails is also very troublesome, need to find another vortex Jinchuriki. And, at this stage, Tsunade must be allowed to leave the village, because according to the original book, Tsunade left the village at about 29 times this time, until he returns to Konoha to become 5th Hokage in the future. In this case, leave 10 shadow clone to work hard to complete the task, find the Vortex family, and learn various talents and apprentices at the same time. After making the decision, Hazuki turned to look aside. Tsunade, you should leave the village and go out to play, take Shizune with you, and remember to accept her as a disciple. Leaving the village to play. Accept Shizune as a disciple. Tsunade was a little dazed and didn't know why Hazuki asked her to leave the village, but she didn't want to go, because after leaving the village, Hazuki could not be seen. Can I not go? Tsunade asked reluctantly. I'll leave the village after a while, and I'll see you then. Hazuki said again. Advertisement. Well, then I'll go. Tsunade nodded quickly and agreed without hesitation. Hazuki. After 2 seconds of silence, Hazuki looked at the youthful and beautiful Tsunade and said solemnly, give me your hand. With a nice crisp sound, a snow-white plain hand appeared in front of Hazuki and placed it in his palm. Soft, and warm. Hazuki grabbed her hand and left a small mark on her palm, also as a means of protection. Okay, if there is anything you can contact me through Katsuyu, don't be afraid if you encounter dangers that you can't face, I will be here, everything will be fine. Hazuki said softly. In fact, with Tsunade's current strength, few people in the ninja world can hurt her, so it's okay not to leave this mark. But Hazuki still left it. First, this mark cancels the Flying Thunder God mark left earlier, and second, with this mark, he can feel completely at ease. More importantly, this is a statement to Tsunade. After all, because of his words, Tsunade left Konoha and left her home. Such trust, if you haven't made a statement yet, it will be a little inhumane. So, he not only wanted to leave a mark, but also to let Tsunade see it above board, giving her more confidence. Thank you. Tsunade spoke softly, a happy smile on her beautiful face. Okay, let's pack up and see you off later. 1. Okay. Tsunade nodded, turned and walked into the bedroom, packing quickly. 3 hours later. Advertisement. Konoha village entrance. Hazuki looked forward quietly, looking at Tsunade who took a step and turned back 3 times, looking at the reluctance in her beautiful eyes, and she was somewhat disappointed in her heart. Don't worry, I'll find you, definitely. Hazuki said firmly. Far away. Tsunade, who was walking, suddenly turned his head to look at Hazuki, and the corners of his lips curled into a beautiful arc. Well, I'll wait for you. Tsunade left, completely left Konoha, and disappeared into the gentle breeze in this warm weather. Ding. The plot has been corrected, and it has successfully returned to 61%. Come on, master. Close black lens bracket. Ignoring the voice of the system, Hazuki moved on to the next target, which was Orochimaru. This time he intends to accept Orochimaru as a disciple, but a person like Orochimaru is a lion majesty and must be absolutely suppressed, only in this way can he surrender. So Hazuki intends to do a ruthless attack, using his identity as a super powerhouse, to shock Orochimaru and let him return to his original state again. With that in mind, Hazuki looked in the direction of Hokage Rock, then dodged and disappeared. Whoosh! The clearing above Hokage Rock. Orochimaru sat on the big stone, quietly looking at Konoha, at the lively village, and at the direction of the Hyuga family Hazuki's house. During this time, he has been recovering from his mental trauma, often sitting alone on the top of Hokage Rock, thinking about the reason why he was defeated by a move in the first place. Unfortunately, so far, Orochimaru has not found the answer. How on earth was I defeated? What was the means? Was the gap between me and Hazuki so big? Orochimaru murmured. Yes, the gap is so big that you can't imagine. The indifferent voice came, and he was startled and quickly entered a state of fighting. Advertisement. As one of Sanin, he didn't even know that someone appeared next to him. Such a method is definitely a powerful character. So Orochimaru was on alert for the first time, staring at the side nervously, and soon a mysterious man wearing a golden mask came into his sight. This mysterious person gave him a very ordinary feeling, but after watching it for a moment, Orochimaru felt that something was wrong, and in the next second, his complexion changed drastically. Because the mysterious man exuded a breath of death that could destroy all things. Under this breath, Da 560 Shi-wan felt like an ant, ready to be pinched to death by the opponent at any time. At first, Orochimaru thought Hanzo of the Salamander was very strong, but compared to the mysterious man, Hanzo of the Salamander was just garbage, and the mysterious man in front of him was the sun in the sky. This terrifying gap, the unimaginable pressure, made Orochimaru's whole body's blood freeze as if his eyes were full of blood. You? Who are you? Orochimaru tried his best to say a word and remained as calm as possible, but he knew clearly that the other party only needed a thought to want him to die. Before, I gave Konoha a girl named Kushina. The indifferent voice came again. It was not loud, but Orochimaru's eyes were completely rounded. Is it you? That's super strong. Orochimaru was startled, endured the feeling that he would die at any time, and asked in a low voice. Yes, do you know why I sent Kushina? The mysterious man continued indifferently. No, I don't know. Orochimaru tried to answer, his whole body trembling under the terrifying breath of death. Because it was the request of Hazuki, who was my disciple. 1 inch. What? Orochimaru was startled, and a storm surged in his heart. He never expected such a result, and at the same time he understood why Hazuki was so strong. However, your qualifications are not bad, you are qualified to be my second disciple. The mysterious man still spoke indifferently, with a hint of joking in his voice. Open black lens bracket 148 close black lens bracket must repay. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Second disciple. Orochimaru thought of something, and the original fear gradually turned into ecstasy. You mean? Can I be your disciple? Yes, no one can talk about this, nor can I use my fame to bluff. The mysterious man said again. It's the teacher. I must follow your will. Orochimaru's mind turned rapidly, changing his title in ecstasy. My mind is spinning fast. This is your future practice material, and there are 2 tasks. After the mysterious man finished speaking, his right hand plunged into the void, and when he appeared again, he was already holding 2 scrolls. Such a scene made Orochimaru both surprised and delighted, and he hurriedly took the 2 scrolls respectfully. But just as he took it over, the mysterious powerhouse in front of him had disappeared, completely dissipating like Kyoka Suigetsu. Such a method, such an incredible ability, made Orochimaru more and more convinced of the identity of the person in front of him, and at the same time felt that his life had been completely reversed. Thank you, teacher, for your gift. Although there was no teacher in front of him, Orochimaru still saluted respectfully, and it took a long time to recover. Only at this moment did he realize that his clothes had been soaked in cold sweat, and after such a short time, he was so frightened. The strength of the teacher is really terrifying. Such a strong person has become my teacher. I am so lucky. Everything has changed for me. It's so good, ha ha ha. 1. Orochimaru laughed ecstatically, ignoring his soaked clothes, but looked up at the sky, looking forward to a bright future. By the way, the practice method. Advertisement. Orochimaru hurriedly checked the scroll, but because of the terrifying aura just now, it was very difficult for his body to open the scroll, and even his walking was affected. Teacher's strength is too strong, although I can guarantee that my will remain unchanged, but my body can't do it. Under the breath of death, my body has been frozen with fear. Orochimaru said, not the slightest depression in his heart, but more and more joy, because this is his teacher. The stronger the teacher, the happier he is. Have a break. Orochimaru opened the scroll tremblingly, and soon saw countless ninjutsu and research knowledge, even including the abilities such as reincarnation, which was tailor-made for him. Great! With this scroll, my goal will be gradually achieved, and eventually become the strongest, the immortal. By the way, there are still 2 tasks. Orochimaru called another scroll and saw 2 missions. First one. Reach cage level as quickly as possible, then defeat Sarutobi Hiruzen within a certain time period. This task is not difficult in his opinion. With so much ninjutsu and knowledge, it is very simple to achieve this requirement. But the second mission was a little strange, and Orochimaru couldn't figure it out. For a certain period of time, let Danzo frame Konoha's White Fang, let Konoha's White Fang commit suicide but stop it in time, and leave Konoha with Konoha's White Fang in the future. This task is very strange. Orochimaru frowned and thought, unable to figure out why, but since it was the teacher's request, he had to do it, and he soon found a way. For example, Danzo wants to make himself handsome, but unfortunately the research progress is not good. Orochimaru is the best at research and can cooperate with Danzo to let Danzo frame Konoha's White Fang. This task is also very simple, look back and find time to complete it. After making the decision, Orochimaru carefully put away the scroll, and then walked towards the house with stiff steps. Today is a day of despair, a day of surprise, and a day that completely changes fate. Orochimaru was surprised, very surprised. Just in the wind, it felt a little cold in the clothes. The land of winds, Sand Shinobi Village, outside Luo Sha's residence. Advertisement. Hazuki is ready to heal this broken future wind shadow, correct the plot, and get rewards for completing tasks. Ding. Orochimaru plot correction, successfully returned to 62% level, master. Close black lens bracket. Hazuki, who was about to take action, listened to the sound of the system, and a smile appeared on the corner of his lips. 62%. Soon, Danzo can provide 1 point of progress, Konoha's White Fang has 1 point, and Luasha here. In this way, it is 65%, and the speed is faster than expected. Going back and bringing Konoha's White Fang into the small world, let him lead people to reclaim the small world, this is a talent. Hazuki said secretly, disappearing in a circle of water ripples, and when he reappeared, he had come to Luo Sha's house. But, Hazuki frowned as he looked at Luo Sha, who was lying on the tatami, his eyes were blank, like a cripple. Abandoned. There are signs of being taken care of, it seems to be a woman, no matter what, it's important to correct the plot first. Hazuki said secretly, and came to Luo Sha wearing a golden mask, frowning at Luo Sha, who was sluggish and unaware. He casually put a fairy talisman on Luo Sha's arm and waited silently. Ding. Luo Sha's plot has been corrected, and it has successfully returned to 63%. Come on, master. Close black lens bracket. After receiving the system information, Hazuki took back the immortal talisman and looked at Luo Shadao, who was still staring blankly at the ceiling. You have recovered, and in return, I will make a copy of all your secret arts, that's all. 1. The words fall. Hazuki disappeared in the ripples of water ripples. And Luasha on the tatami, because of Hazuki's voice, finally had some reaction. He didn't know that he had been cured, and he still felt ashamed. Advertisement. Quote. Even Chio can't heal me, is it interesting for you to lie to me? Tell me, which force sent you here? Want to get the secret art from me? After Luo Sha finished speaking, he waited silently, but he did not get the slightest answer, which made him very puzzled. Confused, Luo Sha turned her head to look left and right, and found that she was the only one in the room. What's the situation? Are you playing the disappearance game with a crippled person like me? Luo Sha smiled miserably. He was completely abandoned as a cripple, only that girl never left him, and always worked hard to take care of him. Although he was very moved, he was also even more heartbroken. He had no strength, and he was completely abolished. He was no longer able to become a ninja, and he was not qualified to protect that girl. He is completely finished, and he can only be a waste person forever and ever. Li Wanghao. Luo Sha, who was in despair, remained motionless in despair, covered with the quilt for a long time, and gradually he was not right. It seems that you have power in your body, what's going on? With deep doubts, Luo Sha moved his arm, then froze for a moment, and then his pupils shrank sharply. My arm can move. What's going on? Did that person really save me just now? Luo Sha quickly checked himself, and soon found himself completely recovered and embarked on the road of ninja again. Luo Sha, who was in a great mood, jumped up and down in the house, crying with joy and shouting at the grave. I'm finally okay. I'm finally okay. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Luo Sha said gratefully. Although he didn't see who healed him, he remembered the other's voice clearly. If he could hear that voice again in the future, he would definitely be able to hear it. I, Luo Sha, swear, I will definitely repay your kindness, definitely. Open black lens bracket 149 close black lens bracket monkey. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The Hyuga family station, Hazuki's home. Hazuki laying on the sofa, Mizuki back with Kushina, eating the oranges in her small hands, absorbed a lot of knowledge that Shadow Clone wore back, and resisted the side effects at the same time. In the washing room, the sound of washing clothes was heard from time to time, and it was Makoto washing clothes for him. His clothes, Makoto never let Hazuki wash, even if she was very hard, he still insisted on taking care of Hazuki, and Hazuki was driven out by her several times for helping. Kushina also tried to help, but after washing it a few times, Makoto would not let her help, because Kushina was always unclean, and Makoto was very worried about handing it over to her. Fortunately, Hazuki is strong enough and cherishes Makoto's efforts. His clothes are rarely soiled, and every time he goes out, he wraps himself in space to block everything. He often goes out for a busy day, and when he comes back, the clothes are still very clean, like new, so Makoto can easily wash them. This is also the reason why Hazuki is at ease with her, but now there is a problem, that is, the problem of sending them to the small world. Makoto is okay to say, but Kushina has 9 tails sealed on her wrist. She plays the role of Jinchuriki and cannot leave this world for the time being. If she leaves, it may have a major impact on the plot. Actually, even Makoto left this world. Hazuki hesitated, after all she had a lot to do. Try it, if it doesn't work, send it out as soon as possible. After making the decision, Hazuki looked in the direction of the washing room. Makoto, come over here. Okay. Makoto's soft and waxy voice came, and then her little hands ran out with water stains, obviously she was busy doing laundry. I'll take you somewhere, don't be afraid. Okay. Makoto was nice, standing next to Hazuki, blinking at him. She originally wanted to pull Hazuki's hand, but she didn't pull Hazuki because she thought that she had water on her hands and was worried about getting Hazuki's hands dirty. But soon, her little hand was grasped by Hazuki and squeezed lightly. Close your eyes, Hazuki said sternly. Well, one. Watching Makoto close his eyes, Hazuki took a deep breath and instantly activated his space ability, wrapping Makoto and sending her into the small world. Ding. There are unknown changes, the plot is about to collapse, and the plot is about to collapse. The sound of the mechanical system kept ringing, and the channels echoed in Hazuki's mind, causing Hazuki to frown. Sure enough, let's send her back. Hazuki's eyes flashed with surprise, and he immediately activated his space ability to send Makoto back to the Hokage ninja world. Ding. The plot waves disappeared, restabilizing completed. Advertisement. Seeing that the plot was stabilized, Hazuki frowned, thinking about a solution in his mind. But Makoto still closed his eyes and stood there dumbly, waiting for him to wake up. Okay. You can open your eyes. Hazuki looked at Makoto's cute appearance with her eyes closed, and pinched her little face lightly, motioning her to open her eyes. Makoto opened his big eyes, looked at Hazuki blankly, and then looked at the familiar house, with doubts in his big eyes. I won't send you off, I'll talk later. Hazuki rubbed Makoto's little head. Okay. Then I'll go do the laundry. 1. Go. 1. 1. Watching Makoto run into the washing room, Hazuki decided to return to the small world by himself to test how much he would affect the plot if he returned. Do what you want. A circle of water ripples appeared around Hazuki, and then disappeared in the water ripples. When he reappeared, he had come to a small world. There isn't even the slightest hint. Could it be that the Hokage world doesn't know that it was my influence? Or that it can't detect it. Hazuki understood something. He re-entered the world of Hokage, then disappeared, and came back, so many times, Hazuki finally confirmed it. It really can't be detected. Then we can only start from other aspects. Let Jiraiya accept Konan and the others as disciples, and this can increase the percentage by 1 point, and more. Hazuki changed his strategy again. According to some future events, he quickly thought of several solutions, and his expression gradually brought confidence. A few days later, the land of rain, some remote street. Bang bang bang. The sound of continuous beating echoed in the street, and a small figure flashed quickly, as sensitive as a cat that jumped rapidly. Don't fight. Don't fight. We don't dare anymore. Let us go. The two chubby men wailed. Get out. Yes, yes, yes. The two chubby men staggered away, not daring to stay here for a second. There were only 2 children left, one of them was Konan and the other was Yahiko. Thank you for saving me. You are so powerful that you can beat 2 adults. Yahiko said gratefully. Of course, I'm pretty good. Konan was confident. Are you a ninja? The speed was so fast just now that they kicked them into bruises. Advertisement. Yahiko's eyes lit up as he asked, and he was very envious of Konan's strength. Forget it, but my strength is very weak, and I can only beat ordinary people for the time being. By the way, what is your name? My name is Konan. My name is Yahiko. Can you teach me? I'm as good as you. Yahiko said hurriedly. No, I won't teach anyone without the teacher's permission. Konan shook his head hurriedly, his attitude very firm. Teacher. Do you still have a teacher? Is it an elder in the family? Is he also a ninja? Yahiko asked curiously. I can't say. I won't tell you anything without the teacher's permission. Well, I'm leaving. Konan shook his head, turned around and left, without any hesitation. Hey, wait for me, why didn't you tell me? We will be friends from now on. Yahiko shouted from behind. Don't tell. Don't tell. Don't follow me. Hey, don't go so fast. Wait for me. Hello. Yahiko hurriedly chased after him, but he couldn't find Konan after a few turns, and he was instantly depressed. If I can become a CJDH ninja, I must work hard to realize the beautiful world in my heart. Yahiko looked up at the sky and swore. 500 meters away, on a certain roof. Hazuki watched this scene quietly, with a smile on his lips. I didn't expect Yahiko to come to this small village and meet Konan. It seems that the world's correction power is still very strong. Maybe Nagato will come to this village in the future. Hazuki said softly, his eyes quickly locked on the restaurant where he ate last time, which was the restaurant when he used illusion to influence Rain Shinobi. He waved his hand, a circle of water ripples appeared in front of him, and then said to the ripples, Konan, take Yahiko to the restaurant where he ate last time. A certain street. Konan was walking, and suddenly heard Hazuki's voice. She looked around in surprise. Teacher, you are here, I miss you so much. Well, go and take Yahiko to the restaurant, I'll be there later. 1. Good teacher. Konan was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't seen the teacher for several days. She missed her very much. Now that the teacher is here, she must perform well and get the teacher's approval. With joy in his heart, Konan quickly ran back to find Yahiko. Yahiko, come with me, my teacher wants to see you, Konan shouted. Your teacher. Your teacher actually knows me. Yahiko's eyes widened in surprise. He was an orphan, and now someone said that he wanted to see him, which is really strange. Of course, my teacher is the most powerful person in the world. Konan said admiringly. Is it really that powerful? Yahiko wondered, somewhat suspicious of Konan's words. After being confused for so long, he still knows some information. It is said that the most powerful people in this world are the shadows of those villages. Advertisement. That kind of person is the absolute strength of a village. They rarely leave the village, and they are also unattainable figures. Yahiko believes that such people are the most powerful people. Certainly. He was still thinking about learning ninjutsu, and he would definitely not refute Konan's words, but followed her meaning. As long as you are a ninja, you are very powerful. 1. No, my teacher is different, he is a super powerful person. Konan thought of what happened last time, and the image of her teacher snapping her fingers trapping Rain Shinobi, her eyes filled with admiration. Okay. Come with me, the teacher asked us to go to the restaurant and walk around. Conan said hurriedly. Hey, no, I'm so dirty, the restaurant will definitely not let me in. Yahiko pointed at his tattered clothes in frustration. Don't worry, nothing else will work, but that restaurant is fine, and I know the owner of that shop. Conan was full of confidence. Really? Great, let's go. The two quickly came to the restaurant, but as soon as they entered the restaurant, they stopped. Because the entire restaurant has no customers to eat, even the owner of the restaurant hides at the counter and does not move. The reason for all this is the conflict in the restaurant. 24 rain shinobi blocked the road to the restaurant, blocking the two wandering ninjas in the corner, and sneered at the wandering ninjas. The two wandering ninjas hid in the corner in horror, their expressions full of despair. The arrival of Conan and Yahiko attracted everyone's attention. Originally, no one would care about these two children, but. However, one of the girls, Rain Shinobi, saw Conan, her pupils shrank suddenly, and she hurried to the side of Captain Rain Shinobi and spoke in a low voice. That Captain Rain Shinobi didn't take it seriously at first, but then his expression changed drastically, because they were all people controlled by illusion at the stronghold. So when he learned about Conan's identity, he was completely restless. They immediately thought of the masked man, the terrifying superpower. Yahiko didn't notice the change in Rain Shinobi. He's now hesitating to go in. Little Conan, we feel dangerous. It's really dangerous, but the teacher will come in a while. These people must not dare to provoke the teacher. Conan said softly. Conan, now is not the time to be brave. There are more than 20 Rain Shinobi. No matter how good your teacher is, you are no match, and the road to the restaurant is blocked, so we can't get in. Yahiko said worriedly, but just after he finished speaking, all the Rain Shinobi suddenly took a few steps forward and gave way. Gah! Yahiko, who had just finished speaking, looked at the scene in front of him and felt a little confused, feeling that his brain was not enough. As soon as he finished blocking the road with the front foot, Rain Shinobi with the rear foot gave way. What is the situation? Can we stop being so rude? Yahiko stood there dumbfounded, mixed his eyes, and found that everything in front of him was the truth, and he was even more confused. Open black lens bracket 150 close black lens bracket illusion master. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Yahiko, who grew up in this area, knows Rain Shinobi's style all too well. These Rain Shinobi's hands are full of blood, and they will never be treated so gently. But now, the iron truth is unfolding before him, and Yahiko feels that everything is so unreal. He looked around blankly, looked around with suspicion, and even hesitated to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Yahiko, let's go in. Conan walked into the restaurant with firm steps, still choosing the window seat, eating. Yahiko hesitated again and again, seeing that the Rain Shinobi really didn't mean to hurt them, so he followed him tremblingly. But his mind is full of puzzles, and he can't figure out what is the situation of Rain Shinobi. After observing silently for a while, Yahiko found that Rain Shinobi really didn't pay attention to him. He was relieved at last, but he felt that something was wrong, and he always felt strange. With deep doubts, Yahiko sat quietly at the table, waiting for the teacher Conan said to arrive. At the same time, the Rain Shinobi also captured the two wandering ninjas, put their bundles firmly beside them, and sat down to eat. Call. Seeing this scene, Yahiko, who was watching silently, finally felt relieved, knowing that Rain Shinobi would not bother them anymore. Then he asked Conan. Conan, when is your teacher coming? It should be here soon, the teacher just said let us come first. Conan replied calmly. But when her words came out, the audience fell silent. Rain Shinobi, who had just sat down to eat, looked up collectively, with a faint fear in his eyes. Captain, I think it's better for us to return to the base. Rain Shinobi suggested. Yes, it's time to go back to interrogate these two wandering ninjas. Advertisement. Yes, interrogation is important, and dinner can be delayed. A group of Rain Shinobi talked a lot, and quickly left the restaurant with the wandering ninja. The whole process was incredibly fast. Yahiko looked dumbfounded at the empty restaurant, and his mind was a little dull. Obviously these people sat down to eat, why did they suddenly leave? And looking at it like that, why did it seem like they were running away? The faint Yahiko had some guesses, and he said with a hint of disbelief, Little Conan, These people are not afraid of your teacher. 1. Yes, they are just afraid of my teacher. Do you know how good my teacher is? Conan said calmly. How powerful? Yahiko said hastily. With a snap of his fingers, the 4 range shinobi didn't move for a moment. They held their weapons at their necks and stood for a long time. Conan committed suicide. As this, so powerful. But range shinobi has more than 20 people. Yahiko hesitated. Cough. I know why. The shop owner came over and said mysteriously. Actually, her teacher, the mysterious powerhouse, is stronger than you think. Stronger than I thought. Yahiko's eyes widened curiously. Yes, this mysterious powerhouse once led more than 30 range shinobi into the illusion with one look. It's very terrifying. The shop owner said in a low voice. One look. It's so powerful. Yahiko was startled, always feeling a little unreal. Let me tell you, range shinobi comes to eat here every day, and I heard a lot of information that the mysterious powerhouse was even made a master of illusion by range shinobi. The shop owner said in awe. Master of illusion. Yahiko looked at the shop owner who made the promise, and thought of the image of range shinobi fleeing. He swallowed and said, Conan, is your teacher a legendary shadow? I don't know, but the teacher is the person I admire the most. Conan clenched his fists in admiration. Conan, can I also become your teacher's disciple? Don't worry, I am very diligent and will definitely listen to our teacher's words. Yahiko said quickly. Our teacher. That's my teacher. Advertisement. Conan is not happy. The teacher is hers, and no one can take it away. Oh, we are all good friends. Your teacher is my teacher. 1. No, the teacher is mine. Conan, please. No. Don't be too busy to refuse, you listen to me. Outside the village, a certain cave. Hazuki walked silently, step by step toward the deepest part of the cave. When he saw Yahiko, Hazuki released Shadow Clone and checked the area around 10 miles in detail. Lucky and unexpected. In a short period of time, I saw Nagato in a cave outside the small village, and saw Nagato who was living in embarrassment and was lonely. As an orphan, Nagato lived a very lonely life as a child, living alone and silently in the environment of war and starvation. His fate is controlled by Uchiha Madara, disturbed by various conspiracies, and his whole life can be described as tragic to the extreme. And this moment, in this dimly lit cave, Hazuki fell silent when he saw Nagato hiding in a corner without speaking. Ask for flowers. Maybe. Nothing. Hazuki murmured, stepping up to Nagato. You're hungry, I'll take you to dinner. Hazuki committed suicide. Nagato, who heard his words, didn't speak, just raised his head, and a Rinnegan leaked out. The space was slightly rippling. Hazuki took Nagato away with a wave of his hand, and came to the restaurant, where 3 little guys finally got together at this moment. Ding. There is a plot correction, and it has successfully returned to 64%. Come on, master. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Ignoring the voice of the system, Hazuki ate a rare meal with the 3 children, smiling silently amid their laughter. Even Hazuki stayed with them for the next few months, until Shadow Clone finally brought Jiraiya. This day. It was rare in the land of rain to have a sunny day. Under the warm sunshine, Hazuki and the 3 little guys waved goodbye and gradually disappeared. The land of fire. Konoha village. Ding. There is a plot correction, and it has successfully returned to 65%. Come on, master. Close black lens bracket. Everything was on track, but Hazuki frowned, thinking about the fate of the 3 little guys in the future. The imprints have been left, and I will take action when necessary in the future, and the small world will become the world of their dreams. After Hazuki murmured, he stepped into Makoto's bedroom and looked at Makoto sewing new clothes. Hazuki walked over without hesitation. Then he buried his head in Makoto's arms and kept him warm for a long, long time. Time is like a shuttle. The sun and the moon are like arrows, the days when you can't be arrogant or fleeting, and a few years have passed in a blink of an eye. The ninja world has been in a relatively stable state over the years, and the war seems to have completely left, but with the expansion of the strength of the major ninja villages, undercurrents gradually emerged, and the cloud of war may appear at any time, causing the entire ninja world to fall into disaster at any time. Konoha village, in front of the ninja school. Lin, I'm late again. You're late for graduation. Obito, you're so annoying. Mr. Hazuki is a little angry. Lin shook her head helplessly. Ah. Then Hazuki-sensei didn't say anything. Obito clenched his fists and said a little scared. No, but if Mr. Hazuki doesn't speak, you know what it means. Lin whispered. It's miserable. It's miserable. Lin, what should I do? What should I do? Mr. Hazuki is. But. As Obito spoke, he seemed to have thought of something, and his face turned pale.